The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Decisive results abounded at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. All eyes were on the marquee matchup between co-leaders where Fabiano Caruana pulled out all the stops, outplaying rising star Hans Niemann to remain tied for first place. Despite the highest-rated fan in the playing hall rooting for her opponent, Alice Lee was all business, extending her lead over the field with a victory. There's blood in the water, and the Sharks are on the hunt. Day 8 of incredible chess. Coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to round 8 of US Chess Championships. We are here at the Hall of Fame checking very bright and beautiful exhibition of Charles Hauska. He presented more than 70 artworks, including also 3D printed chess set. So let's go across the street in the St. Louis Chess Club to follow the next round together with Maurice, Yasser and Kate.
Two longtime rivals, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley have risen to the top of the standings in the US Championship. For the women, it's one 16-year-old Alice Lee leading the pack. Still a lot to play for as round 8 from the St. Louis Chess Club starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley.
Kate, Maurice, pleasure as always to be with you both. Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of the US Championships. Wow, and simply wow. It was round 7 that really was electrifying as 5 of the 6 games in the open section were decisive, 3 in the ladies, and even the draws were as intense as the decisive games. Important decisive games they were, as Fabi, Wesley, Alice all won to take the lead in their respective tournaments. And Maurice, I gotta tell you, I mean, the players are fighting incredibly hard.
Yeah, it's
a great
ridiculous.
tournament.
It's just so extraordinary to see them fighting like this. And you look at an event like yesterday, 5 wins out of 6. We could just say that, but that just never happens. It's happened only 4 times since the tournament has been here in St. Louis. We're talking about since 2009. So it's just not something you see, but the players are bringing it. They're all intense. They're looking for victories. And we get to be the benefactors as commentators.
Exactly.
So we love it.
We get to call the action. Standings, Katja.
Let's take a look at the women's standings. We have Alice Lee, the sole leader, who won yesterday's important game with black pieces, and now she's at 5 points. And then a two-way tie for the second place. Anna Zatonsky and Anna Sargsyan only half a point behind Alice. And then look at the pack behind them. Carissa, Nazi Pajkica, Jennifer Yu, Tatev Abrahamyan, Rose Atwell. I mean, there are so many hungry players trying to get that title of the U.S. Women's Champion.
Absolutely. And in the open standings,
in the open standings, we have co-leaders of the event, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley both managed to win their games yesterday. Fabiano Caruana with black pieces against Hans Niemann, and Wesley against Andy Woodward. And then, as you can see, two-way tie for third place, Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann.
Tell us about the format for these U.S. Championships, Katja.
So in these events, we play 12-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their section. Classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers are allowed until after the completion of Black's 60th move.
I'm looking for confirmation that tomorrow's a rest day. Tell us about the schedule.
Yes, you will get that confirmation. Players are playing today round 8, which is the final battle before a well-earned rest day tomorrow. After that, only 3 rounds remain to decide the champions.
And Maurice, you got to drill down on our tournament leaders. I mean, some nice insights you've got prepared for us.
Yes, indeed. Of course, I meant to say we're the beneficiaries as commentators of all this excitement. And these players are showing their class. A couple of players, in fact, are showing that they own these championships. Nobody beats them. Take a look at the longest unbeaten streaks in U.S. Chess Championship history. Sammy Reshevsky sits at 82. That's going to be hard to match. We see some other names, Gadakomsky, Alexander Onishchuk, and Lubomir Kovalik. They are ahead of one Fabiano Caruana, who sits at 46. He has 4 more games to go in this championships. He could be number 3 after it's all said and done. And Wesley, so you see there also making a run, but fabulous Fabi, so confident having won the last 3 championships. You can say, yeah, well, if he's won the last 3, but guess what? Winning a championship doesn't mean that you're going to do it with an unbeaten streak. That's just absurd, but he is so confident in this event that it looks like nobody can touch him. Now for the finish strong prize, we should note it's $5,000 in each section, awarded to players with the highest score in rounds 6 through 11. Of course, the prize is split in case of a tie. And we have some numbers already with 2 rounds passed. Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So are joined by Sam Sevian and Sam Shankland at 1.5 points out of the first 2 rounds that this prize has been available, rounds 6 and 7. And in the women's section, there's not just 4 or 5, there's 6 players sitting at 1.5 points. You see the names there. Some illustrious names, some former champs as well. Current champ Carissa Yip is in this category. Just amazing how much they are fighting for this prize. Now you see Alice Lee there. You got to point out that Alice Lee is trying to win a championship, but only 6 ladies in the last 19 years have won the title. The only person missing on this list from these championships is Sabina Feuser. The other 5 are here. She's got to beat out these gangsters.
Right.
It's going to be a tough one. We'll see if Alice can pull it off.
16 years young. What a challenge. As you see, Irina, who was the first lady on that list, 8 wins. But before we jump into round 8, you got to tell us about the pairings.
Let's take a look at the pairings because we have some big battles today. First of all, let's look at the leader, Alice Lee. She's playing Tatev Abrahamyan, who is 1 point behind her. So Tatev, if she manages to win, she's going to tie with the leaders. Exactly. So that's going to be a big match for today. But of course, we need to look at Rose Atwell against Anna Zatonsky. Rose Atwell playing extremely well here. The same about Anna Zatonsky. She's a very experienced player, but we did not expect her to be tied for the 2nd place. And Anna Sargsyan, the newcomer to this championship, playing now struggling, Atusa Prokashian.
Maybe opportunity is knocking on the door for Anna. And the pairings in the open section?
In the open section, we have Fabiano Caruana playing Ray Robson. Fabi is going to probably push for a win because he has the white pieces. And on the last board, you can see Awonder Liang against Wesley So.
And I'm just looking. Levon is kind of drawing his way out of the tournament. The players are fighting hard for these national titles, but there's also big prize funds.
Yes, in the women's section, the total prize fund $152,000. First place earning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000. All players receive prize money. 12th place $4,000. And there is this winner's bonus, $5,000 for a player if there is a player that is clear first after 11 rounds.
And finally, in the open section, the prize fund for there.
Here it's $250,000, the total prize fund. First place earning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way 12th place $6,000, and again, winner's bonus $7,000.
Wow, we're getting ready for this round 8. We see the players getting wanded through. I saw that Fabi took off his glasses so that Chris Bird, the chief arbiter, could wand his glasses. And I was thinking to myself, right, there's like the Google glasses and there's the Apple glasses. So now it's like...
We're living in that era. At some point, wearing contacts might
be a problem, right?
Wanding your contacts, take your contacts out. It's crazy, this era we live in. Kind of happy we didn't have to go through this, Yaz, back in our day.
Well, usually we were just trying to avoid the 1 hour forfeit rule. You know, you arrived an hour late, you got forfeited. So, and many people did get forfeited even for being an hour late, as we see the players getting ready for round 8. And again, this is the round before the rest day, so the players really feel like they can leave it on the table, so to speak, and play their heart's content. As we see Leonard Otis, our many, many years photographer, in the strikingly pink hair.
I mean,
Here we see
the
Jennifer
players.
against Nazi Paikidze.
Yep.
This round 8, you know, you're certain that you're rounding the bend
Yep.
when you go into the last 3 days. And so today is huge. It's not just another day and let's see how we do. Today is huge. If you want to make a run, you really want to win today. And especially this matchup right here.
Exactly.
Tatev Abrahamyan, she has not won a championship despite playing oh so many times.
Right.
She has not won one, and she's facing Alice Lee. If she's going to make a run, she has to defeat Alice today.
Right.
You can't be thinking, let me just make a draw and walk out of here. Expect to see that one be very contentious.
Yeah, and I was thinking, Alice, if she plays e4, will Tatev be true to her colors and hang with the French, or try some surprise? Again, for those of you joining us late, we're remorse to announce that Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, world-class streamer, has passed at a very, very young age. And again, our condolences to family. I'm looking at the game of Alice Lee and Tatev, and I was a little surprised by Alice's d4. She's ambidextrous. She can play any opening. And for me, Tatev, she's one of those King's Indian players. She enjoys mixing it up. It's a rumble-tumble, as we saw Carissa play it against Irina Krush. And I was a bit surprised that Tatev, needing a win with the black pieces, would play the Queen's Gambit decline.
But look at this. She's playing quite an unusual move.
Little wrinkle there,
Knight
D7.
What could be the benefit of this move?
The only thing I can imagine is that she's looking at D takes, maybe trying to play B5 and or knight B6 to hang on to the pawn on C4. Maybe she's trying to provoke white to play the move E2, E3. Not quite sure about this wrinkle. Let me just check that, by the way, and what this might be called in the opening. Queen's Gambit declined, and this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on the list of moves. Knight F6, by far the big preference. Bishop E7, Bishop B4. Knight D7, a rarely played opening. And by the way, after the move Knight D7, I'm just curious to know what White's favorite move response is. Knight C3 makes sense. G3. C takes D5, Knight D2.
All logical.
All
moves.
logical.
But I got to say, this move has frozen Alice in her tracks. This is not something she could possibly have prepared for. Suspected would land on the board, the 8th most popular move in the position.
Right.
Putting a knight on D7. It's not only what you would consider maybe a dubious move order, but that your opponent played this in such a critical game and prepared it especially for you or for someone.
Right.
Maybe she didn't know that Alice would play like this. But knight D7 on the board, a typical King's Indian player is now in the sort of remote corners of the Queen's Gambit
Decline,
with
yeah.
this move. Queen's Gambit declined with this move. This is a big moment in this championships right now.
It would be unusual, strange, if Alice thought for 10 minutes, played Knight C3 and Knight F6, and they immediately transpose into the most common lines of the Queen's Gambit declined after the move Knight C3. Katja, where would you like to take us?
So let's stay with the women's section and take a look at Anna Sargsyan against Atusa Purkashian.
I mean,
They only have-
competition is tough. Let's face it. Atusa is the target. She won her first game, and she's been in a spin cycle, and a very bad one at that. So Anna said, look, I've got 4.5 points. I must win if I want to keep pace with Alice. And that's what her mindset has to be today on with the white pieces. inviting a Nimzo Indian, the Kiva Rubinstein variation with E2, E3. None of those F2, F3, Queen C2, A3, same-ish types of play, but simply E2, E3. I'm going to switch to the open section and check in on the games of our tournament leaders. Awonder Liang versus Wesley So. Check this one out. I mean, the players are playing fast. Okay, it's one of those Joko pianos with the bishop developing on E7.
Which I believe was called
C5.
the
Hungarian defense. Knight A5 and C5. Okay, that's a little, it almost begins to look like a Chigorin Rui Lopez when I see.
Knight on A3.
Yeah, the pawn on C5. Okay, A7.
And the pawn
A7.
already on A4 as well.
And bishop E6, just throwing that down as well.
I think, question asked and answered.
What's that?
Wesley So is trying to win this game.
Is he?
I don't think he's playing like this to just, calmly go into drawish lines.
Right.
This is interesting chess right here. This is a fascinating position.
Yep.
And I think you'll see Wesley try to outplay the youngster from this position. Not that he's better.
Or anything. No.
But this is a dynamic position with lots to play for. Nothing exchanged at all on the board just yet.
This variation, by the way, is called the Italian game, 2 knights, modern bishops opening. Yeah, right, bite me. What is all that? I just want to see how this knight A5, that's been played. In fact, 700 games have started from this exact position, C2, C3, the most popular move, bishop to D2. That's a much lesser played move, knight C6, knight A3, only 10 games, and there's only one other game in our books where we get to see A6 and check this out, bishop E6.
Bishop E6 shows up as a novelty.
Novelty, very natural looking move. Let's just take a look after the most obvious bishop takes, F takes, C2, C3, intimating, I don't know if it's a serious threat or not, but intimating that I might want to play queen B3 and knight G5 back to back. So I'm going to make a bad move just to see if it's a real threat. And I'm judging that it is. In case you play queen D7 and I go knight G5 and you go knight here, I'm feeling very, very distinctly uncomfortable after the moves A5 and knight B6 might land on the board. So right here, after the move C2, C3, we need a good move for black.
Well, queen D7 is... Oh, no, queen D7 you want to play knight C4 anyway.
Correct. Queen D7 simply invites knight C4.
And if I move the rook, and exchange has occurred.
On E6, so the players are now catching up to... And the move C2, C3 is intended to guard the D4 square, but much more saliently to open up a pathway for the queen to make a double attack. Always pawn hunting, aren't I?
You have no real choice. You have to play with queen D7 eventually. Even if you played H6, queen C8, let's say you play H6 now to stop the secondary threat. Queen D3 hits 2 pawns. And if here you play queen C8 or queen D7, knight C4 is coming anyway.
Correct.
Right?
As well as the clamp, right?
As well as the clamp. So you actually have to anticipate both threats.
Exactly. Knight A5 doesn't do it because that just invites B2, B4, and then eventually. So I'm thinking from Awonder's perspective, if he could make 2 moves, they would be wonderful moves. If he could just make 2 moves for free, this would be a dream from White's perspective to kind of clamp down on this B6 square, giving himself a real outpost in Black's camp. So Wesley has challenges. I want to pick up the game of Fabi, who, again, as Maurice said at the opening of the show, is on quite an undefeated streak. And he is playing, this was I really want to say the Tigran Petrosian endgame to the Queen's Gambit declined. I always loved including the move h6, bishop h4, before playing bishop f5. I don't know why the black players insist on playing bishop f5, because they do get into a position where this move comes with a threat. h5 is very, very serious, trying to kick the bishop away. If the pawn was on h6, then h4 loses the potency of that it has now. h4 on the board and h7, h6. The most famous win on the white side was Magnus Carlsen playing an absolutely superb game against Vladimir Kramnik, one of those really epic heavyweight matchups. And Magnus just showed his extraordinary technical skills. So we'll keep an eye on this.
This position doesn't look like there's anything that black should be happy about. I mean, black does have the two bishops.
Right.
That dark square bishop doesn't seem as though it's going to be something that terrifies white
right.
at any point soon. And the structural deficiencies seem so severe. I remember when this happened to me for the first time as a young player.
Right.
And I was like, okay, I'm never letting this happen again.
The argument that black is making, and let's make it for a moment, h7, h6, yeah? Let's say knight h3, intending knight f4, bishop to d6. So I'm kind of keeping your knight out of dodge. The argument that black is going to make is that you have two breaks in the position as white. b2, b4, followed by b5. It's a little bit awkward to achieve that when black is about to play a5 and he's got a dark square bishop. Your second break is
the one in
based
the center, right?
on f3, followed by e4. So imagining that you get to play f3, e4, black takes it once, black gets to play, for argument's sake, once again, the move f5. How effective is the break? So what Magnus did, which was just really awesome, and it was a completely different approach, is he actually brought his knight back to e2, brought his knight to f4, and harassed this bishop, and made the squares f5 and h5 his own. In other words, he wasn't playing for the breaks that we like so much, b4, b5, e4. He took a very, very slow approach, and again, won a magnificent game. Katja.
Let's go to the game of Levon Aronian and Sam Shankland, because Levon is signaling with his g4 move that he's also trying to play for a win.
Whoa, okay, the Karissa attack. a7, a6, bishop e2 in a Najdorf, e7, e6, bishop e3, and it's intriguing to me that Levon waits for the move knight b8 to d7 before launching with the move g2, g4. It's sort of like, as he's saying, that I don't trust the move g4 if my opponent can play knight c6.
No, it's just that the knight has the square d7. The knight on f6 does have the square d7. When you play this Kivinian variation,
yep,
the carries attack natural, right?
Yeah, you want to play g5.
If you go back actually to the moment when back one more move. In this position, the move e6.
Yep. G4.
It's the old line
school, yeah.
that people stopped playing basically because this g4 thing became annoying as ever thanks to Paul Carey's.
Yeah.
So g4 does, but the one thing you do know is that your knight on f6 can go to d7.
Yep.
So if you hit my knight, it will go back to d7.
Right.
Now, if you look at this sort of hybrid-ish type position in the game,
I just want to say this was my game. I was white against Victor Korchnoi in Las Palmas, where I got the Karissa attack in a very peculiar manner. I ended up playing h4 and f4, and the half-open g-file got me some initiative. But you were saying in the current position...
Right, the move order in the Najdorf setup with a6, you see the bishops going out. The knight on f6 doesn't have a home
right
anywhere except g8 if it's chased.
That's terrible.
You're not going to put your knight on g8. So g5 is a fundamental problem in the position,
right?
Which is why you see the move h6 get played to slow this down. Very sharp line by Levon, and he has not been playing like too crazy a chess in this tournament. He's not only
he's
one
been
win,
super solid.
and he's been solid. He's been playing almost forced drawing lines. So it's good to see him decide, enough is enough. It's time for me to start winning some games.
And the lifetime between these two players, Levon Aronian, 2 wins, 0 losses, and 2 draws against Sam Shankland.
That's a remarkable small number of games. I genuinely would have expected them in the U.S. Championships that they've played. When I think about so many events here in St. Louis, I was sure their paths had crossed before. If you don't mind, I'm this specific position, Levon versus Sam, for just a moment. I understand the Kara's attack very, very well, but the bishop on e2 usually is on f1.
Yep.
There's a rook on g1, there's a pawn on h4, and white is playing for g4, g5. With the tempo lost by bishop e2, are you playing for g5 anymore? What is exactly white's goal from this position? So, in other words, if the bishop was still on f1, it crosses your mind that you could play h3 and bishop g2 and play a completely different style f4, f5, right? With the bishop on e2 already committed there, and I suspect that black's knight c5 is going to get you to play f2, f3, I really ask myself, why, what is it that I'm playing for as white? What's my goal? What am I trying to achieve having put my pawn on g4?
Well, you can still accomplish those aims, as you mentioned, with the move f3.
Immediately or
No,
wait?
no, not immediately. I'm thinking about it after the move queen.
Here we go.
Okay, here, I was
This is
talking about
not.
queen d2.
This is not.
F4 is
Not your standard Keres, and I've got to ask you a very powerful question now. Now that you've played f4, which means you can't play f3 anymore, can I play for bishop b7, b4, and everything attacks
But
e4?
what if I start as white with bishop f3?
Okay, bishop f3.
I don't think that allows you to play bishop b7.
and Sam responding with b5 instantly.
Yeah,
Sam
no,
does
b5.
not do this
So if I go e5
if he's not
here,
prepared.
Yeah, and so we're gonna take. Now, don't forget the g4 pawn is hanging, so you're gonna have to play queen takes, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna take. You're gonna have to
Knight
play
c6.
knight c6. No choice. Queen c7.
Now I take on e5 with knight.
And then I've got a very nice open Spanish. I've sold my backward pawn on the d file, and I have the open c file.
Okay, then I take with the pawn.
That's more dangerous, yes. You take with the pawn, and I have to still play very Sicilian style, rook c8, so I can take. If you just trade everything off on f6 and c6 and take on g7,
Just fine for
just fine for black. So big moment here, and the move at g4 and f4, very ambitious, as Sam Shankland, well known openings expert. I'm thinking he might, sorry, I want to take that move back. I'm thinking that Levon should play for f5. The idea on this one is to go knight to c6 and knight to b4. Double-edged stuff. If you don't mind, I'm just going to check the theory base because we're already in novelty area. f4, b5, only 9 games. Check it out. g5 is played in the overwhelming number of the games that get here. H takes g5, f takes g5, and what is that? Knight?
Rook h3, the main move here.
Yeah, sorry. It's not knight g8, it's rook h3. Okay, that's a little crazy. We could be in for quite the Donnybrook in this one. Bishop f2 is the main move, And after the move, bishop f2, knight g8 featured once, but check this out. Whoop. As the Dutch would say, verrassing. G takes f6. Nobody's touching the rook. And the rook comes all the way back to h3. That's hilarious. If your rook was to hang out on c5 for just a moment, that would be a very funny looking position.
By the way, just to kind of illustrate, if you do take the rook, I take this really important pawn in the center. Pawn. This knight is just tremendous. The bishop is coming to b7. This is hanging. Maybe the queen is going to go there. I can always also take here. This is just wonderful position for black.
There's just one thing, as you were saying that, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I think black is doing well. There is this, let's say, awkward move. Yeah, tricky move, right? So if you take, check, king takes. Now you think if I have to take with the king, you like your compensation. I do have this weird line where I castle, queen g5, bishop g4. I don't know what's going on.
This seems risky.
For everybody.
Yeah.
For everybody. It's just a weird line. Well, we're having fun with this one. Maurice, educate us on the position.
Well, some fun ideas. And the bishop on e2 turns out to be a very important piece in one of these lines after this move b5, g5, hg5, fg5. And if you play the move b4. In this
b4.
B4 looks very natural.
Right.
Chase this piece, that pawn's hanging. You take on this square, you take here, and now?
Knight takes e6.
Knight takes e6.
Bishop h5 check.
And bishop h5 will be not just check, but mate, game over, right? So this line is very important, but here goes another line, takes, knight's hanging. You don't want to just move it back. No. The move rook h3.
We've just looked at it, right? It's amazing
Are you
stuff.
looking at this stuff?
Yeah, it's great.
Now rook h3, this line, white has to play bishop back to f2 of all squares. And now we have to.
No, we rip on c3.
Oh, you want to sack?
Yeah.
You're greedy.
No,
sorry. You have to take here.
And we were looking at rook h3.
Or rook c5.
Or rook c5. And we were having a little fun with both.
Well, both are going to get hit by knight e6.
Oh.
Rook h3, knight e6 is the problem. Both moves are going to get hit.
Sorry, so rook h3.
So you have to put the rook over on h3.
And after you capture on e6, I go queen takes f6.
No, queen a5 check. Give me the piece.
Queen a5 check is playable until you see c3.
I take the knight.
Nice line. Take.
And
take.
Oh, I was trying to run away. Yeah, go ahead.
You have to take. And now take.
Whoop.
And your position is collapsing.
Queen takes e6.
Wait a minute.
It's falling apart.
Boris Gelfand, has taught me that, you don't resign in these crazy night arts where I'm a piece
Bishop c3 check can be met by king f1.
Chill.
Calmly.
Okay.
And you still have the same problem. This capture, these two bishops are waiting to pounce, depending on where you go.
This is hilarious.
And the rook's coming to d1. The attack on this king is ferocious. It is virtually over.
Really? Amazing. Amazing.
Black's pieces are still asleep. It's one of those Sicilians.
Yeah.
So you are in big trouble in this line.
Crazy.
Yeah, right here. This knight e6 capture keeps justifying the bishop on e2. It looked weird, but now we're seeing that the bishop on e2 is quite valid. What I'm trying to understand, though, is what's Sam's preparation? Because Sam just went straight for this line, and Levon hasn't moved as yet after b5 is on the board. So he knows he might smell a rat. Like, what is Sam planning? Because the move g5 is quite pressing. The engine is giving white a magnificent advantage after g5. It's not even close.
Wow.
It's not even close. It's just you're busted.
Wow.
It's over 1. It's +1 after g5. But Sam played b5 like, yep,
I know what I'm doing.
So you see Levon going,
I don't know. So,
will he or won't he play the move g5 right here, right now?
So we have been looking at rook h3, bishop f2, Rook takes c3, takes this knight.
But I want to look at rook h3 back.
Yes.
You take on e6, and I just want to take on f6 with my queen.
Knight takes e6, queen takes f6, check on c7.
King d8.
And let's see, should I take the rook?
Yes.
Yes.
Take on b2.
So what have we got? We're down a rook for what? And g5. After some hesitation, Levon is saying, Sam,
You know, now
are we on the same notebook?
now that you mention it, I feel like actually the white king is pretty safe with those bishops. So I'm
After
rook down,
castles?
but
No, queen d4 is.
And he's
also-
playing, look at Sam go. He's playing rook h3. Like, this is all part of this home prep. And Levon saying, yeah, I know something about this line as well.
but
So-
Sam has to be bluffing, right? It's
I
you think he
can't wait to
prepared
see what
this?
he has. This is fascinating.
Bluffing. There's no
cannot-
bluffing
Sam
in
doesn't
chess.
bluff.
I mean, you know, like
Sam doesn't
poker,
bluff.
I get it, but you can see the pieces, right? Bishop h, rook
Remember-
h3.
what was it? How many days ago, Levon against Hans Niemann, when they were just blitzing out
Oh,
moves.
yeah,
None
from
of
the
them
other-
wanted to stop, pretending like, yeah, this is my prep.
Right.
I'm sorry, rook h3
They work
is
back-
prep.
Yes, of course it is.
It has to be prep. You don't sit here going, yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just going to whip out these moves here. I'm going to
Rook
rook on h3, see what happens next.
Exactly.
Rook h3 has got to be prep.
And again, Maurice, the line is very forcing, right? Bishop f2.
Bishop f2, there is the move knight back to g8 here.
Played once, according to my database, and I hate that move.
And the move g6 is the reply to that.
Knight e5.
There might be something in this line that Sam has cooked up. There,
Hard to believe.
it's
Hard to believe. I mean,
no, but Sam's got something. There's no way. There's no way. I trust Sam. He has this position. He prepared this position. There is no way he's fully bluffing by playing moves that are just bad for him. By walking into a position that's bad for him. No way, no how.
I think
We see Bishop f2. Let's see how fast he plays his next move.
I think we need to mint a new coin, a $2 coin that says, "In Sam we trust."
And there we go. Knight,
Knight
g8, like I said.
Okay.
Knight g8. It's not
Because
supposed
rook takes c3 was coming up empty-handed, short-handed, I should say. Knight g8.
He had all this prepared. There's
Okay.
no doubt. He's in his preparation. This is going to slow Levon down right now.
I suspect g6, knight e5, but I think Sam wants to recapture with the king, not with the knight. Leave the knight in the center, play knight g8, and as Katya, you've said a number of times, castle by hand. Go knight f6, put the king back on g8, and you say, it's all normal. This is how we castle.
I mean, I really like that knight in the center. Like this knight is really
I do too.
beautiful.
Five.
But other than that, like whenever this rook gets to the
But
f
knight will be on f6, nicely guarding. What's the computer's assessment, engines, after knight e5, takes on f7, takes with the king,
Take with the king.
take with the king.
The king is definitely much worse.
And the judgment is
The judgment after knight f3 is that you're down bigly.
bigly. So,
Your one good piece that you're
That
so
was-
proud of
yeah.
is about to leave the board. And so this position,
So I have to take with the knight?
you have to take with the knight.
So Levon made a move, by the way. So what
Is
did he
g6
play?
on the board?
Yes, it is.
G6.
Levon is just trusting his prep. And Sam,
Who has gained 2.5 minutes on his clock thanks to the speed of his moves.
what is going on?
I don't know. Queen
And now,
f6.
that was the second
Finally.
move, and I was trying to track
Finally.
down what Sam was thinking about.
Very intelligent.
But Queen f6, by the way, is the secondary move as opposed to knight e5.
Okay.
And so I didn't have a chance to really go deep into
of
this move.
course.
But Queen f6 was the secondary move.
And the
so when the
novelty.
capture happens here, then you take back on f7 with the queen. and there's no challenge to your knight. Now, this line, it still says white's better.
Sure.
But there is no question, as we said, Sam prepped all of this. He's saying white's not really as much better as you think. These guys have much better engines than we do here, or at least in this one. And so he's walked into preparation, as far as Sam's concerned, he's perfectly fine. As much as our engine's saying he's worse, after Queen F6, Sam must know, he was not bluffing. And Queen F6 is a novelty, we are being told. He prepped all this.
Yeah, of course he did. Now the question is, after captures on F7,
Yeah.
give us the engine's leading moves for both sides.
Two top moves, Bishop G3, Rook F1 is the other one.
Right? Rook F1 looks very sensible.
Yeah, sensible though, but when board comes on fire immediately, like you go for it. And then I'm just going to give you the leading line.
Bishop G4.
Bishop
right?
G4. We're going to bring our rook back to H6 to guard that pawn.
So Bishop E3 with a tempo against the queen. Oh, you got rook. No, rook F6.
Bishop where?
I was going to go Bishop E3, hitting the rook as well as the queen, but you do have rook F6 in response.
Be a little careful, and you're already actually losing.
Yeah,
rook F6 rook takes, knight takes, guards this pawn.
Yeah.
So Bishop G4, rook H6, and now the engine starts to say, well, this is not so clear anymore. And in fact, even with the top moves I just played, it starts to evaluate this position as not as good as all that. Rook F1, B4. And yeah, no, it's interesting.
Bishop G4.
Because the further you go, the more this engine starts to evaluate this as not as good. You start to see the effect of engine analysis on modern opening theory. First of all, you could evaluate your position as better to your eyes. Grandmasters will look at it and say, this looks good. I'm going to play it into this line. You can't do that anymore. You just can't. An engine will continue to look at something, you leave it on overnight, and it'll come back and say, nope, this, and this. And this is what's happening here. They're in a completely insane position. Is there a pawn structure to speak of? That what is this position?
No, it's all tactics. Open position.
And from this position here, the engine's now, the longer you leave it on, it's starting to drop the evaluation for white. It's not as good as it was. And now it's deciding that the best move in this position is knight A4 immediately.
No Bishop G4.
No sharp lines. Knight comes out to F6. And it's very interesting. The more you leave it, you see this bar is doing some funny things. The more you leave it, the more it goes down. We can try to understand and comprehend as strong players, but you can best believe that is not what Sam did with this position. He is following the deep analysis that the engine, whatever engines that he uses, they got cloud engines now, they got everything.
And that's the thing, and look at the clock, 1 hour, 32 minutes. So Sam is confident that he's prepared.
100%.
This is in his book. Now Levon has to start thinking and making moves like knight A4, moving the knight away from the center and just calculating all these variations when you know your opponent is prepared. Even mentally, that is difficult.
And Levon went straight for this, trying to get an advantage, trying to potentially win this game. Look at his clock time. He's at 1:07. With Sam having more time, did Sam finally actually get up from the board? It looks like Sam decided to take a bit of a stroll after dropping Queen F6 on Levon. And Levon is saying, oh, why did I go into this line today? Not working out well for him as the more, and I've just left this frozen for a while, let the engine calculate more and more and more. The advantage used to be up 0.8. It is now down to 0.35. And I'm not sure even that's accurate.
Yeah.
Because it's just trying to work out moves from this position here and saying, this is not so easy. And like we said, in Sam we trust.
Yeah.
This guy does not just play openings. If anything, not the openings. Sam prepares his openings airtight. And this one looks like deep preparation that has caught Levon unawares.
I remember this is more than 20 years ago. I would ask Vishianand, how he prepared. And he was a big fan of the Fritz chess engine. So he'd say to me, well, I have an idea in the opening. And what I do is I give it to Fritz, then I go work out. And I come back like 10 hours later. And then it would have given me, and he never trusted the first hour of analysis, but he wanted to literally give it overnight and now with the cloud, well, it's just even so much more. But this idea that the chess engines change their minds the deeper they go into the position. Again, I'm just going to make a quick gander at the game between Awonder, Liang, and Wesley. So when we left it, we had traded on e6. We spoke about that queen b3 and knight g5 business as something that Awonder could go for. h7, h6, stopping the knight to g5. And instead of queen b3, a different track, Awonder said, you know what? I am going to play for the move d4, and that's the current position. I think it's a rather balanced game. I want to go also very quickly to the game of Fabi for just a moment, checking in on our two tournament leaders. Remember, we were talking about h6 and or h5 for black. Knight d7, Ray said, go ahead, bump my bishop around. You know what? I'm just going to put my bishop on e6. I'm going to put my pawn on f5. I'm going to put my knight on f6, and I'm going to stop the break e4. What do you got? Bishop to d3, f5, knight e2 on the board. I'm expecting
Knight f6.
Knight f6, followed by bishop d6. And again, a very, very solid setup. The only thing I can imagine is knight g3 might be disturbing sometimes.
But after knight g3, can I try for f4?
Yep.
Like say, I'm going to give you the pawn, so let's take a look. You go knight g3.
Yep.
And I'll push the... okay, it's black's turn. So
Rook g8.
Rook g8. Okay. Knight g3.
Yep.
Now f4.
Yep.
I'm targeting the knight. I want to take here. There's
no
this
choice.
g-file. No choice.
Got to take.
And suddenly what happened? Suddenly this pawn is quite weak. And remember, I am the only one who has a dark square bishop.
Right.
Plus this pawn can be...
Attacked with either
maybe
bishop
even
to
immediately this
bishop
way or
h6.
that way.
Yeah. These are ideas. And I see that Fabi is deep in thought, which is very, very unusual this early in the opening because he's such a great opening expert. So Ray's setup is a little bit more of a challenge for Fabi than maybe he bargained for in this game. So at the moment, our tournament leaders are struggling in the opening. Let's go and see how Alice has fared. I'm switching over to the ladies section now. I'm looking at the game between Anna and Atusa. Again, this was that Nimzo-Indian Rubinstein variation. Take, A3, take. And this is typical. And Maurice, I'm going to pause and throw it over to you as you've got Alice and Tatev on your big board.
Yes, we saw this unusual move, knight to d7 played. And Alice played one of the moves, g3, in this position. She could, of course, play knight c3. And she went for a very aggressive line. She said, I don't believe that this is going to change much. And look at Tatev, by the way, with the move rook to b8. Decide, I'm not going to go into conventional waters, and you're going to see her do more of that in this game. a6, a5. Now bishop to d6. And knight bd2 going after the pawn. b5 takes en passant. Be given an exclamation mark, but not because it's that special a move. And now knight takes on b6, although...
Justifying.
Yeah, if you take like this, of course, you're going to see knight c4 land on the board. So knight takes b6, castles, and now knight e7. She continues to play in this sort of offbeat, unconventional way instead of putting her knight on f6, where soon might be hit by the move e4, e5. She puts the knight here. Now, the most natural move is just to play queen c2, go pick your pawn back up. Here, we see that the material is about to be even. There's nothing you can do about this pawn. So let's just follow a natural line, takes, and you can take back here and takes. And we get this position. Does c5 get achieved? Here, it would be the main question in this position. And it actually, black can play very aggressively with the move rook to b5. looking to play c5 on the very next move, almost no matter what you do.
What a move.
It's a really remarkable.
It's not a rover, it's just you're supporting c5.
It's just supporting c5, and that's
hilarious.
A fantastic idea.
What a concept.
And it's actually fine for black.
Remarkable.
Beautiful.
I want to just
idea.
pause because the game that I had just briefly mentioned was the game between Anna Sargsyan and Atusa. And after a3, bishop back to d6, the most conventional moves in these positions are moves like queen d3. And oftentimes, crazily enough, you're actually looking to create a battery on the b1, h7 diagonal, especially when the knight is on f3, I want to say. Another very conventional approach would be to play the move bishop to g5, playing for d5. The one thing you don't do...
The unconventional approach is to castle.
Leave your bishop unprotected. Jeremy Silman, big shout out to him. Silman's rules of recognition, and he would say, what piece is undefended, and can I attack it? Well, Anna said, let me castle. And there are two ways of attacking the bishop, with queen c7 directly, or the move Atusa, whoops.
And this is the third time that Anna Sargsyan loses a pawn in the opening. She lost against Carissa, then against Nazi Paikidze, and now, and look at her clock, she has 1 hour, 23 minutes. She's playing really fast, but she missed this tactics.
Oops. It's understandable you could miss this one. The queen c7, and because Atusa actually put her bishop on d6, saying you can't castle because of bishop take. If you played h3, I get it. If you played bishop a2, I get it. No.
You know,
blunder.
one thing, Yasser, maybe Anna Sargsyan was looking at this bishop take h2, but with the idea of a Greek gift sacrifice.
Right.
Right? You take, everybody knows this, or everybody should know this sacrifice. You go here, here, and queen goes here, and trying to give a checkmate. But right now, white has this really strong move. Bishop f4, and it's totally fine. Guarding that square, and maybe even dropping the bishop to this. G3 square,
and a
solid.
discounted bishop takes h2
You
is a
cannot
possibility.
do the Greek gift sacrifice.
Because
but
she saw this.
you can do just grabbing a pawn, because loose pieces get lost.
Right. Oh, there's another one.
Which is this one.
Yep.
And we have moves in the game.
Bishop h. Oops, let me refresh my board. And we do have king takes h2. And Anna's just wondering, she started with 3.5 out of 4. She was running away with the tournament. And then back-to-back losses. Woof, 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 woof. And she's been having a tumultuous U.S. championship event.
And Anna Sargsyan is trying to prove, like, you know what? Yes, I'm pawned down, but I have compensation. Look at my pieces. My rook is on the file. My knights are developed. The bishop is out. A lot of good things going for white.
Yeah, but you're pawned down.
Right, but I do have this activity of my pieces.
Yay.
Not enough for you, Yasser.
Well, you had the activity of the pieces without being a pawn down. If you had played queen d3, everything you said, good bishop, great rook, your rooks would come to the center. Quite a failing. And by the way, she's played very, very quickly. I wanted to go to the game of Alice Lee, and I'm going to throw it back to you on this one, Maurice.
Yeah, Alice played a very interesting move here, which makes more sense than the natural queen c2, in order to gain a tempo. She played knight takes on c4 immediately.
Sweet.
That way now you play this move, check, and now we've seen the rook b5 line. Queen takes, and here's a very fascinating position because castles allows e4, and you can't get c5 in. Remember this point you're trying to make of c5? But unfortunately, there's e5 now. So she's gained a tempo with her capture on c4. Takes has been played, queen a4 check has been played. And the best move, not by too much, is this position. Can she play c5 immediately? Would be a question, but now already, because this rook maybe can go to d1, rook c5, there's some lines with check, If you block with the bishop, you're dropping this pawn. If you block with the queen, then we go straight for this endgame, which, again, you have to take with the king because you lose your pawn and the rook goes to d1. And there's real initiative in the position for white.
I don't like
So you can't really achieve the c5 break very easily, and it's the move you ought to be playing. Rook b5 on the board, queen c4.
It's on the board.
This is the position we have. What a fascinating moment in the game. Best is to castle, but e4 is coming. Also, it's possible in this position, I have to look at queen c4, is to play bishop to b7, trying to slow down e4. That's a fighting move. And now knight e1 is a move to challenge this so you can insist on your e4 idea. Black is operating without castles, with the king stuck, and with two weaknesses here. But is it enough? Because this one will be solved very soon. If Black can execute c5, that would be a big problem solved. And then Black is just trying, just tempo alone, to equalize this position, which she's super close in this line. If you find a move like knight to e1, maybe Black will get out of this without too much pain, as Alice nevertheless still looks absolutely cool, calm, and collected against her very experienced opponent.
And Katya, you were telling me that you felt Alice plays like a champion who belongs, even though this would be her first championship at 16 years young.
Right, I think she's maturing every year really big time. I mean, we see her, especially in the American Cup. She's playing for the title for the past 3 years.
Always in the finals against Arena and finally making a breakthrough after Arena was winning.
But then she plays on the Olympic team so well. She
Works
plays
with the Kasparov Chess Foundation.
Exactly. She plays a lot of tournaments against strong players. And she has this attitude, like you saw it after losing first game in this tournament. She's like, yeah, I lost. Let's move on. Like, I have to fight. And yesterday against Atusa, she was like, yeah, it's equal, but I have an idea. I'm going to fight this way. So she's a little bit, or maybe big time, emotionally distanced from it, which I think it's extremely helpful. And maybe it's also because of her age that she doesn't take these things so seriously. She knows she has so many U.S. championships ahead of her if she chooses to play them. Yeah. So she takes this like not a must-win tournament situation, but like I have a chance and let's go for it.
Every outing is a learning experience, to be sure. As we see this very young 16-year-old lady ahead of the chasing wolves. Maurice showed how many champions are gunning for her right now at this moment. Where would you like to guide us?
I want to look at the game between Levon, Aronian and Sam Shankland. I mean, that's an exciting opening.
Right.
And did Levon figure out the best way, or is Sam back in the game?
Well, they have been playing a la tempo, I will put it like that. After the move queen f6, there was no captures on f7. That move had riveted our attention. Rather, Levon played bishop to h5, which has a great sensibility to it. If we can get black to capture on g6, then bishop to g4 brings a nice tempo against the rook as well as the pawn. It happened. And look at, wow, Sam had prepared this exchange sacrifice. Whoa.
Incredible.
g5. And what Sam is trying to do is say, look, I've got a pawn and a great knight for the exchange, plus white has double pawns on c2 and c3.
What do you mean double pawns? White doesn't have any good pawns. There's all isolated pawns. You got the double pawns. Yeah, they're all isolated everywhere. Right. He has no structure. White just doesn't have a structure at all. And now trying to resolve this problem with the move a4, well, at least the a-pawns issue and get some tension there. But queen h6, the reply to that. And again, looking at the clock, Sam is at 1:30:24. Levon already under an hour. Sam is very much in his preparation. And now bishop to f1.
Not even bishop to g2. I was about to say a question I would ask for white. Where are you going to put your king? After the move a4, you're not putting your king on the queen side. So I thought bishop g2 and castle short was where the king was headed. Not so. Bishop f1, really a surprise move for me.
I think it's a surprise move for Sam as well, because look at his posture. I think this is the first time we've seen Sam, other than leaning on the table, kind of chilling and making moves, where he's like, bishop f1.
That's weird.
That is weird.
So I'm playing knight f6. Give me the pawn on e4. If you take on b5, which I assume that was what a4 was all about, we'll take on e4, inviting you to capture on a6. And now we start looking at possibilities of knight takes f2 and maybe attacking white's king.
You know, these knights in the center, they're guarding a lot of, or attacking, not guarding, attacking a lot of squares.
They are. No
Because I
queen
was thinking,
f3.
like, I want to give a check and then go, okay, I cannot go there. I cannot go there with my queen.
Right.
So it's like, okay, I give a check, but that
That's
looks
it.
like the end of the story.
Yeah, maybe king f7 and hide the king. This is a fascinating game.
This is crazy. Could I just throw in
Please.
a line here? You have to be a little bit careful in this position because you don't necessarily want to give up b5.
The whole queen side.
Have it collapse. This move and having this happen, there is the move queen e2.
Queen
and
e2.
it goes into chaotic lines of knight c3, queen e3, and this side has collapsed. And if you don't get great compensation over here, this side has collapsed and white has a strong pawn that used to be a weak pawn. So you have to be very careful in this line, even with bishop b7.
Maurice, if I continue with knight d5 here?
Knight d5 is playable, but again, the queen's
pretty
just going to move.
picture.
The queen's just going to move. And now these two pawns are together. c4 could happen at some point. But again, you are saying, I'm giving this up because I have more than enough.
Right.
And it's not clear that you have more than enough, right? It's just not, it looks nice, but do you have more than enough to say, yeah, I did it. I did all I needed to do as you watch this side collapse. So in fact, the simplest way to solve this problem is just to take this pawn.
Yeah,
Once that pawn's gone, you got nothing over here. You remain with your uglies, and what do you have? This knight's still coming back out later. Everything is going to happen the same way, but you don't get the asset of this. And black is now doing well. Rook a4, knight f6. This is what Sam banked on. But except now bishop f1 is on the board, and he did not see, I'm sure he didn't prepare bishop
He
f1.
expected. What did the computer think about bishop f1 as opposed to bishop
Second best move.
Bishop g2 was the best.
Which, of course, you'd say the second best move. Bishop g2 continue the best move. Bishop f1 is possible.
And if he had played bishop g2, the assessment was white is
still
better?
have to. White's still better. White's slightly better after this line. But again, it's an exchange and a pawn. This is Sicilian territory. This is kind of stuff you say, we just play this chess position.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You do it without thinking. Being down in exchange here, but this is liking white more and more in this line. So it's surprising bishop g2 wasn't played. It seems so natural. Now, you've prepared all this stuff. You got the position you wanted. Now the guy played a move you didn't suspect was going to happen. How do you reframe from memorizing, from just copying your files, to playing chess? That's a very important transition. We've seen it happen before. A player has everything worked out to a point, and then when you leave the player's book, they now have to play the game. And it's not always an easy transition to make. As a matter of fact, Sam has been thinking about 5 minutes on this last move.
By far his deepest think of the game, because
Without
he
question.
had more time on his clock than when he started before the move bishop f1 appeared.
But
Katja.
you know, one thing about this is, of course, this signals that bishop f1 is a surprise
Yes.
for Sam Shankland, but it also signals that it's not the best move in the position.
Exactly.
If Sam Shankland was analyzing this position. So it's like he knows it's not the best thing, so he's looking maybe how to punish white for playing something that's inaccurate.
Absolutely. That's my approach as well. I had my preparation, and when my opponent deviated earlier, it was like, okay, I don't know exactly why, but this is not a good move for you to play. I'll figure it out at the board. And Sam is trying to do that right now. Katja, where are we going?
Let's take a look at the game of Andy Woodward against Hans Niemann. Hans suffered a big loss yesterday with white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. And today he's playing this youngster, the 2025 US Junior Champion.
This particular line with Bishop b4, c5, and Queen a5 was really popularized by a Dutch grandmaster, Genna Sazanko, way back in the 80s and 90s. And the move a2, a4 was a surprise for me. Usually what Genna tried to do, was to capture, I'm going to go back, was to capture this knight. Takes, castles, and drop the knight in on the e4 square. Queen a5, castles, and now Genna would never let this knight escape. So here I was kind of expecting Andy to play the move knight e2, followed quickly by knight g3, and then ask,
what are these two
what are these pieces doing there? No, that didn't happen.
Pin, but the king disappeared.
Andy wanted to sacrifice a pawn with the move a2, a4. And after knight e5, Hans said, okay, I'm going to take it. Let me take this pawn. And so what Andy's trying to do, not saying he's going to achieve it, but what he's trying to do is trap Black's queen. How do you want to do it?
I mean, bishop d6.
Exactly.
I attack the rook, and once you move the rook, I can play a5.
Exactly.
And now last move I need to do, okay, I thought rook a3.
Queen b1.
I thought with this idea, but we are still not guarding
b2.
this square. Okay, so your queen b1.
With the idea of bishop b4.
Now we are trapping.
Now, Genna would tell you that these endings where you sacrifice the exchange, like please do me a solid favor, are very dangerous for the first player. Because that, even though you only got a rook and a single pawn, it's two connected pass pawns, and there is the idea of b4, b3.
And the bishop, the light square bishop, just doesn't have that many squares.
True.
Right? You're asking, like, you're going to go back? Well, then my pawns are going to march forward, and you're still going to face trouble.
Exactly. So let's see what took place. Okay, not bishop d6, not a5, but the immediate queen b1. Okay, still, is it clear to you how the queen is getting trapped? It's the whole bishop d6, bishop b4 stuff?
I'm also thinking about playing a5.
Right.
And then maybe rook c1.
And then you'll
just
have
saying,
bishop.
I may have discovered attack here.
Okay, makes sense. All of that tells me it might be time to just, there is no rook b8.
That's the thing. I love this bishop because it's guarding this square, so I can just capture on b7.
Very happily.
You cannot chase my queen away.
That's hilarious.
And you may still be facing some issues with maybe this queen not being totally safe.
That's hilarious. So let's try this one. If we play b5 in the current position, then bishop goes to b3. And once again, the threat of bishop b4 is so compelling, I'm dropping back with my queen, but this is not the endgame we were just talking about a moment ago. The pawn is on a6 and not on b5. So, okay, Andy, did he set a cunning trap for Hans Niemann? I see Hans is really at work. But by the way, are we overlooking the fact that d2 is available? Not against bishop b4.
But again, when the
Rook
queen is
c1.
here, I have rook a2.
Yes.
And another discovered attack.
Yes.
So I feel like that d2 square, you are wasting
It's
one
only
move. I waste.
temporary.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not like a safe square that you can rely on.
Gotcha. Fascinating game. Where else would you like to go?
So maybe one more game in this open section, Sevian against Dariusz Swiercz.
All right.
And then we go to the ladies section.
I just have to recall yesterday. I mean, Dariusz, he was so enthusiastic. He had won his first game in the U.S. Championship. Anastasiya had barely said, "Welcome to the show," and he just effused. He gushed.
The bishop takes it through.
He was gushing in delight. And
all the variations he was showing us that he saw, but such a deep calculation. And then on move one, he got surprised by Awonder making a blunder.
Yeah, and just to finish, Anastasiya told us at dinner last night that what you didn't see is that after the interview was over, he was so enthusiastic he didn't move for 20 minutes. He kept her as his captive audience, telling her about what he was trying to achieve. Grunfeld defense, we have not a position I'm really familiar with. At first blush, I would say this is a Grunfeld that I kind of like for white. Typical pawns, but with the knight already. This knight on b6 looks a little strange, I want to say. Knight on c6 would be doing more damage, but the knight on b6. Maurice, throwing it in your direction.
Well, we saw this position between Wesley So and Awonder Liang. And this position, we were talking about the move queen to b3 being a little bit delicate. After knight c4, we got this fork on the square. It turns out that in this position, bishop to d8 is a perfect solution to the knight's incursion on that square. It can then come out to c7. Then the rook comes into the game. Slowly but surely, even if rook b8 first and then bishop c7, black is perfectly fine here. Knight c2 was played instead, and rook c8. Now, we have a pawn structure. I mean, this is a real pawn structure in the center. All these pawns standing here, all of this, it's going to disappear in just a few moves. d4, give me that. d5, give me that, give me that, give me that. And now we've lost our pawn structure, and we're down to just one pawn sitting in the center of the board. Is it a good pawn or is it an isolated one is the question. And the move b4 now on the board, giving this bishop a question. Do you want to stay on this diagonal or do you want to shift over to this diagonal? This is where Wesley has stopped to take a look at the position. It just shows just how rich chess can be. All these processes of maybe I explode or maybe I play restrained chess. Well, Awonder decided, I'm just going to go for it. Let's just break open the position and play for this type of game. And it's basically an equal position. It doesn't seem like either side has a major disadvantage. But Wesley, I think he probably wanted more out of the position than this, but what can you get? What can you expect? You get the black pieces. He'll see what to do next. He did play the bishop to this diagonal, and Awander's just marched straight ahead. He's just pawn move after pawn move. Now playing the move b5, the engine disapproves of this as the most accurate move, but not by much.
Thank you, Maurice. And as we prepare for our break, we have some very, very sad news of a passing of a dear beloved friend of ours, and we'd like to pay tribute to Daniel Naroditsky. Kate.
We are deeply saddened by the unexpected passing of Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel was not only a friend of the St. Louis Chess Club, but a gifted player, educator, and beloved pillar of the chess community. His passion for the game and commitment to teaching inspired countless players around the world. He will be missed by all who knew him. We hold his family and loved ones close to heart during this difficult time. From Rex, Jeannie, and the St. Louis Chess Club Chess Campus.
Did you get a chance to see the renovated chess club?
It's absolutely incredible. I never thought we would be so quick, because I saw the building, let's say, before I went to Brazil, and I was thinking, oh, okay.
No chance.
No chance. And suddenly, 12 o'clock.
Voila.
Voila.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Like, the St. Louis Chess Club is in my opinion, the best chess club in the world. And now the fact that it's expanded, like all these renovations that were going on have completed, it looks amazing.
It really
Honestly,
does.
this entrance reminds me of, let's say, like one of the older times, like when we used to come downstairs. Like
That's right.
In 2021, 2022, maybe.
That's
Is
right.
this the same place? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, very good that you remember the stairwell, but they changed the rooms.
I've been at the club in 2019, like since like when I first arrived in the US, and then in 2020, after COVID, it all closed down. It's very nice to be back here. I mean, now there is more space,
Yes.
as I could see. Like the main entrance is a bit different.
Right.
I was very confused actually today in the morning when I was coming in. But yeah, I'm very excited to play in the new club because at the World Chess Hall of Fame, it was very nice, but also like the space was a little bit limited. Here, it's so much space.
Only your great video tour.
Oh, right.
Very enthusiastic. I only saw the basement because I did an interview with Sagar. I commentated as soon as I arrived, Vishy started winning. So Vishy should have had me as his training partner.
Clearly.
And I think he would have won the match.
Clearly.
So I suppose next match, I'll be on speed dial.
Yeah, a little bit. From what I saw, it's become like 3 times bigger, right? Yeah, the club is just so beautiful now, so wonderful, lots of chess. So you can have like 4 tournaments here all
Exactly.
at the same time.
So I came in yesterday a little bit early, so I decided why not check it out. It's definitely a huge expansion.
Right.
The old room where we had 2 rooms is now 4 or 5 big rooms. There's also a
Right.
patio where I guess fans can watch the games. I think it's a great new time for St. Louis Club. I hope we do many good big events.
I actually had multiple chances to walk around because I couldn't even find the entrance. It was so big. I was walking back and forth. How do I get in? I know.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what it's like. I haven't checked it out yet, but I can't wait to see and play in it.
Not much of it, but the parts that I saw I really liked. And it took a long time, and from what I can see so far, it was worth the effort.
I'm looking forward. It's just, it's just too big to sort of see in like a matter of an hour or so.
Right.
So hopefully I will have a chance to see it all.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look around a bit. This is my first time in the downstairs in the studio area.
Here, yeah.
But it's beautiful. I mean, it's of course I remembered how it was, and it was always great. But it's just so expanded. I even like couldn't remember where we were playing the U.S. Championship, and I realized that it was like 2 extra rooms next to it. So yeah, I'm really happy that it's finished because it's been years waiting.
Yes.
But I think that they did a great job, and it's even better than before.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th Live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club, don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club golf tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go play yours at visitmo.com!
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops. Sorry, St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! There's my boy, look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Hello and welcome back to round 8 at the US Championships.
Definitely a somber mood has taken over our set as we mourn the loss of one Daniel Naroditsky, well beloved figure in the world of chess. But we have a guest in studio. We're going to send it your way, Anastasiya.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, indeed, I have Shannon Bailey once again, the curator of the Hall of Fame and the galleries here.
Yes.
Thank you for coming back, Shannon.
Thank you for having me back.
And also tell us a little bit about your role in the Hall of Fame and what's happening there right now.
Sure. So I'm the chief curator, and so basically I oversee all the creative programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries, mostly the exhibitions, and I help out with programming and other fun events to get people in and excited about chess.
Yes, it's really close to the place where we are sitting right now. It's just across of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Yes.
And I wonder which exhibitions are taking place at the moment. And I heard there is a new one.
Yes, so basically we have a chess campus here is what we refer to it, and we're so happy to have the club back open. And I'm sure you're seeing lots of beautiful images of the new space on the commentary. But yeah, we've got 3 shows open, which is great because if you've been following for the last several years, the club has been under renovation, and we've been having the tournaments over at the Hall of Fame, which was magical. We loved it. The players seem to really like it, but I know they love having their chess club back. So now we have 3 shows open. We've got chess variants. We have this literature show that you have right now called Reading Between the Lines, which is curated by Emily Allred, who's our other curator. This just opened up a couple weeks ago, and this with the variant show and Charles Hauska show, they're all open through April, so still plenty of time to come down and see. Emily's been working on this show for a few years. She was really inspired by all the references to chess in literature and poetry. There's beautiful artwork, there's exquisite chess sets, and there are really fun books. Some of them are very artistic, and some of them are just, you know, ones you would buy at Barnes & Noble that are kind of really fun reads, like The Eighth by Catherine Neville. That's something that, if you really like something like the Da Vinci Code or fantasy, you know, throughout history, there's a special chess set that's used to tell that whole story. You know, we've got Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland, Moby Dick.
All these books.
Yeah, T.S. Eliot. There's a really cute Wizard of Oz print there. So again, something for everybody. Another big thing that we have, and we talk about the Queen's Gambit.
Of course, I mean, I'm trying to also to read between the lines. Like, what can we read there?
Exactly. So we've got, you know, that Netflix series blew up during the pandemic.
It brought so much attention, right?
To chess, and to us, people were coming during the pandemic to visit St. Louis because of that show, and that is based off of the Walter Tevis book from the early 1980s. That, you know, is just an incredible read. If you haven't read the book, I'm one of those people that if I find out there's a TV show or movie that there's a book before it, I can't watch it until I read the book. I love reading.
Wow, that's a good
idea. And before I watched the series, I read the book. It's phenomenal. It's really, really well done. And there was a lot of really important chess people that were consultants on that to make it as accurate as possible. So yeah, if you're interested in, you know, hardcore chess, there's books for you. If you like a romance book that, you know, you just want a quick summer beach read, we've got those available in a nice little reading section. So it's a really delightful show.
Yeah, and it's a combination of chess and art, and how chess was presented in literature, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Great, great. I have to visit it. I'm sorry, I was so occupied with tournaments here.
Right now.
I know that also there will be a book signing soon in the Q Boutique and the Hall of Fame,
we're
right?
always trying to have some of the authors that are involved come over and give a book signing. Sometimes there's some of, you know, our grandmasters who have written books, or people that are writing more of a fiction book. But we try to promote.
Yes, and this time it will be Danny Wrench from Chess.com.
Yeah, there you go. Hardcore chess there, yeah.
So it's going to be also big for all chess fans. Speaking about also the exhibitions for the future, what we are going to expect next year.
We are working on a full building show, all 3 galleries about chess and sports. You know, we know that chess is a sport. We believe that. And we're going to kind of show correlations between some of the more kind of athletic, you know, moving your full body sports and chess, and the strategies between them, the coaching similarities, what athletes are big chess players, what other sports do chess players play. So we're really excited to present that.
It's very important for all chess players to stay fit. They always
Yes.
speak about it. I know that you made many interviews with different players about it.
Yeah.
Including Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, exactly. No, we're really, Fischer worked out a lot to prepare for the 72 championship. And then some of the players are using chess as a way to kind of combat head injuries from sports, to try to work on their memory and get their brain back in better shape.
Yeah, that's a different perspective. Thank you so much, Shannon. Thank you. I'm looking forward to cross the road and check the last exhibition. I invite all the other chess fans who are here in St. Louis to do the same thing. It's absolutely free, which is also great news for everyone. Thank you so much, and see you next time.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Shannon. For those of you just joining us, let's remind everybody of the pairings. Shall we start with the ladies?
Yes, we have some big games tomorrow. We have We have to start with Alice Lee. She is the leader of this event, and she's playing Tatev Abrahamyan, who is 1 point behind her. So Tatev will try to catch up to Alice. And then Anna Sargsyan against Atusa Purkashian. She's tied for the second, with on the first board Rose Atwell playing against Anna Zatonsky.
And big game, Jennifer, you, Nasi as well. Big games all over the place. Open pairings, please.
Here we have co-leaders Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. So as we can see, Fabiano Caruana is playing Ray Robson with white pieces. So he is going to try to push for another win. And on the last board, Awonder Liang is playing against Wesley So, who has the black pieces, which we know Wesley So tends to be very solid with black pieces. But today, it seems like he's ready for a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Maurice, drill down a little bit on our leaders.
Well, we definitely have some interesting facts about the tournament that we want to point out, because things are happening that don't happen that often. First of all, beginning with an unbeaten streak for the ages. Well, one that was for the ages was Sam Mishra, not being defeated once in 82 games at the championships. Gadakomsky follows with 51. That's a full 31 games short. Next, Alex Onischuk, Lubomir Kovalik, and one Fabiano Caruana, who has won 3 championships in a row, trying to become the first man since Bobby Fischer to win 4 in a row. Bobby did that twice, and Sam Reshevsky actually won 5 in a row. So you see Fabi trying to do something epic in nature. And also Wesley So, by the way, he's trying to build up his numbers, as he's got 34 and counting. Now, we have a Finish Strong award. The Finish Strong prize is $5,000 for each of the sections, or for both of the sections, if you will, awarded to players with the highest score in rounds 6 through 11. The prize is split in case of a tie. Only 2 rounds have passed so far, round 6 and 7, but some players are already making a run. You see Fabi and Wesley there. Sam Sevian and Sam Shankland are also doing quite well at 1.5. And in the women's section, it's not just 4 or even 5, it's 6 women at 1.5. You see, led by Alice Lee, who's atop the standings, and of course, the rest, Carissa Yip, Anna Zatonsky, and others. And is Alice going to be the next champion? Well, she's got to overcome 5 champions. By the way, these 5 have been 5 out of the 6 champions in the last 19 years.
Wow.
That's insane. Only Sabina Feuser is not on this list. She won in 2017. But these are the ladies who are chasing the youngster. She's only 16. Leave the teenager alone.
Amazing, amazing. We miss you, Sabina. The players are fighting hard, clearly, for the national championship titles, but also for very generous prize money.
Extremely generous prize fund. In the ladies section, the total prize fund of $152,000. First place earning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000. All players receive prize money with the 12th place $4,000, and there is a winner's bonus. If a player is clear first after 11 rounds, they get extra $5,000. So a lot of money is at stake.
And in the open prize fund?
Here the total prize fund is $250,000. First place earning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, and again all the way to the 12th place $6,000. And there is this winner's bonus, $7,000.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all of your generosity. I'm jumping into the game of Fabiano and Ray for just a moment. Again, it's the Stigrin Petrosian ending, and I have to say, I really like Black's position a lot. Despite the fact that his pawn structure on the king side has been compromised, he does have the two bishops, but more importantly, he's really shut down virtually completely White's idea of breaking with e3, e4. b2, b4 also isn't in the cards. a7, a5 whenever Black likes. But even worse, I see the move rook g5, followed by rook g8. And I'm just saying to White, you know what? I'm going to tie you up, defending the g2 pawn. The knight on f4 won't be able to move. And most likely, you'll be forced to play the move knight e2. Basically, bottom line for me, I think Ray is going to be satisfied with the outcome of this opening so far. And we do have
knight e2 is on the board.
Knight e2 on the board. I'd probably myself play the move a7, a5 with speed, just to make sure that b2, bishop takes b4 doesn't become a consideration. I'd also like to go to the game of Wesley So, because we've got some action going on there, and I'd like to just take it back a moment or two. We saw Maurice introduced b4, b5, a move that Awonder played, and the engine didn't really like this move. And why? And Wesley showed why. Bang, knight to e4, hitting that pawn on f2 with the bishop, and the knight just took up a very nice outpost. And after the move bishop e3, knight e7, the engines are telling us the game is really, really balanced, although we do see Awonder playing the move knight g4 as if he feels that he still has an advantage. The engine says, no, you don't. And whether you play the move rook f7 or rook f6.
What about queen d6?
And even queen d6. The one thing, I guess we just want to make sure that there's no bishop takes and knight takes in the position. Let's just have a quick, no, there is no bishop
Because I'm
takes.
still hitting that f2 square, right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. I don't have a chance to, I'm sorry, apologies. I'm having some issues answering my own question. Knight takes?
So queen takes f2.
King, where do we go? h1?
Well, h1 allows me to give a check on g3.
And I'm just, it's a little bit weird, right? The knight on g3, queen on f2.
Well, I can continue knight e f5.
A very good thing that we don't have rook a2. Yeah, I don't know. This is yeah, and you do have rook here.
Yes, I want to bring the rook to the
thing.
second rank.
Yeah, and if I have to play queen d2, I don't get the advantage I want. Okay, definitely a big game going on there. For Awonder, I think he feels a little upset with his result. He's sitting at -1. He was having really, really good positions. He played a poor game yesterday against Dariusz. Dariusz gave him a chance, perhaps, to save the game. And at the moment, Awonder Liang really needs to get on the scoreboard, and taking down a tournament leader is always a very nice way of doing that. Maurice, tossing it to you and Alice.
Yes, and this position is quite fascinating with our leader of the tournament, Alice Lee, playing against Tatev, Abrahamyan. And what's interesting here is a move that was just played. Well, after castles, knight g5, h6 to chase that knight away, and the knight really was just trying to maneuver to the e4 square. And now knight f5, and this move, rook to a4, defending this pawn laterally. She could have done it with rook d1, but she decided to use her rook on this square. And now Black has quite a cheeky move to play here, and that is the move bishop to d7. Don't touch this pawn, because now rook to b4 is already hitting the pawn on d4 twice, and the bishop is preparing to come to this diagonal. So White is actually worse already. Bishop to d7 is a fascinating move. I don't think we're going to see it. Rook d1 can now be played. And now what do you do with your rook? Rook b6 supposed to be the best move. Preparing, of course, this bishop b5 in case you decide to take on a6. And now the rook has to go all the way back to a1. So why did she put her rook on a4 in the first place?
To get chased back.
To just get chased back. So rook a4, not quite an accurate move to play. And that would be a problem if the move bishop to d7 were put on the board. It is also possible here to just play with e5, which is quite a natural move to break open the center. Sure. It's very hard to shut things down with the move d5 because we're back to this line again. And this pawn is starting to look a little bit suspect on this square with less things able to defend it, in fact. And so even here, for example, this rook move, remember this bishop move is coming quite quickly. Even a knight, let's say you put it on the wrong square, a knight showing up, hitting pawns.
Oops.
Black's getting way too much activity. Remember, bishop b5 is still coming. This is not what white wants. So rook a4, a little bit of a soft move in this position. Alice had better be careful because Tatev is quite the tactician. We'll see whether or not Tatev finds an aggressive move here. No Alice at the board at the moment as Tatev is clearly going into a deep think. You see her there. She's looking for something specific right here, right now to try to exploit this move, rook to a4.
I wanted the rook a4 is so creative. I wanted to achieve more than it did. And in fact, it looks like Alice just made the rook a target. Quick question for you, Maurice. In this current situation, could Tatev play the move rook d5 with the idea of bishop to d7 to b5? I'm tickling the pawn on d4. See, the engine doesn't like it, but I didn't see the refutation.
Just different moves. You can take on d6 and play e3. I guess that's possible.
So rook takes, and I forgot after e3, bishop d7. I wanted to play bishop b5, but you play rook takes a6, and that's like, oh man, sorry, that wasn't. I dropped the ball. Didn't work. Thank you for that one. So the current position, bishop d7, Tatev's balanced.
Yep.
50%. What else? Thank you, Maurice. What else is happening in the ladies
I am seeing
section?
a blunder in the game of Irina Krush and Talia Cervantes. So let's jump to that position.
Is white against Talia, and you're seeing a ball. Okay, this is one of my favorite Englishes with queen c2, a5. Let's have a quick gander at this one. I tell you, sometimes I see these old friends appearing on in the tournament hall, and I think back and I go, yeah, that was a good memory. I remember that one. And you said a blunder?
So the engine really does not like knight h4. And the bar really drops, as you can see on the screen.
Is it because of knight e4?
So knight e4, that's threatening that knight on h4, and the knight is attacking the queen on c3. So you have to take that knight.
Exactly. And then Talia will recapture the knight. And then the question is, why did I
be defending that?
Yeah, why did Irina, could it be a blind spot that she just thought that knight h4, she must have missed knight e4. She wasn't even, sometimes you can have those moments where you just forget that knight e4 comes with a gain of tempo.
And is it knight e4, like if I play d5 here?
Well then, like it or not, she's achieved whatever it is that she wanted. Yes, you can play d4.
d4 with the tempo.
Of course, you can achieve it, but what, take back?
Yeah, let's say h-pawn.
Okay, now the question is, 2 knights versus 2 bishops. I'm not sure. Should I be shutting things down? Should I be playing g5? I'm not sure. Let's just say Irina has achieved the 2 bishops, and isn't it wonderful? We don't know if it's wonderful or not. Are you going to play knight d7 and try to bring the knight to a...
Because I also want to play on the queen side with some a4, a3. But you're right, maybe I just block everything and I don't have a way to push through.
But no, d5, normally speaking, is a very attractive move when you have these open Sicilian-like situations, but I think it's knight e4 is an opportunity for Talia to really equalize or maybe just get a better position with
Because I'm just realizing the queen is actually stopping everything on the king side.
It's beautiful.
Because I'm like, okay, we are attacking this pawn, but
No
we
F3.
can defend that.
No.
Like queen d3. I know knight b4 is coming, but I still have queen b1. But the problem is the queen is just stopping any kind of push on the king side.
Right. If you play, for example, bishop f3, it's not like you can go g3 and h4 and get rid of the queen. The queen is kind of there to roost for a while. So a mistake by Irina, it looks like. I want to go to Nasi's game, if you don't mind. That's Jennifer Yu versus Nasi. These two ladies are in the mix for first, but they need a result against one another. E4, bishop c2. That's not a move I'm used to seeing in this position. I'm used to seeing white play for the moves c4 and d5. Hence, in these positions, I only focused basically exclusively on bishop e2, not bishop c2. Let's catch up with the players as white putting a great deal of pressure on the e4 pawn, but it has to be f3 related because this bishop on c1 is crying, right? So you definitely need to play the move f2, f3 in the very near future. So imagine it's white to move?
It's white to move because queen e7 is the last move for black.
Well, let's go. I feel that, I don't have much of a choice, that I have to play this move f3.
And I feel like I have to recapture because if I move back this knight d6, you can probably take and force my knight to go away anyway.
That would be a relief, yeah.
So, okay, you play f3.
I do.
Capture.
Okay, here, again, I have this natural killer's instinct. I can't help myself, I must go. E4, boom, let's go. So the idea is as obvious as it looks. I want to play e5. I want to go after black's king. Now, if you take on g2...
I take another pawn. I mean, once I went to this variation, I need to grab as many pawns as possible.
Exactly. You might win with a full tummy as well, right? You might as well go for it. So takes on g2. Gosh, I don't have a really good square for my rook, do I? If I play the move rook f4, I just feel like I'm getting in the way of the bishop. But okay, this is a two-pawn sacrifice. Maybe it's too courageous. Rook takes
But Jennifer is a courageous player.
Yes, she is. Maybe rook takes f3. Should she play bishop g4? I'll play knight f5. Jennifer wants to open the position as fast as she can with e3, e4.
So right now I can play knight d6.
Knight d6.
Can I do that? Because I really want to jump here. By the way, we have a move on the board, queen b5. That's a direction we were not looking at.
Surprise move by Jennifer. Queen to b5, just hitting the knight. But it doesn't solve what's going on down here on the c1 square.
But it asks a question. How are you going to defend your knight?
True that. It's a good question.
Because if you move away anywhere, d6, like I'm going to grab that pawn on c5. If you play bishop e6, you're blocking.
Well, it's...
Right? Like here, suddenly you are not really guarding this pawn.
Okay, so for me, because you're not addressing your fundamental issue, this bishop on c1, if you take twice on e4, there's a knight d6, and I'll take back, yeah? If you take on c5, well, maybe that's not what you want to do. Maybe after a move like bishop to d5, again, the bishop on c1 is stuck. And Nasi has 49 minutes. How is it that Jennifer has 49 minutes on the clock. I expect her to be down to 20 or 10 or 5.
Yes, sir. I'm just looking at this one more
Please.
time. Takes.
Yes?
You said knight d6.
Yes, I was forking.
I go queen b1.
Okay, you're hitting h7.
You have some kind of discovered attacks on the bishop, but I have a check here.
Right. Okay, so can we do, how would we exploit this one? So if we take,
I take back.
Take. We need to play bishop d5 as soon as we possibly can. Bishop, queen to g5. Oh, queen f3.
Queen f3. Now be careful.
Yeah, the
because after
desire.
this,
That's
there's e4 coming up.
That's exactly what I was playing for. No question about it. Did I do it wrong with queen g5? Should I have done something like, I don't know, queen d7?
But you are a pawn up, pawn down here as black.
Yeah, I was playing bishops of opposite color, but I was playing for the attack. Like, give me, you know what I mean? Give me bishop takes g2, and maybe I'm not a pawn down anymore. Maurice, queen b5. Oh, thank you. Address, if you don't mind, Nazi's issues.
Well, Nazi's issues are actually not that severe. It's Jennifer's issues that are going to become very severe in a moment, as queen b5 is a bad move, and Nazi is going about her business refuting it. She has played the move knight to d6.
Right.
And that is the best move on the board by a long way. And after queen takes, then just b6. Say, you got a pawn, but I'm going to lock up this position.
For the bishop on c1, yeah.
For this bishop, the bishop's going to end up on a6.
Yeah, that's pretty.
There's going to be a rook on c8.
That's pretty.
And all of black's pieces are going to be wonderful, and good luck trying to get your pieces into the game. So this position is extremely difficult. Queen b4 will be natural, and now bishop to a6, and it just gets worser and worser. What are you supposed to do? If you just move your rook away, you're never pushing this pawn.
But Maurice, let me bring the queen to the king side. So after b6, I want to go queen g5.
Okay, but again, your piece is over here. The engine's not afraid of. We play h6.
Queen h4.
Okay, queen h4. And now back to the business over here.
Rook d1.
Rook d1.
Rook c8.
Because you don't have any knight c4 jumps, I think that frees my
we're just
knight.
going to play chess. The engine gives a weird move here. The engine actually is trying to trap your queen with a weird move, queen f8, which I'm going to ignore for now. I mean, there's a g5 and bishop c8 trick, which is weird. But knight h5 bails you out of that. And then, but then the main theme is again going to be this move. So
I like the queen on e7. I like rook c8.
I'm going to ignore that as a move just because rook c8 is so much more natural.
Right.
And again, the point is, what are you doing about your position?
Okay, bishop d2. I keep developing.
Bishop here. And once again, your pieces are stuck. Simple moves, queen d7, bishop c4, queen e6. It's just control. It's just lockdown. It's a pawn, to be sure. Yasser,
I don't like this pawn. No, I'm not a fan.
Yasser says he doesn't like the pawn.
I'm not a fan. I don't like this.
Your pieces can't get out.
No.
You have the bishop, but it's a prisoner behind its own pawn chain.
Yeah.
And you could try to trade off the good pieces you have, like a knight h5. Black's happy to get rid of the pieces you have, but otherwise you can't get out. You just can't play c4.
Yeah.
And if you can't play c4, how does this bishop come alive? It's just a pawn sack for a bad piece. I'm very impressed by this move, knight to d6. Queen c5 was played. b6 is on the board. Nazi is showing very profound understanding by playing this way, not hesitating to sacrifice a pawn to have great pieces. Kudos to her, two-time champion, taking on another two-time champion by playing this pawn sacrifice.
I like it very much. I think it's an easy play for Nazi. By the way, the queen g5, h6, if you were going to play that whole suggestion of Maurice's, which was to go queen f8, you might as well do it with the bishop is already on c8. So for example, in this position...
So we are still looking at the game Jennifer you and Nazi Paikidze?
Exactly. Queen f8 in this moment, threatening g5. And the difference is that, well, maybe with the bishop on this diagonal, I'm threatening to play g5 and maybe knight takes c3.
For me, it feels like black is overly ambitious. Like, I have a pawn, I understand my bishop is locked, but okay, I have f3. I mean, I don't understand this position too much. I'm going to be completely honest. I feel like sometimes you have this advantage for the pawn, I get it, but how are you going to push for it when white is just going to try to wiggle the pieces to better squares?
Yeah, I love black's position, and I'm a pawn grabber, so we're definitely on opposite sides of this one. I like what Nasi has done so far, but besides, I wanted to go to the game of Anna Sargsyan, because she had blundered the pawn on h2, pardon me, against Atusa, and I was more than curious how the game would, okay, for those of you joining us late, we had this moment where very standard moves include bishop a2 and queen d3 at this exact moment. But Anna's tactical judgment failed her for that split second. She castled, forgetting that the bishop on c4 is en prise. She may have discounted this bishop sacrifice based on the idea that the move knight g4 is a complete fail because white has the defense bishop f4 when needed. But no, it's a misdirection. We're picking the piece back up and having a pawn in the pocket. Atusa won a pawn, and we're catching up with the players. Rook h1 and king g1, trying to make a virtue.
So we still feel that white has compensation for the pawn because white's pieces are pretty active. And now the rook on the h-file is pretty also interesting, with our queen having some potential to go there, target that square, and then we need to just get rid of this knight. So there are some tactical chances for white as well, but I'm a little surprised that after b4, we have a few more moves.
I'm not.
Or you just don't like b4?
Well, I don't like white's position at all. I'm not sure I like b4, but I definitely don't like the b5. Why do I need b5? We played b6 with purpose, right? Put our bishop on the diagonal.
I think there is a tactical trick. No, I start with a quiet move, bishop d6. I will target your rook.
Okay.
And now I play b5.
And then the difference
And I want to trap your queen with bishop b4.
Gotcha. So after bishop to b7, bishop to d6, I might have to sacrifice an exchange in this moment by playing, for example, bishop to c6 and let you take the exchange. That was why Atusa played b5. It wasn't intuitive to me why she played b6 and then b5, catching up with the players.
But this move, bishop g6, first of all, the engine does not like it at all.
Which move, I'm sorry?
The last one, bishop g5 for white.
Bishop g5, sorry, yeah. The engine is against this move, yeah.
Right, but I'm also thinking the bishop is already developed. I thought we want to do something about our queen.
Yeah.
So queen,
where is
this pawn is hanging, right? So queen b3 defending it. But Maurice has some updates for us, so we will come back to this game later. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Yeah. Well, just looking at our leaders in this tournament, in the Open, we see that Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So sitting atop the leaderboard. They would like to extend that lead if possible. We saw 5 contentious games yesterday. They won, they themselves, 2 of those. And now we have a situation where we can see on the big board a lot of games going on, but some critical ones that have nothing to do with the leaders. We'll try to update as much as we can. But take a look at this position. This game was Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson. Fabiano got to break up the team, the structure early in the game, but Ray is doing a great job of holding the position together and not giving Fabi any entry points. Just not easy for white to do anything. The knight has to sit on f4. Matter of fact, we saw the move rook ag8, rook ag1, and now rook h8. And black is essentially saying, let's see what your worst looks like, because how are you making any progress here? You got your pieces on max squares. how do you put, this pawn is not going to go to b4. That's already out. e4 looks well nigh impossible with all that control. How do you do anything? This bishop is extremely strong, preventing anything from happening that's completely wild. It looks as though black is perfectly fine here, and a draw would be the best white could even bother to think about because there's just no easy pawn breaks to make. g4 also not in the cards. So it looks as though this is one that is not going to have a positive result for Caruana, and he probably likely will just try to settle things down and take a draw. The other game of importance, the one with another leader in Wesley So, Awonder Liang with the white pieces. They broke open the center early in this game after having massive pawns in the middle of the board. But now it's settled down into a more or less equal position, very stable. This pawn holding black's position together. If white could get some kind of purchase on this pawn, it would be nice, but it's not seeming to happen. And only a blunder would mar this game to really give either side a big advantage. So the leaders seem to be settling into draws. A very big game is someone who is close to the lead, and that is Levon Aronian. You take a look here. This opening was wild. We saw Sam blitz out opening moves, and after g5, a4, he was still flying along into this extremely complex Najdorf Sicilian. A bishop was hit, and Levon played this weird move, bishop to f1. We were expecting bishop to g2. It seems as though Sam was expecting bishop to g2 as well. His best move was to kill this pawn on a4. Get rid of it, clean up the trash. You don't want this pawn going anywhere, so just get rid of it. He decided to play actively with knight f6. Takes again, and then he played this move, allowing queen c1. And now he's been thinking for quite some time on this position. He's in trouble. This pawn should not have survived. Now it's a problem.
And let's take a look where these players are in the standings. Levon Aronian tied for the third place, 1 point behind the leaders Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, and Sam Shankland with 3.5 points. So Sam was risking because he has some points to catch up with the leaders.
Absolutely, 1.5 behind, and both of Levon as well as Sam Shankland looking for a result in this game as the players get ready for the closing sprint of the last 3 rounds and doing their best. I also wanted to jump in on the ladies' side between Rose Atwell and Anna Zatansky.
Yes, sir, if I can just pause for a little bit. You know, I'm looking at all the games in the ladies section.
Yep.
Black is better in every single game. That's not a very common occurrence. We see white pieces winning quite often, but in the ladies section, actually, the blacks are fighting back.
The advantages all stay with. I know that was true of the game Anna versus Atusa. I really liked what Nasi had done with her pawn sacrifice against Jennifer Yu. I didn't realize that this particular game that I was drawing up, Rose Atwell was better for Anna. I thought that
this
Anna had
actually
equalized.
now says, now it says equal. You're right. This is the only game where, I mean, it's like 1%, maybe like 51-49 better for black.
Wow.
But it's more equal.
To go back for just a moment and pick up on the game between Rose and Anna. Anna had just played the move rook on f8 to e8. And for me, I thought that this was a very instructive moment. Strategically speaking, what you want to aspire to do is put his queen on bishop on this battery. And I really like what Rose did with the move queen c2, knight to c5. And then I just didn't understand her follow-up. Like, I like the rook on f1, and I thought she was definitely going to play the move knight e5. Why? Well, if white has a bad piece in the position, I think it's the knight on d2. I mean, literally, I would like to pick up this knight on d2 and put it on the e5 square. So I can do that. That's the crazy part. I can do that. I can put the knight on e5 and then put this one back on the f3 square. And I'm not saying it's the greatest plan I've ever devised, but there is ideas of f4 and, you know, getting those Pillsbury's attack where you go f4 and g4 and g5. Maybe it's not that harmonious, but this queen and bishop are doing some damage.
I have a question. So in this position, if I go queen c7.
Okay, I'll go f4 just for fun.
No, I wanted you to go that, because I was considering or looking at the variation that maybe Anna is looking that right now I can play a4.
Okay, b4.
Wait, sorry, no, I want to capture on c4 first. I take. Now, if you take this way...
I don't want to give up my bishop.
Right, and if you take this way, now I'm going to push here.
Right.
And I'm going to get this knight to the center.
That's nice. I don't want to lose my dark square bishop as white, so I'm definitely recapturing with the knight. You can play a4 and cement your knight on b3 if you like, which, by the way, if you did that in the game position, I'm wondering why my rook on f1 is on c1, right? I'd be losing an exchange in that setup. So I would recapture with a knight. But another moment right here, again, I'm thinking that from Rose's perspective, maybe the rook on f1 is well placed. Let's try f4. There is these crazy lines where piece sacrifices, like if you play the move knight d7, I'm not saying this is a good move, and I'm not saying this move is a good sacrifice either. It's just that they abound. I have seen so many games where the knight is on f3 and it jumps to e5, thanks to the rook being on f1. So I thought that Rose had played a nice game up until this last move, and I didn't understand it. Rook on f1 to c1. I love the move knight e5. I like the follow-up knight f3. I like the follow-up c4. I just don't know what the rook is doing on c1, why it's so well placed there. Anna more or less doesn't know what to do either, so she played a rook c8.
And who's going to win this event, Yasser?
Well, you're my top agent in this matter. Statistically speaking, tell me the truth.
Yeah, so we have Ben Underwood, our in-house statistician who prepares these pie charts. In the ladies section pre-tournament, the favorite is Carissa with 29%. Below her, Alice Lee, but you can see Irina Krush, Anna Sargsyan. I mean, the ladies were switching places after every single round.
Keep an eye on Alice Lee here, because she's going to jump up the chart
So Anna Sargsyan, she was leading the event, but Alice Lee is soon going to grab the attention of the tournament.
How could you have a pie chart where you're all the way at the bottom, and then all of a sudden you're all the way at the top?
Hey, man, that's what statistics are all about.
The heck?
One round, it's 60% for Anna Sargsyan. Second, it's 25%. Just every game changes a lot here. But Alice Lee is now keeping the lead in this tournament. And after round 7, wow, Alice Lee 62.4%.
Wow. That's huge.
And you know, surprisingly for me, Anna Sargsyan, she's tied with Anna Zatonsky, but the stats are favoring Anna Sargsyan, despite Anna Zatonsky winning already, how many, 4, or what did we say, 5 titles?
I suspect it's because of this round 8 pairing where Anna Sargsyan is playing against Atusa, who's having a bad result. Statistically, Anna could win the game, jump up. Maybe Anna Zatonsky with the black pieces against Rose Atwell, Rose playing very well. That might have been some explanation for that. But
meantime, Anna is actually losing her game.
Yeah, because she blundered her h2 pawn.
These stats don't mean a thing, apparently.
But let's tell me statistically who's going to win the open section.
Here, the favorites are Fabiano Caruana and Wesley. So Fabiano with 24.8% pre-tournament, and you see he kept increasing it, 42.5% after day 1. But watch Wesley, so he's slowly getting there, and at some moment he became a clear leader. And
there it is.
53.
After day 3, he
started with two wins in a row in rounds 2 and 3. Sorry.
And now Fabiano is taking the lead. Say thank you very much. Now I'm back in the tournament after day 5, 39.9%. Little bit decreased, but now after day 7,
Well, this is where both Fabi and Wesley
59.
won.
Wow.
They're tied for
60%.
first.
Remember, exactly, they are tied with Wesley, but statistically, wow, Fabiano is almost twice as likely to win the event,
tournament
statistically
than
speaking.
Could I bet money? I mean, I guess I can't.
Well, we're going to have to have Ben defend the honor of
that
this
number
program.
seem insane.
That was
How could he be 59%?
Hey, man.
And only the two of them should win. That I agree with. Wow. I got to talk to Ben. Ben, what? Those numbers seem insane.
Leave a message.
Right, okay. This game, we talked about this game, by the way, with Anna Sargsyan against Atusa. And Atusa's playing very well right now. Atusa has had good positions, and she has managed to not really convert them. But this position, she's playing well. We'll see. Knight h5 on the board. And I was taught a long time ago, and I'm sure you guys discovered this as well, a knight on f8, there'll be no mate. All right? And that's, you put a knight here and nobody's coming after your king. Well, knight h5, she said, let me take that. And her opponent needs to take rook h5. But nobody plays knight h5 to play rook h5.
You want to play queen takes h5.
You want to play queen h5, which is a massive mistake. Rook h5 is also bad for you. But after knight to f8, this whole side is perfectly defended. You've got nothing. There's no attack. There's no there's no nothing. You're pinned along the c file. You can play bishop here and even take this. We'll just take, but in the meantime, this side is collapsing. Queen a3 is coming next. And what are you supposed to do? I mean, you're just collapsing on this side. She hasn't moved as yet, and good luck finding a move, because that's just a hanging pawn. This is going to be problems along this line. Rook to c4, another rook will show up. This is just lost. There's just no there in this position for white, because the knight on f8 holds this position together. And
so let me try to create something. Rook h3.
Rook h3? Were you trying to put the rook here?
Maybe.
I'll take it.
King h2.
Dang.
She's a dangerous. Okay, we'll just keep taking.
Right.
And rook b1. No, I'm hanging on d4 too. Okay, no,
well,
that's
there's
too
queen
much.
d6 check as well. Rook b1, queen d6 check, a6.
It's bad.
Yeah, no, it's just not enough pieces for white to attack.
To begin, and a very safe king at that. Ouch. No, this looks terrible for Anna's fans here. Terrible. I wanted to go to back to the open section, if you don't mind. Jump to that, because the game of Wesley So, it's one of those positions where I'm not exactly sure how I'd say it. The next move or two will decide the game, like, completely. Like, if Awonder could be so fortunate as to play rook e3 and knight takes d5 in a single move, he's great. If Awonder could force this knight away, I don't care, just something like this, then we would say at the end of the day, oh, I just have a nice and easy ending. Awonder would say that this pawn on d5 is more of a liability. I don't like the knight on e7. It just feels wrong. But on the other hand, this might be one of those positions where a move like king h8 and knight f5, resolves everything, and then everything gets hosed off. So the next move or two for me will decide this game with a near ironclad certainty. That was one. And Fabi's game, again, when we left it, we think Ray Robson had just played, well, it's kind of funny to call it a fortress, right? But if you will follow the logic of Ray's last few moves, he's basically played rook g8, rook h8, rook g8, rook c8, and he's saying, do your worst. I'm just going to move my rook back and forth. I've put my pieces at their zenith, meaning I put this bishop cannot be improved. This bishop, it's stuck, can't be improved. This knight is actually very good. It kind of hits this. This rook is very good. It hits the g2 pawn, it hits the h5 pawn. the king is good.
Yep.
So
And these two pieces, by the way, they're kind of stopping any minority attack that white could try on the queen side.
Exactly. Knight d3, rook b1, b4. Fabi's not going in that direction. So basically, Ray, you know, a habitual time trouble player has achieved a fortress position where he can move his rooks. He's still in time trouble, by the way, or rather, he's behind on the clock. But he's achieved a near ideal with black, as he's got no issues against Fabi. And in the tournament standings, they're very on opposite sides of the, no, that's Wesley versus Awonder. But Fabi at 5 points, just above Wesley, and Ray.
Robson just below Awonder, Liang, but with the same amount of points, 3 points, tied for the 7th place.
And for Fabi, who just won a wonderful game yesterday with the black pieces against Hans Niemann, he was hoping for more than he achieved in the opening today. Maurice, do you have something for us? Nope.
Maybe, Yasser, let's go to the game of Andy Woodward and Hans Niemann, because it looks like Andy is getting maybe what he wishes with white pieces.
Let's take a look. When we left it, I think Andy tricked Hans very nicely with this move, Queen B1, and thanks to the friendly trap, Bishop D6, Bishop B4, which has had 2 sightings, by the way. Anna Sarkisian's game, where she was trying to trap Atusa's queen with the move Bishop D6, right? Atusa's queen was stuck on A6.
Oh, correct, right.
And then B5 and Bishop B4. Well, we see something similar. And the beautiful part is once Andy played queen takes B7, his queen, of course, is trapped. Just, that's it. Rook B8 wins the queen. Oh.
No, there is the bishop.
Whoop, sorry. There's the bishop. So Andy traded off the B pawns, put his rook on B7, got his rook to B2. I don't know. Wait a minute. Did he provoke Hans to play this move C3? Was that a good move? Let's just make sure of one thing. Knight D2 does not trap the rook. Oops.
You cannot recapture with the queen. There is a discovered attack. There are a lot of discovered attacks today.
What's going on? Right? It seems to be an echo. Okay. So Hans played bishop to D7, maybe with the potential of playing knight to D2. Andy said, look, I'm about capturing pawns. I want to take this knight, and I want to play rook takes. And if you play knight D2, I've got the same trick of rook takes C3, and I think we're up to date. Are we? Yeah.
We are up to date, and Hans now needs to figure out what he wishes to do, because just capturing the knight and then the pawn is a serious threat. And let's take a look where these players are. Hans Niemann stumbled yesterday against Fabiano Caruana with white pieces, and now he is tied for the 3rd place, 1 point behind the leaders. And Andy Woodward yesterday losing also to Wesley, so actually, but kind of trying to push for a win, not being happy with trying to make a draw.
That was unfair. I think our producer had that graphic prepared. He really wanted to use it when it was appropriate. I mean, that's just so wrong on so many levels. My goodness, what is Hans going to do?
I like how the players looking at each other. Did you see the eye contact? Like, really, you want to play this?
Like, okay, did you trick yourself? Wait a minute. Okay,
he tricked himself.
He did. Knight D2,
rook
takes C3, knight to C4. Give me that rook.
Well, I can go back to A1. I don't mind.
I love how kind
Kate
is.
I know.
I don't mind.
I don't mind.
Such a nice person.
You're right.
Nicest you will meet, yeah.
You don't mind. You're absolutely right. And I don't know what, I think Hans tricked himself, because bishop takes E4 followed by rook takes C3 is simply great for Andy.
F3 is also possible.
F3.
F3, move your knight. We'll take your pawn.
But I like playing those bishops of opposite color endgames, a pawn up where, I mean, it's kind of play for two results. Hans is not going to be very happy defending a difficult position at that. Wow. Maurice?
Very bad news for Hans in that position. And in this position, bad news for Talia fans, get her name right, is this position here, she did not find the move knight to e4. Very strong move, hitting this piece, takes. Against, this is the game against Irina Krush.
Right.
And she just missed that her position would be that good to make this transformation occur. Instead, after knight h4, she played a move that's not bad either, d5. The engine gives it
missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity. Would have been better to do the other way, but this is not that bad either. I mean, after all, you're centralizing. You're making a central break. You're looking for stuff in the middle of the board. Knight takes. And another missed opportunity here. The move d4 should be played. d4 immediately, not giving white any chance to capture on the d5 square. He took back and very quickly
Irina captured.
One of those. Okay. I lived twice.
I got away with
How many lives do you get? Because she got away with that twice. And now after knight takes, is not much here for black. Before it was going to be really bad, but now black has survived, has not gotten exactly what was needed. Actually, after c takes d5, she played queen takes, Queen takes, and now castles and a4 on the board. And now it's actually white who's slightly better here. So a misunderstanding about the position, unfortunately, didn't work out.
Wow, I didn't think that white would be better in this position. Thank you, Maurice. Something to think about for sure. We've reached that stage in our show where we're going to be taking a break. And before we do that, we'll check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what today's daily special is. Well, check this one out. Own one-of-a-kind wooden chessboard signed by the entire field of the 2025 U.S. Championships, America's most prestigious, strongest national championships. This board is available online at qboutique.stl.com, or please, if you're in the Central West End in St. Louis, come in person and check out our wares.
And now we have stumped the commentators. So what is the question for today? Under US chess regulations, what is the minimum opponent rating required for a game to count as activity toward earning invitational points for the US Championship? Wow. A, no rating minimum, 2,000, 2,200, 2,350.
Under U.S. chess regulations, that sounds very, very tricky. I'm going to call a friend, Chris Bird, and I'll be right back with an answer. I'm going to go with A.
I wanted to allow Maurice Ashley to go with his first answer. He always complains he's the last one to choose.
That is true.
Yasser.
What a complaint.
Invitational points to the U.S. champion.
To count as activity. Like you have to play a number of tournament games to be counted as active.
And that's 30. You have to play 30 games.
You have to play 30 tournament games over the course of the year.
If you have less than 30, then you are losing those points that you are missing from your average rating.
But it's the minimum opponent rating.
Correct. So you cannot play maybe you can, but I don't think you can play unrated 30 games, win against every beginner, and then have that as an activity toward U.S. invitation.
I got my answer.
Okay.
No, I'm not
saying
that.
that.
I got my answer.
Okay.
We'll come back, but I'm not giving you guys
You're not
any
at liberty to disclose NDAs and all
that. Have you guys gotten any right so far, by the way?
Yes, of course. Ray Robson was the last one. It was 7. I'm sure there was something.
I don't have any right. I know I have more than you. That's all I know.
We have to go to the first part of the tournament.
So as we go to break, Yasser sat down with the men and asked them what they think of the new chess club. Take a look, and we will be right back.
Did you get a chance to see the renovated chess club?
It's absolutely incredible. I never thought it would be so quick, because I saw the building, let's say, before I went to Brazil, and I was thinking, oh, okay.
No chance.
No chance. And suddenly, 12 o'clock.
Voila.
Voila.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Like, the St. Louis Chess Club is, in my opinion, the best chess club in the world.
Yeah.
And now the fact that it's expanded, like all these renovations that were going on have completed, it looks amazing.
It really
Honestly,
does.
this entrance reminds me of, let's say, like one of the older times, like when we used to come downstairs. Like,
That's right.
In 2021, 2022, maybe.
That's
is
right.
this the same place? Or the...
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, very good that you remember the stairwell, but they changed the rooms.
I've been at the club in 2019, like since when I first arrived in the US, and then in 2020, after COVID, it all closed down. It's very nice to be back here. I mean, now there is more space,
yes,
as I could see. Like, the main entrance is a bit different.
Right.
I was very confused actually today in the morning when I was coming in. But yeah, I'm very excited to play in the new club, because at the World Chess Hall of Fame, it was very nice, but also like the space was a little bit limited. Here, it's so much space.
Only your great video tour.
Oh, right.
Very enthusiastic. I only saw the basement because I did an interview with Sagar. I commentated as soon as I arrived, Vishy started winning. So Vishy should have had me as his training partner.
Clearly.
And I think you would have won the match.
Clearly.
So I suppose next match, I'll be on speed dial.
Yeah, a little bit. From what I saw, it's become like 3 times bigger, right? Yeah, the club is just so beautiful now, so wonderful, lots of chess. So you can have like 4 tournaments here all
exactly
at the same time.
So I came in yesterday a little bit early, so I decided why not check it out. It's definitely a huge expansion.
Right.
The old room where we had 2 rooms is now 4 or 5 big rooms. There's also a patio where I guess fans can watch the games. I think it's a great new time for the St. Louis Club. I hope we do many good big events.
I actually had multiple chances to walk around because I couldn't even find the entrance. It was so big. I was walking back and forth. How do I get in? I know.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what it's like. I haven't checked it out yet, but I can't wait to see and play in it.
Not much of it, but the parts that I saw, I really liked. And it took a long time, and from what I can see so far, it was worth the effort.
I'm looking forward. It's just, it's just too big to just sort of see in like in a matter of an hour or so.
Right.
So hopefully I will have a chance to see it all.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look around, but this is my first time in the downstairs in the studio area
here. Yeah,
but it's beautiful. I mean, it's of course I remembered how it was, and it was always great, but it's just so expanded. I even couldn't remember where we were playing the US Championship, then I realized that it was like 2 extra rooms next to it. So yeah, I'm really happy that it's finished because it's been years waiting.
Yes.
But I think that they did a great job, and it's even better than before.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Welcome back to round 8 at the US Championships. And we need to answer the question.
Stop. The commentators, and the question was, is there a minimum rating to qualify for an activity? And
opponent rating. What is the minimum
rating?
Opponent rating required for a game to count as activity? That means you're
towards the US Championship.
Should you be playing like 1600s and getting points, or 1800s, or is there a minimum? I want to tell you what you guys have your answer, right?
Yes.
So you're just going to copy me.
No.
No.
Okay, all right. I'm going with B.
I'm somewhere between A and B.
You're somewhere between A and B?
I don't think 2350.
So my answer is, I don't think there is a rating minimum, but I think the opponent has to have a rating. So if the player is unrated, it doesn't count. But then whatever rating you have, even if it's like 651.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying A?
I'm saying A.
Okay, I'm saying B.
Flip flop, flip flop.
Come on,
ding,
Yasser.
ding, ding,
5
ding.
seconds,
I feel
Yasser.
like a Jeopardy question. I'll go with B, and I hate it because in my day, I don't think there was any rating minimum. I think they may have changed it. So I'm going to go with B.
Let's find out who's right.
You got to be at least an expert.
What?
Wow.
At least a master.
What? Your opponent has to be 2200 at least?
To be an
No wonder
active
the
game.
US Championships is so hard.
Wow, I had no idea.
I didn't know that. No, seriously.
22.
So it's not about playing 30 games, it's playing 30 games
30
against
masters.
players who have 2200.
2200 chess masters.
Wow.
Yeah, that just tells you. I mean, the US Championships are the most elite chess championships, national championships in the world.
Right.
That's not even the question. Matter of fact, I was speaking with Ed Gonzalez. We were texting, and he's the crackerjack.
Behind all the
crackerjack,
statistics.
statistics guy. And he said, this tournament should go back to a 14-player round robin, the one they did back, I think it was 2022.
Because we have so many strong players.
And he said, can you believe Jeffrey Zhang is 70th in the world, top 75 player in the world, and can't qualify for his national championship?
Exactly.
Wow.
Like, how strong is your tournament?
That's exactly right.
Like, that's insane. You're 70th in the world?
A couple of my U.S. championships had 16 players, by the way. We only had 8 prizes, so the top half had a prize. The bottom half did not have prizes 16. And when you think about how many great players America possesses, maybe 14 is a small number. Then, of course, with 16 players, it's an enormously long tournament. I mean, longer than the candidates at 16 players, as we see the players here in round 8, the day before the free game, intensely doing battle. And I'm kind of curious about the game of Ray for a moment, because his last few moves, he's just been moving his rook back and forth on the last rank. And then I looked, and he gave up his own fortress.
So
he
let's take a look
retreated
at the
his
game.
knight.
Mhm.
He had just been playing, check this rook on A8. Whoop, 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 whoop. So he's just saying, I've got my pieces on ideal squares. The next time I looked up, well, he moved a knight and he moved his rook. I thought they were on perfectly good squares. Not that Fabi has made any great inroads in his position either. I think Fabi is actually playing to put the knight on D3. A moment ago, this knight was on E2. At least from the D3 square, again, if everything worked out very, very well for Fabi, he could potentially play for B4, rook B1 and B4. But I think this is a very balanced position. Where would you like to guide us?
I want to take a look at the game between Anna Sargsyan and Atusa Purkashian, because there was a tactic that was missed, but Atusa is still holding big advantage in her position.
Exactly. When we left it around these parts. And we really liked Atusa's decision very, very much to trade on H5. And it was a very instructive moment that Maurice was sharing. Bent Larson famously said, with a knight on F8, I don't get mated. Well, Atusa said, I read that book. A4, the idea behind Anna's A4 was she didn't want to have to deal with queen takes A3, but this is kind of one of those jumping out of the frying pan and maybe into the fire, because that's pawn number 2, and her position still hasn't drastically improved until we saw the move bishop E7. This was a funny moment.
Right, so White's idea is clear. White is targeting this knight because the knight is defending H7, so White wishes to take the knight and then take on H7. But we already saw it once in this game.
Bishop takes H2 check.
Yes, when
Atusa,
she captured the bishop here, and then when queen C7 and capture bishop on C4, because we talked about loose pieces getting lost, and this is a loose piece, and for the second time with the second bishop, Atusa can try to do the same trick. Bishop captures G2.
That's
takes,
hilarity.
Queen B7, and if you move back, Atusa can just take the bishop and ask, hey, do you have another bishop? I want to try the same trick for the third time.
Yeah, I can take a pawn on F2 and then capture a loose bishop. That would have been a beautiful way of finishing the game. But she did not play bishop takes G2. She said, hey, wait a minute. I see what you're up to. You want to take my knight and take my pawn. You know what I'm going to do? Whoop. I'm going to defend the pawn. You're welcome to take the knight on F8, I'll recapture, I'll happily trade queens. By the way, this is a runaway pawn over here, not to mention rook takes C3. Hence, bishop C5, stopping rook takes C3. And Atusa has just played the move queen D2 and said, you know what? I'm a materialist. Give me the rook. How on earth is Anna supposed to deal with
Anna
this?
dropped back with the queen, offering a queen trade.
A clear,
and guarding the rook.
Yeah, clear indication that it's all gone wrong. So now, currently 2 pawns down, she is going to be struggling, if at all possible, to save this game. Maurice, over to you.
Well, you talk about struggling to save a game. Sam Shankland played this amazing novelty in the sequence of moves that we were quite shocked by when he started with this move, queen to F6. I mean, this is already a chaotic position, a rook on H3, and you just got wild elements on the board, this pawn on G6. And we saw this game proceed with bishop H5, takes bishop to G4, rook sacrifice on C3, an exchange sack. Quite enterprising play by Sam. But then it started going wrong. Right here, he attacked the bishop when this move, bishop F1, was played. He needed to take this pawn on A4. He played knight F6 instead, and after it takes, It turns out that here, Levon had made a mistake as well. He should play the move queen to e2. Taking on a6 is actually a mistake, and it's only a mistake because of the move knight takes c3, which is quite logical to play, by the way, knight c3. Now if you play the move queen d2 or queen to c1, but let's just go with queen d2, the knight will simply go back. And then when you attack the knight, this move gets to be played, d5. And this bishop that's been asleep for the longest time suddenly is going to emerge into the game. There's a bishop b4 check problem. There's a bishop c5 problem. The position is not what you wanted with white. I should mention there's also a knight g4 problem on the board coming as well. So how do you defend against all this? How did he play? Instead, he played g4, a serious mistake in the position that allowed this sequence, queen c1, a fantastic move, challenging this piece, and now he really needed to trade, but he played queen h7 instead, a big mistake. Now bishop to b5, check king f7, and check this out. You're supposed to castle your king to safety? Who needs pawns in front of your king? We'll just castle. It's safe enough. And now king to g8 on the board, and bishop to g3, Levon now finding all the right moves. If you take this piece, then he does have protection. The queen's going to be able to come over to this side very quickly. This pawn sits on the board. This king is secure for now, but these pieces are going to be chased in a moment, and white is for choice. I would say that even though white is for choice in this position, now I was going to say it's still some counterplay, but this bishop can't go to b7. It just has no future. So these pieces are frozen over here.
So bishop e7 is on the board?
Bishop e7 has been played, and now correct is to play queen e3, queen e1. Queen e3 looks like the best one, bishop g5, and now bishop to f4. And you have to back up. You could also try to sacrifice, but bishop f6. It's an erratic position. You still have to break down this side, but it's white for choice.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, and where do these two players
let's
stand?
take a look. So we have Levon Aronian, who is tied for the third place. He's 1 point behind the leaders with 4 points. Sam Shankland, 5th place, half a point behind Levon. So that's why we see so much fireworks on this board, because both players are trying to either catch up to the leaders or to catch up to actually Sam Shankland to Levon.
Right. Staying with the open games for just a moment, we know that Fabi and Ray have basically a very balanced position on their board. And I'm thinking that the game between Awonder, Liang, and Wesley So, there was a moment ago where I thought everything was going to be resolved in just the next few moves. That was this position. Remember when we got this position? I said, I have the feeling that this is a position that in just a few moves, we're going to know the outcome of the game. After the move queen c5, queen takes b5, and guess what? Everything got wiped out on the queen side. The pawns, the queens, pair of rooks, and we currently have a position. Oh, I was just about to say, I was expecting the repetition. Rook back to f8, followed by rook to a7, followed by rook to f8. 3 versus 3. No, said Wesley, I prefer to keep my rook on the 7th rank, play king h7, and I think a draw is an inevitable outcome of this one. 2 knights and a pair of rooks versus 3.
Is there any chance for black to try to play like rook c7, rook c4, try to force the knight to go away, then push the pawn, or is that just not happening? How would you continue here with white?
With white, yeah, I would think that I would like to put a knight on e6 so that I could have a knight f8 check. So I would like to play the moves f4, f5, put a knight on e6. I would find myself drawn to that kind of a setup. But I just think the position's so balanced. I don't see either player being able to exploit. There you go, f4 by
I like this active
Awonder.
approach to as you are saying, playing f5, knight e6, because also the knight from e6 is targeting g7. So if this rook becomes too ambitious, then white can always react with some rook a7 with the knight here, and okay, this g7 is a target as well.
And black's king is a little bit weird, right? You put a knight on e6, you put a pawn on f5, and a knight on f8 check. That might hurt your feelings. So still some issues for Wesley as we toss it back to you, Maurice, and Alice Lee.
Big development in this game. So we see a somewhat slightly off Catalan looking type position, and the move e5 played. Now, best is just to clean up in aisle 5, take on e5 here, clean up the position a little bit. But she played d5, and now this pawn, it's okay. You know, things seem all right. But here, the move bishop d7 would have been problematic, trying to take advantage of this line to be able to play this move, rook to b4, and there's a bishop showing up on this diagonal. If you saw that, you'd be doing really well. However, in the game, knight c3 was played. Bishop b7 was played. Bishop b7 followed by knight c3. And now rook b6, the rook moved to d1, rook to e8. And now Alice did something extremely bizarre, quite strange. She played bishop to e4. Okay, that's a tempo on the knight. All right, so we defend it. And now she played bishop to b1.
What?
She felt like the bishop didn't belong on this diagonal, so she wanted to put it on a more active diagonal. Get the board back? A more active, so to speak, active diagonal on this side, but it's hitting at nothing. And right now, she hasn't moved yet, but right now Tatev can put a knight on d4, and you can't get rid of this piece. Don't try doing this to your position, because after check and knight here, you say, could I have my bishop back on this side, please?
Please.
Because the light squares are being toasted, where suddenly you have to start bringing your queen over there to protect that side.
No, but after knight d4, I want to go queen d3. I want to create a battery and go to queen h7.
It's a good point. You've created your battery. Now what are you going to do with it?
So you're giving up that pawn on h6.
It turns out that if you take on h6, then suddenly,
queen h3?
Queen h3 is possible, but it doesn't really do anything in the moment.
Oh, rook takes b2 is coming too.
This move, queen e3, is playable. No tricks. Actually, maybe it's that sharp. It's going to be easy for her to find, because bishop takes h6. The engine's giving black as way better after this move. But, oh, you want to kill this, so you can kill that, so that you could be the one attacking. You want to take this, you can't take with the queen because of that. Okay, now we start to see the problems.
Well, when you play g3, do you have a bishop on g2, or who has the light squared bishop? When you play g6, who has the dark squared bishop in this case?
This is a desperate position for white now. White's just in deep trouble, because takes is going to happen.
By the way, we have a different
She did not play knight to d4. She played her knight
e7
back and did not realize this opportunity, and has changed the whole complexion of the game.
Again.
White can play any move on this side, b3 or b4, but white dodged the bullet, did the youngster. She could have faced pure torture in the line after knight planting itself on the d4 square. Instead, she has backed up with knight to e7, maybe eyeing this pawn, but now Alice is back in the game.
By the way, that's a very contrarian move by Tatev, because we know she is always looking for those kingside headhunting type of attacks. Knight d4, queen h3, that's her wheelhouse. That's where Tatev excels.
I'm seeing another move played, queen to h4 on the board.
Also another missed opportunity.
Yes, because she could have expanded. Both of them, I want to say, they both are showing not great grips of this position.
Yeah.
And now you can play f5 even.
But I can feel how Alice is ambitious in this game. I mean, she felt that the bishop on g2 wasn't doing much. The diagonal is blocked, so she rerouted it to do something on the other diagonal, now bringing queen to the king side. Like, she wants to press.
She does, and it turns out that after the move f5, she can even sacrifice and get this position where her rook is showing up on this side. I mean, this is super ambitious. And if e4, sack some more. And if takes in this position, now she gets an easy draw with this move, or she might play for more.
Right.
So
crazy.
Definitely now I can just see, as you said, she is thinking about this side as the side of the board she wants to attack on. Even if it doesn't work out, this is something 100% Tatev doesn't like. We saw the position where we saw Irina collapse when the pressure came at her from Carissa. In those kind of offbeat, somebody sacks a pawn for initiative, but Tatev is a supreme attacker, and she wants positions where she is the one who's putting the pressure on. She hates positions where you're not just playing positionally, you're actually playing aggressively against her. Right. It's kind of like, how dare you? But you can bet Tatev sees bishop takes h6 right now and is thinking, I'm going to have to deal with this thing because two bishops are pointed at me, a rook is on a4, queen is showing up over there. Whoa,
and also
what's really
Tatev
happening?
has only 10 minutes on the clock. So she has 18 more moves to make with 10 minutes while seeing these bishops and these potentials for sacrifices. Even the rook on a4, it looks like that rook is ready to go to the king side as well.
Absolutely.
Therefore, could you please explain to me why she didn't play knight d4? It's an aggressive move.
Moving backwards with a knight is something we don't want to, especially when we have central
She stops
square there.
queen h4. She stops rook g4. She stops the sacrifices on h6. And she's the one ready to introduce herself.
The only response I have that she didn't want to go for that pawn sacrifice. But by the way, we have f5 on the board right now, which is the best engine move, but allows for this sacrifice that is supposed to force Alice then to go for perpetual check.
But I don't know about the whole perpetual check. I'm sitting there saying, from Alice's perspective, the whole creative idea that she came up with rook a4 and it could have boomeranged against her. She's justifying her play with the move bishop takes h6. And I don't know if Alice is saying, okay, I sense opportunity here. She could also slow play the position. Queen h5, rook h6, keeping an eye, and only then playing the move bishop takes h6. I would find that a compelling approach as well.
Yeah, that looks good too.
So, big game going on there.
And we have to, remind viewers that Alice, she is in the lead. She has 5 points, while Tatev Abrahamyan is tied for 4th. She's 1 point behind her, so a crucial game for the standings.
I would have said that Tatev, who needs to win, had she played the move knight d4, her chances of winning are much greater than winning from the current position, where she's a little bit on the defensive side and she's down on the clock. I think that fundamentally her approach with the move knight e7 was wrong. And will Alice go for this whole bishop takes h6 or slow play it with queen h5? Where would you like to take us?
Let's check in with Carissa if she's playing in Megan Paragua with black pieces today.
We haven't seen that game at all, it seems to me. Let's just catch up. So 3-3, 3-3. Carissa with the two bishops. Wait a minute.
Megan going for a pawn.
My spidey sense is tingling. I see a double attack potential here for Carissa, and she's done it. Rook to d2, check. I'm assuming
now you have to block with the bishop, otherwise there was another pawn hanging.
Yeah, so usually this is the desirable move, king h7, but queen takes f7, wins a pawn. More importantly, it defends the pawn on f2, and that's the key to white's king, if you will. All right, so having said that, Rook f1, right? That's pretty fundamental. Are we munching?
I'm not sure, because also white can be munching on this pawn.
I think the knight on d7, the knight on b7 is utterly misplaced. So I'm thinking knight d8, go after this f, and then munch the
Correct.
pawn, right? With knight takes c6.
This rook is beautifully defending that square, which
Right.
means, what if I wait with this rook on d2 and maybe go something like knight c4?
That looks good. We do,
Rook f1 is on the board.
Rook f1. By the way, yeah, 17 minutes for Megan, 29 minutes or thereabout for Carissa. So Carissa has a nice advantage on the clock. Megan, 12 years young, playing in her first U.S. championship. That's marvelous, marvelous. Rook f1 on the board, up against the defending champion, Carissa Yip. And we know Carissa needs wins because she got off to such a terrible start in this year's U.S. championship. Last year, 8-0. This year, not as good. Maurice.
Our leaders are in topsy-turvy land right now. We see the game with Tatev and Alice Lee. And Alice, if she sacrifices on 8-6, it's a draw at max. She's not going to crash through with mate. But critically, the game of importance here is Anna Zatonsky, who's right behind her. And Anna's position just got really bad.
Really bad?
Got really bad. Here after rook to a1, she played the move queen to b8, offering a trade. But guess what? This trade allows queen takes and rook a7. And
knight a5 is
you
an
got
issue.
a couple of problems with the knight jumps that are about to happen with your pieces on the wrong side of the board. How do you defend over here? You're going to have to push this pawn and give this rank. Then your knight d4 could come and your side starts to collapse a little bit. So in this position, the engine's saying, give the pawn up now, like this. That's how serious and severe it is. And after it takes, rook to d1, bishop to f1, and now the move rook to b1, which seems to just allow this, and then a move like e5. Come on, this
is
can't
a
be
strange way to
logical
play. Yeah.
How do you? Nobody's going to want to play like this after they see the move rook a7 land on the board. The more logical way to play would be to try to somehow save this position, but it's not so easy. You play the move c5, then, actually knight c6 is strongest. And where are you putting that rook?
Terrible. Rook e8, ridiculous.
Rook to e8, as you said. And now we can actually play the move b5 and go take this one, and you can resign.
That's
virtually in this position. It's completely horrible. So rook a7 on the board, 16 minutes on the clock with 15 moves to go. And Rose, who has been surging, could actually take down Anna and come really close to the lead, as Alice will Alice's game is still up in the air, but this would be a huge win for the youngster.
Absolutely. Wow, that would really shake up the standings. And again, if Tatev can hold Alice to a draw or worse,
I mean, Rose is doing so well
Rose
in this event.
Will really climb into the event. By the way, Carissa did play the move rook on d2 takes b2, and I think this is the moment that Megan needs to play the move knight d8. And should she play the move knight d8, I actually think she's got an absolutely very decent position. No issues here for white in this game. And where would you like to take us, Katja?
I want to take a look at the game between back to Anna Sargsyan and Atusa Prokashian.
Yes, when we left it, we really thought Anna was in dire straits. Let's catch up on that game. Queen to d2, queen to d1, trade the queens. Atusa protected the pawn on a4, knight to d7. She captured that bishop. And we've caught up with the players. So at a certain point, what are we supposed to do here?
So by the way, how is the material? So black has 6 pawns and white has 4 pawns.
So 2 extra pawns for black. There's still a little bit of a problem issue on a back rank issue. So then it's knight b6. So the move I want to play is a5, and the problem I'm having is a5 just runs into the immediate a5 runs into b5.
And
I drop with my bishop, and unfortunately
going.
I don't have, a really good. I'll probably end up having to sacrifice my bishop, get a draw that way. I'm assuming black is playing for the win. Let's play a move. Yeah, just a move. G5. In case you take, can I play A5?
But we have some breaking news. Maurice, what is it?
Yes, it's so interesting. In chaotic positions where structure, it's usually very much to do with the pawn structure, not defined, players will make mistakes. It's just, I don't care how strong you are, you're used to certain kind of setups and you're used to certain kind of structures. And when it's not there, having to find moves when the pieces are trying to find their way inside of the pawn structure, they will make mistakes. And we see it time and time again, and it happened here in the game between Levon Aronian and Sam Shankland. Levon was doing quite well. He got everything he could have wanted now with a pawn on a6. And take a look at what happened here. He took, which is the best move according to the engine, and now you have to find the move queen to e1. Queen to e1 hits the knight. Queen to e1 prepares that if you take on this square, then bishop to d3 would happen. And now with this hit and this pin, the bishop can't go to b7. We've been talking about that this whole time. That would be a major problem. Instead, he played what seemed to him to be a logical move. Let me pin first. And this move, he's preparing to play queen e1 if you take the knight. The problem with this move is Sam has a fantastic response in queen to h4. Go right ahead and take my knight. If you take my knight,
G3.
G3, that's a mate threat. Your bishop's threatened. Your knight is still threatened. And he's completely back in the game.
Wow.
Completely back in the game. And in fact, he missed it. He started with G3. And this move is just a mistake after takes. Wow. And he has played queen to G6. He missed now that queen E1 does keep him nailed to a wall. After queen takes, knight takes, rook F3. After all the excitement has gone through this position, it's still white that's owning this position. Sam in big trouble. Levon Aronian seeking to win this game and make a run for first place. What a sequence of moves. Sam had to find a move, and he had time on the clock as well, missing his opportunity here to play queen h4, playing g3, and allowing this position on the board. But Sam in big trouble now as Levon about to take this one home.
And for Levon, as you were just saying, a point behind the leaders. This win, should he achieve it, couldn't come at a better time. I want to turn our attention to a game between two former ladies champion, and that's Jennifer and Nasi, because it was actually very funny. The play really reflects a lot of the analyses that we had. It was h6, queen h4. Jennifer didn't know what to do. Her pieces are so passive. She played the move bishop to d1, knight to d5. Let's trade queens. Okay, said Jennifer. I want to play bishop a3. I see that. Knight c4, bishop rook, f2, f3, a move that I was really, pitching for earlier. And you see this really great positional grip that Nasi has and trying to restrain the bishop on c1. f2, f3 came just in time. If Nasi just could achieve the desired g6, f5, I would call this a kind of a positional domination. But with the move f2, f3, once again, this is one of those takes, probably you can't stop e4, but it's like, okay, if I could play knight f5 and e4, now it's Jennifer saying, hey, I've got the two bishops, I've got the center, let's go. And we're seeing these ladies, they're maximalists. They're playing for victory.
And Jennifer likes complicated and open positions. Chaos on the board. That is where she thrives. So this is a moment that she's, I think, very happy about with this f3 threatening to fight in the center.
I think it's her best position in the game. I truly do.
By the way, we have another big game between Andy Woodward and Hans Niemann, and it looks like Andy is getting some chance to play for a win.
Yeah,
with this really strong last move.
when we left it, we really liked his chances of simply winning the pawn on c3. And Hans, recognizing, something has gone wrong, went g5, bishop g3, rook c6, and it was that bishops of opposite color position I spoke about. I like playing these types of positions on the white side.
But this f4 move, by the way, was very strong because we are forcing an opening on those dark square diagonals, and also for the white queen to maybe,
Absolutely.
join the attack there at some moment.
Queen h5, bishop takes on g5. Let's start with the obvious. This idea of putting the bishop on e5, putting the queen on h5 makes a lot of sense. I'd love to include the rook
b3, right?
if I could. So I always say, whenever you're attacking, be sure to send an invitation to everybody. You want everybody to join the party. So you got check, you got queen h5, you got queen h8, and young, 15 years young, Andy Woodward doing his best.
And I'd like to make a point to follow up on that, because remember, this youngster in his first campaign, he's now at -1. But if he manages to win this game, he will have played number 1 seed Fabiano Caruana, number 2 seed Wesley So, number 3 seed Levon Aronian.
He's played all the games.
Not number 3. Number 3 seed would be Hans Niemann.
Right.
Number 4 seed Levon Aronian. He would have played the 4 top players
all the gangsters
in the event and end up at 50% despite having seen that ridiculous field.
Right.
That would be an extraordinary result for this young man. His last 3 players will be Ray Robson, Sam Shankland, and Abhimanyu Mishra, his fellow junior.
Not bad.
So not a bad end of strength of schedule to finish this off. So Andy Woodward, the 15-year-old in his first championship, boy, he could break even or +1. He'll say, okay, I can't wait for next year to get invited to this party. Right. And right now, he's got a great position to go against Hans Niemann. Hans, in a bit of trouble after getting beat up by Fabi yesterday. He needs to stop that right now, right here, right now, but he is in trouble against the youngster.
And of course, Andy comes into this tournament. He's invited by the United States Chess Federation by virtue of his becoming a junior champion. There was a time when it was considered too risky for the junior players to play against top-ranked opposition. No, not anymore when you've got people like Mishra and Andy
and
in the
he's
field.
not just participating in this event, he's really making points.
Yeah, rook b3 on the board. Again, I would have been anxious to make sure that I don't do something super suspect. I want to open that bishop's diagonal, but he has played the boss move, rook to b3, and he's looking. The other problem when you have a bishops of opposite color position, it's about who's attacking. But could you tell me what counterplay Hans has in his pocket?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are you going to do with this bishop? This bishop has no real future. Okay, this queen is doing a good job blocking any kind of pushes with the center pawn, but where do you want to do any counter-attacking style? You cannot just try to go and attack these pawns because, as we were mentioning, you have to be careful. There is this back rank, there is this queen flying over. If I decide to open this, I have even bishop joining the attack. Like, you have to be careful about your back rank issues as well.
No question about it. I don't see good play here for Hans, who, by the way, he's behind on the clock by 5 minutes to make a time control. Don't know how many moves they have, but I like Andy's position. I really feel that 1 or 2 more moves, and he might just be clinching a victory.
So I have an idea, Yasser.
Please.
What if I try rook g6 here?
Okay.
With wishing maybe to play g4.
Right.
To block it on the king side.
I love the inclusion of the move rook b8 check. The reason I want that inclusion is just so that I don't hang my rook.
Okay, king h7.
King h7, good move. Can I take this pawn? I don't think you can take with the pawn because of queen h5,
right.
So you probably have to take with the rook. You attack my bishop, but I get a tempo, at least. You don't have Oh, maybe you do. You could try to sacrifice an exchange with bishop takes h3. I don't think rook g2.
No, I would just play rook g6. I drop back.
Okay. Bishop e5 is a softening kind of touch.
Maybe you still have queen h5 because you are pinning my bishop, so I'm not...
There is some... I have to be cognizant of a queen g2. That could be the only source of count. Did he play rook g6? I don't see
No,
it.
king g7 is on the board.
Okay, so king g7. Again, I'm all about capturing this, and bishop e5. Can I understand what's going on here? If we take
pawn takes,
bishop e5, f6, rook g7, king g6, it's kind of hard for me to believe that Hans would voluntarily run up the board like this. Is that the way you play chess? like running into
it's not like you have a choice.
Running into your opponent's arms? I don't know. That's
at least I'm blocking some dark squares.
Wow, king g7 is the current position. Okay, so let's try it once more time. Takes. And if we drop our rook onto the 7th rank with the idea of rook, you're still going to go up the board, you think?
Yes.
Wow.
Could somehow sneak that queen in.
I know, right? So just a second. King to g. Okay, if I go trying to maybe check you or maybe play rook h8. So to quote Maurice, just try to sneak that queen in with rook h8. This is not a pleasant position for Hans to defend, and especially with less time. So Maurice.
Big time development in the game between Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan. Alice Lee's the leader in the tournament. We saw her play a dubious plan of putting her bishop on b1, but some chaos breaking out as Tatev is in serious time pressure. She did play for queen h5, rook f8, and then she played this move e4. As ambitious as it gets. Like, I'm trying to break your center down. I'm just going at it with my pieces pointed at you. And here, after e4, the move bishop to c5. And we can see the little makings of a bit of a
geometry,
a sacrifice or attack on this square. Alice found just the right move here, rook c4. Now bishop to d4. And here, she played the move knight to e2. Not ideal, but you have to find the move c5 if you're going to keep an advantage. The whole point is, your bishop has to go. And if you're going to lose this bishop, you better cement it with something, preferably a pawn. Now, c5 is not an easy move to play here because of a potential en passant, but there is a tactic, a discovery. We've been seeing discoveries all day. My point being that here, there is this tactic to worry about as another discovery is possible. But anyway, there's a queen takes d1 with the new discovery coming against you as well. So, what do you do here? She instead played this move, a very straightforward move. And Alice said, this thing has to go. That has to die right here, right now. And after e takes on d4, she played rook c takes on d4. And now, with almost 30 minutes on her clock, 26 plus, and Tatev down to 240.
That's not good.
That's definitely not good. And the game went rook bf6. At least the rook came in the attack. Now, bishop f4 is the best move here, but no one can fault Alice for playing the move bishop to e3, guard the pawn, cement the position. Knight f5 played, and now rook takes on e4, knight takes on e3, and rook takes on e3. Currently, white is ahead by a pawn. They're not playing precise chess. That's okay. It's just a dogfight at the moment. And now Tatev has to start finding moves. She has only 2 minutes left on her clock. If we can go to her board, we can see that she is deep in thought. She has to make another 9 moves. At least she's making her 31st move coming up. With only 2 minutes, is actually under 2 minutes now on her clock. We are in a critical moment in these championships. Alice Lee with a win here could do a lot of damage to one of her chasers, but also start to show that role she's on. Is she becoming almost invincible with just this flow of the way the tournament is going into the rest day a win by Alice could be enormous. Queen d6, an excellent move given the circumstances in the position. Tatev has her hands full. Only move 31 at the moment.
31?
157 left on her clock.
Oh dear.
It's this is the kind of position where you blunder, it just happens. The blunder just happens. They just come. So very difficult moment right now for Tatev.
I think that was a very good move because I was looking at rook takes f2, the desirable capturing of the pawn, but queen g6, threatening queen h7, followed by king takes f2, that was simply too good an answer to the move rook takes f2. So queen d6, prepping the move rook takes f2. Quick question though, should f2, f4 be played?
I mean, then you're weakening this diagonal, right?
Of course I am.
So...
But I'm killing the rooks on the f-file. Basically, I'm saying that the rooks on the f-file no longer play that marvelous counter-attacking role. And queen e5, maybe I've got queen e4, similar ideas of as well as queen d4. Just saying f2, f4, I would find myself tempted to play that, but you are right. I am weakening the g1 diagonal, but for the purpose of locking those rooks out of the game.
I think you have to, as Alice, do something like f4, because I'm not sure how else you want to progress. This bishop is looking at this pawn, so this rook has to keep defending the pawn. Making a move like this, I don't know.
People like Anatoly Karpov, they were so very cautious, you know. Rook d2 defends the pawn, they'll go queen d1. Then they suddenly wake up and they say the bishop should go to g2, you know, put the bishop back on e4, put the bishop back on g2. Alice is nursing an extra pawn, and it's a big-time game that she's playing right now against one of her key rivals. Maurice.
Talk about a big-time game. Andy Woodward, we were touting his virtues as a young champion, a champion of the future, but he's making some noise right now in the present. Woo. Somebody you don't want to mess with. He's only going to get stronger. That's the way it works. 15 years young with years to come, and he is currently
a star move.
Currently, he is slaughtering. Well, slaughtering is maybe too strong a word, but he just played a fantastic move against Hans. Take a look at what happened here. H6, rook to b3. Let me line up this bad boy. And opposite colored bishop attacks are ruthless. They work so well because you have an extra piece. And in this position, he played the move d5. Just a fantastic move, clearing this diagonal for his queen. And in trouble is Hans. I mean, there's no way to put it.
I got to put that in more context. Queen d6, attacking the rook on b8, pinning the bishop on g3. You can't take on g5. And this star move reaction, d5.
That's right.
You want the rook? I'll take your rook.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't want that to happen. A pawn, runaway pawn on c6 would be problematic. But in fact, there's no really good move here.
Queen d4 check.
Queen d4 check agenda. Or queen a1, getting out of the pin and taking the rook. You just don't have a move. You have to actually take and let him take. This is a move that has come as a shock to Hans. Just a complete body blow of a move.
Oof.
When you're 15 and playing chess like this, that's impressive. I'm going to give you the best line is to take on b8. If you try to, let's say, sidestep at the moment, let me just get out the way off that pin. Guess what? I'm just going to defend this bishop.
No, that's too hurtful.
I like it. You're just preparing the
Now he's going to take on g5. You got big problems here.
Can we try rook c5 for Hans? In the current position.
In the current position.
Rook c5. Give me the pawn. Give me the rook.
Rook c5, you...
Check on d4, no. Queen d4 check.
I'm going to show you a move that's even stronger, but queen d4 check is crushing because you can no longer... You cannot play f6. Well, you can't play... Let's just be clear. We can't play this because you're going to get toasted, so that's out.
That's clear.
But you cannot play f6 because I take on g5.
You can't play this because we take.
I'm crying. I was pinning the pawn.
No, you're not pinning anything.
No.
So rook c5 does not get the job done. In fact, it's so bad, rook c5, not to hurt your feelings, yes, but even this is playable because if you take, then there's a check coming anyway. So all bad in that.
All bad.
All bad. d5 is a blow. We chess players don't like to see moves like that land on our boards.
Oh, no.
What just happened? Now you have to defend for your life. We're back to this. There's this move to not let the pawn be on c6. but let it be sitting back here on.
That has a sense.
And this makes some sense, but you're just
it's terrible.
Down a pawn, pass pawn in your position. Queen c3 check to start, and you do what you want. As a matter of fact, you have to play f6 now. That's embarrassing because f6 allows takes. So let's move the king away, just trying to get out the way. Let's put it here. Doesn't really matter. And takes is happening. And what? I can't even do this because
Queen
of check.
f6 check.
Oh my goodness. This is
the funny part is if you played f6, not that it's the best move. I think you take on g5, but queen takes f6 check.
Oh, it's also possible. That's funny.
Take the queen on d8. Oh no.
Every single move.
Queen f6 is coming regardless.
That's the problem.
Queen f6 is coming and it's toast. There's no surviving this last blow by Andy.
Wow.
And he will jump to 50% after 8 rounds against these gangsters. This will be an amazing result, despite the fact that he's not going to win the tournament, but to have this kind of result. When you're in your first campaign, usually if you score -2 or 3, congratulations, good job, buddy.
And he would win a lot
I don't
of
think
rating,
so.
A lot of rating
But
points.
also he's going to tie for the 3rd place if he's going to win.
Wow. Oh,
Like he's
boy.
playing for the medals. He's not there just like to say, yes, I won the junior championship and I'm going to give a shot this tournament. No, I'm seriously playing. I'm a strong competitor.
D5, big time move, and Hans has just gotten into a tank. I think he spent 9 minutes thus far, and he doesn't have an answer. I'm 100% sure when Hans played the move Queen D6, he expected some soft move that the rook was hanging. Again,
Maybe Queen B3.
We're pinning the bishop, so we're not looking at any of these types of moves because the bishop is hanging. But the move D5 just came as an absolute blind. He got blindsided by this move D5, the cold shower move.
And Hans has only 6 minutes on his clock for 6 more moves. Okay.
But it's a difficult
what to play here?
Yeah, well, Maurice has been saying that likely the best is to give away the rook and just accept the fact that we're a pawn behind and a beautiful passer at that.
But this is just the beginning of a problematic situation, right? I'm going to give you a check.
Precisely.
And again, if you're going to go...
King h7.
Here, by the way... No, okay, this is also winning a pawn just this way.
That's simple chess.
I was thinking about some like funny stuff, offering the queen and taking with a check and taking here. So you go to h7.
Okay. The
So
queen f6 is a killer.
This is just...
Although you don't actually have f5. So, I mean, f5, well, actually...
No, but I have d6.
You may have f5 because this might just be a winning queen and pawn ending.
But I may just also think about moving forward with my pawn.
Gotcha.
Maurice,
Can we
what do you
please
think?
jump to the board? And I'd rather see it on the board. Tatev and Alice Lee. Alice played the move f4, and now queen c5. I've been waiting just to see it tick down. She is now, Tatev, at 1 minute, and should be 27 seconds. 1 minute and 27 seconds to play her next 8 moves.
Not easy.
That is not going to be easy. She has some small compensation for the pawn deficit, but here comes Alice playing her move, centralizing with her queen, and now saying, your attack on the f-file
is stopped.
You can literally forget about.
Right.
So how are you going to handle this exact position? You're not going to win my d-pawn. It's just not going to happen. So that means you have to defend, and she has gone into that mode. Let me just target the pawn at least and see what happens next. That pawn can be defended with bishop to a2.
Well, the problem is you're not even threatening to take it, right? Because of bishop a2.
Sacrifices on that square, or pinning.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Or a double pin even.
Yes, the queen and the king.
I mean, takes here and this pin and that pin.
Oops.
So
it's a crossfire.
But you still have to solve this problem of this pin. So she has some small-ish compensation for this. Bishop a2 solidifies her defense of this pawn, and we can have this position. It's actually not that easy for Alice herself to make this position go any further. I mean, she wants to just cement everything quite soon.
If you don't mind, Maurice, for me, the problem in Alice's position is the rook on e3 is pinned. If I could play h4 and king h2.
Right now?
Yeah. And then put my queen on h7 or my pawn on h5, life is good. So h4, can you take the pawn on the d5? No. You can't. No.
Because I have c6 coming up.
So if I take the, okay.
Even if you take, c6 will happen.
c6.
Yeah, we have to remove this pawn for it to work the way you want it. c6 is going to happen.
I was thinking bishop a2.
Bishop a2 is a nice cross-pin, but c6
b4
solves all the problems, cements that bishop.
Oh, that's hilarious. I thought I had a double pin, and you couldn't take the pawn on d5, but you actually can. Apologies, I didn't.
No, good move by, an instructive moment, good move by Tatev, but she still is at 138, and at least she'll have an easy next move.
Right.
And maybe an easy move after that, king h8, to get off this diagonal, because she'll have a pin on the D line.
As well.
She herself, so she'll have, that's very funny. What's funny is this. So yes, this is such a beautifully instructive moment, the cross-pin.
Yeah.
Talk about geometry, and my course on chess geometry, I'm always looking for additional supplementary material to send to people.
Right.
Now, your idea was that if you played a move like this,
yep, that's fine.
That's fine too. That we had the pin this way and the pin that way, right? So we've got a cross pin. What's funny about this position is that after bishop a2, rook to d8, black plans, let's say you play a move like h4, for example.
Okay.
And black moves the king. Black could take the pawn. I just want to move the king. What I'm looking at is the move c6, which means that you have the pin this way, although this queen is currently defended, but you have the pin this way as well. So just all this action along the nexus square, d5, right? Pins and things. At any rate, rook d6 on the board, and Alice, I know she wants more. You just feel like, what can I get out of this position? But Tatev doesn't seem that fazed by the problems in her position, but she's clearly nervous because the clock is not her friend at the moment. And I thought she was getting up, which seems shocking for her to do at a moment like this in the game. She can't afford to lose any seconds on the clock.
Tactically, I'm probably blundering something. But if I play the move rook d4 right here, right now for Alice, again, I'm kind of challenging black to try to take the pawn, but I'm angling for the move b4. So I want to...
But in the worst case scenario, I can give queen c1 check, no?
And then rook
you go the
e1.
other rook back. Okay.
So that I'm trying to break the pin, and if you could do that whole rook d8 thingamajig and king h8, there's queen e8 on the back rank. So is rook d4? Is rook d4 viable?
Just takes on d5.
How?
Same thing. No, bishop takes.
b4?
b4, queen c1, back, and just come back.
Okay, now rook takes d5?
Queen takes.
And c6 again.
At the end, c6.
Always c6 there.
I got the vision. I thought c6 again. Thank you, Maurice.
No, dynamic opportunity certainly for both players, but Alice is the one who was up a pawn. Alice Lee came into this round. She's like queen c3.
Queen c3.
Queen c3 is a playable move, and I think she's just trying to shut down all the problems in her position with this move, queen c3. She's also angling for this darn c-pawn. That's been annoying for quite some time.
That is right.
And she's trying to resolve the problem of the pin on her rook. I don't think Tatev will want to trade in this position. Just
not a pleasant ending.
Not in her personality even, to want to trade here, even if it's the best thing to do. And in fact, it is, according to the engine, the best thing to do. The other move, though, queen back, allows the interesting king to g2. And now, let's take a look at this line. Takes. Bishop to a2.
And now there's rook e7 untapped as well.
Hold on, I messed something up. King g2 takes. takes, and bishop to a2. No, black is fine here.
Seriously?
So queen b6 is playable. Queen b6 is playable. She's not trading queens. That's not Tatev. I think she's going to play queen b6.
She traded queens.
She traded queens?
Yes.
I guess I don't know my
Commentator's curse. Welcome to the show, Maurice, where commentators get tested.
Right? I would never have thought Tatev trades queens in this position.
No.
I would have bet money she doesn't trade.
And
well, now she's simplified. Now it's a two-result game.
Of course.
Now it's a two-result game. That's the
Extra
surprising
pawn.
thing to me, why she traded in this position when she didn't have to.
But guys, one result game is now between Andy Woodward and Hans Niemann.
A one result game.
One result game. We have big progress there because they traded the rooks. And it seems like Andy is winning another pawn.
Ooh.
And I think we may see resignation soon.
Tatev had a trick, but I think she tricked herself. I think Tatev just played the move c7, c6, and trying to take advantage of the rook.
So you want to go back to the Alice game, Yasser? Okay.
Yeah, because Tatev has no time, and Alice just had this really nice trick that Tatev fell for. When Tatev traded queen, she hadn't intended c6. Now she realizes that her desired capturing on d5, winning the pawn back, no. Rook drops down to e7. You can't play rook f7 because of rook e8 check. And if the bishop moves, rook to e7, and that's winning. I think that's a winning move. I think rook e1 and whoops.
It's a fantastic move. She had a much better
13
move.
seconds.
13 down. We will say rook b3 was even stronger than rook e1, but you're right.
King f7.
Her position is collapsing now, and that last move is a real mistake.
That
looks... Because now bishop a2 is a big move, and you cannot really capture on d5.
Precisely.
And if you try to get your king away, let's say to f6...
You can't capture on d5 because of that skewers the old double attack. We know those. And if you go king f6,
then rook e6.
Rook e6. You got nothing better than rook e6. And
So
just
I'm just
saying,
going to save that pawn, no?
No, you're just saying, at the end of the day, this is a huge passer. I think that just clinches victory for Alice.
There's a strong move here for Alice.
That rook b3 you mentioned?
And she's about to play it. Bang! She found it. Rook to c1. Rook e c1. That's a star move. Wow, what a find. She's after the pawn straight. She's going to have a nice pawn on this square. You obviously can't take the pawn on d5 because takes just runs into rook c7. The game is over. And she found this beautiful move.
Nice.
How do you defend this now? And you obviously cannot play this move because of bishop to a2. This one right now, in the crisis moment to find all the right moves.
Rook d8. She has no time.
This could be the one that wins her the championship.
Absolutely.
She played rook to d8, but what does that do?
I know.
Hand over the goods.
Is there a check downstairs that maybe...
Well, remember, there's a check coming here. So even if you play this check...
Just king f2, yeah?
I'm just wondering if you have another check somewhere. No. You could get this check, but then
That's it. You're out of checks. King e3.
Okay, so no more checks.
Nope.
There's nothing.
No, and there's a passer.
Nothing.
Nope. That wins.
It's disastrous. Rook f. All she has to do now is just take her pawn and say, I don't believe anything you're doing down here. She's got 15 minutes to play 3 more moves while you've got 42 seconds and collapsing. That moment when she played queen takes c3, I'm going to say, I'm shocked at Tatev for playing that way. And now we're waiting for the capture, and she's reaching for that pawn.
With every fiber.
Thank you so much for that second free beat you've given. That's 2 pawns down. Alice is about to win this game.
And cement her lead in this U.S. Championships. Based on what Anna Zatansky and Anna Sargsyan are doing. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but we're calling the game for Alice Lee at this moment. She's 2 pawns up. Tatev has no time on her clock.
She did play check. There's two more moves for us to follow. Let's take a look.
Okay, I'm expecting king f2. We don't really...
King f2 on the board?
Yeah.
Now she just has to make, after this, 2 more moves for Tatev. What can she do now? She is now in resignation land.
Exactly.
She's 2 pawns down. She'll make time control in a completely dead endgame. She may be reaching her hand out across the board. She'll probably make the moves to get to time control, but there is nothing there. No hope, no nothing. It's just 2 pawns.
But you know, it was that retreat, knight to e7, when she had the opportunity to play knight d4, and that was very uncharacteristic of Tatev. She literally seized the defensive and at a moment when she had the opportunity to go on the attack.
But she was fine the way the game went.
I know, but it just didn't feel like...
It wasn't in principle the right thing to do.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Sure.
It didn't feel like that was her nature to play that defensive move.
So she did play bishop to c8. Virtually every move wins for Alice now.
At this point.
As she is up 2 pawns, it's 2 pawns.
Exactly.
So.
And just to boldly state the obvious, Alice is the leader of our tournament, as she has the lead and a winning position in this round before the free day.
Great shape before the rest day.
Woo! Yeah, I'll tell you, she'll be feeling very, very good about her playing this one. Bishop a2 check, and she's looking to advance the pawn yet again with the move c7. Why not?
With move king f6, Tatev reached the 40th move, so we have time control, and I think we will expect players to maybe now dive a little bit deeper into that position, calculating. Especially Alice now just needs to figure out how she wants to proceed. Oh, she's immediately capturing the rooks.
Well, that's interesting. I thought c7 was winning a tempo, but she traded rooks. I mean, certainly a decent move, king e3. I don't want to see, I don't allow those types of moves in my game. King e2, king e3. Just bringing the king into the center. Did I miss something? Was there a reason why she didn't play c7? Because it looks objectively so much simpler. What would have Tatev done?
I'm just surprised she's playing so fast. I thought she's going to say, okay,
move
40
41.
moves, let's go for a walk.
Okay, rook c2. She defended against the threat. Yeah, this is winning. Let's go to the Atusa game. Rose Atwell, Anna Zatonski first, because when we left it, we thought Rose Atwell was really for choice. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Although Anna has been making a mess of
material
things.
is equal, but that rook on b7 is targeting the b6 pawn, and it's only a matter of time when she captures it.
So let's assume we
King
have
G2.
King G2, and let's assume, I don't know, rook.
Maybe rook e1, no, to attack the other pawn.
In every case, I thought I was going to play e3, and then the rook was eventually going to have to come over. So Rose is definitely going to be a pawn up, and a rook and pawn endgame with all the chances, a 2-result game there. But Maurice, you've got Levon and Shankland.
And a 1-result game in this one.
A 1-result game.
This one's over. After the trade of queens, we saw that happen too in the Tatev game. She should never have traded queens.
No.
I mean, that just, no chance after that. Well, she blundered with c6, but to get rid of the queens, your pawn down already, required very accurate play. But this game, this one he could have played rook f3. No problem. Rook f3, he's definitely winning. But he found another path. He said, I like this too. What's wrong with this? I'm going to put a pawn on a7.
Oops.
And prepare rook b8. Why isn't this good for me too? I understand you have 2 pieces for the rook, but that pawn on e7 is a problem. We'll take that one. Now you have 2 pieces for a rook and pawn, and I got a passer that's running down the board. How are your pieces going to stop me? And by the way, your knight can't move just yet because of bishop to e4. So your pieces are somewhat frozen. What are you going to do with this piece? You can't move because of bishop e4. Hello. King E7. Let's march this one up the board. King D8. Oh, you're trying to get your king close, but look who you left behind, this button. And I still have the move bishop to E4. Bishop to B7. Okay, you kill that. Let me get my tempo. And now let me kill this one. And when the smoke cleared, the pawn is still sitting on A7. This one is passed. You're just going to have victims to worry about. Bishop E2, rook F8. No, let's trade down. Let's get to this endgame. I want to play this move, bishop F3. I want to play rook F7.
Beautiful
it's horrible.
Play. Beautiful play by
fantastically forceful play. This one is resignable. You can see it on the face of Sam Shankland right there. He knows that it's over. No chance. He's played the move. Rook to F6.
On the board.
But, I mean, we could take that. We can go after this one. How do you defend it?
I don't want to play E5.
You definitely don't want to play this move.
No, I don't. Wow.
And the trade has been done.
For those of you who have just joined us in this game between Levon, Aronian, and Sam Shankland, we saw a really fantastic bout of preparation. I want to even say by both players. Sam came with a completely unusual concept in the Najdorf to sacrifice an exchange. Levon found an entire series of great moves. Let me just go back to the game and bring it up on my screen. A fantastic series of great moves to maintain an advantage throughout, and Levon is now pressing with an extra pawn in a bishop's ending, which we think is winning after the move king d7. You can't go after the a pawn, but your king can't remain anchored to the e6 pawn forever.
You can never really push because that allows me to push as well.
Exactly.
And then this white king may just come closer to those pawns.
I think that's precisely what Levon has in mind, is to play king g4, king h5, and he will win this game and then start to challenge our tournament leaders for the lead. As Levon, this will be his second win, and he remains undefeated as well.
A big development in the game with Fabiano Caruana and Ray Robson. I don't remember us talking about this.
We thought it was a fortress for the longest time.
Until he sacked.
What?
Oh, wow.
He lost his nerve. What? What?
Okay, is this a fortress as well?
2 pawns for the rook? I'm not a big fan. I mean, because the pawn structure is terrible.
Exactly. G3 is possible. Then F4.
King comes to E3, rook goes to H1, rook goes to H5. Oh boy, oh boy. It could be one of those things where Ray misjudged his piece sacrifice. He didn't need to do this. We were thinking that Ray had a nice fortress by just simply waiting.
So it's this moment where Ray just has to be more patient.
Yep.
Just here to be a little more patient, and I mean, it is inviting you to capture, right? When you see this bishop, this knight capturing here.
He trapped him in he ensnared him to make this move rook takes g3. But again, if
so, you think maybe something like rook g7?
No, if Ray had just played bishop back to e6 and just said, "Look, I've achieved my maximum." Literally, Ray has had the same position for the last 10 moves. And maybe his king was on e7 and his pawn was on b7. I would have probably kept the pawn on b7. And Fabi did absolutely nothing. I mean, and by making the sacrifice, I think he's given Fabi chances of winning the game. And if Fabi were to win this game, would that be 3 in a row?
So he won against Hans?
Yeah. No, he drew with Wesley. That was when I thought he was winning.
We thought he's going to win, but that did not
apologize.
happen.
He, of course, has won 3 U.S. championships in a row, seeking his 4th U.S. championship and hoping to tie Bobby Fischer's record of winning 4 in a row in modern championship history. By the way, Ray, as we know, loves time trouble. regardless of the position, he's going to have 12 seconds on his clock. And guess what? He has 12 seconds on his clock and counting.
But he's on move 44, so he's going to get extra 30 minutes. He already passed the time control.
He has, and you got it. He did get that 30-minute bonus. But now he realizes, wait a minute, could I have my exchange back?
But you know how easy it is, because I understand Ray's idea. You go here, you want to capture this pawn, maybe you're going to go for c5.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to have dark square bishops.
Let's go.
Bishop that is centralized, the light square bishop that, okay, maybe it's not the greatest one in the world.
F4.
F4. Okay, bishop F6.
King E3. C5. What
Maybe
else
I
do
just
you
wait
have?
for a little bit. King E6.
Rook H1. Give me your pawn on H6.
Oh, I don't have that much waiting time, because if I go...
Rook H5. Give me that pawn on
You're
F5.
just coming after me. Okay.
Yeah, that's what you're facing. That's what Ray Robson is facing. He's facing, if you could keep both those pawns, nudge that H6 pawn to the G6 square.
Mm-hmm.
I start to believe the 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook, perfect compensation. The fact that F5 is weak and H6 is weak, C5, take on C5, take with the B pawn, rook H1, give me the H6 pawn, and we're back to the same thing. I mean, I respect the fact that you have a passer on the D file, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah.
I think it's a 2-result game suddenly at this point. Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy.
Risky move by Ray Robson.
Absolutely. And what's happening in Wesley's game? If
let's take a
Fabi's
look.
going to win this game, Wesley better try to win the game as well, right? Oh my
It
goodness.
looks like maybe they're headed for a draw.
Okay, just a second. We left it after the move F4, way back when, right? Remember we had some position like this, F4, 5, foop, foop. Whoa. Whoa, what a beautiful trap that is. Did you see what Awonder has, what a cheapo.
Very sneaky trick, knight G6.
Oh my.
Threatening the rook, but mostly threatening the checkmate.
Oh my goodness, what a nice one that was. Knight E6. Wesley said, I see that. You're not gonna get me. G5, G4, knight takes, knight G6, and we've caught up to date with the players. Whoa, what's going on here? If we move the rook. Maurice, over to you as you've got Jennifer and Nasi.
Time control, time control, time control.
Uh-oh.
So much a part of chess. Bishop C4 on the board. It was a fight this whole game.
Yeah.
And Jennifer had taken the lead. We saw Nasi had a good position and Jennifer had a good position.
Back and forth.
You don't want to see what just happened.
Oh no, what just happened?
There's B4.
Oh no, rook. Those backward attacking moves. Oh no, B4 wins the game. That's it. That just blunders the game in one move.
One move.
That's a free piece, yeah.
Just
Ouch.
sad. Just sad. She's moved.
Oh, Jennifer. Rook A5 is what she's played. And Nasi happily, with both hands, captured the bishop. No, Nasi did not play B4, B3. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
She can only dream that this makes sense in some fantasy land.
Actually, that's a darn good cheapo to try at least, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't really help. Although, I got to say, something like this allows a little bishop C6 dream.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I would maybe consider put the rook back on C7 for just a moment. I would maybe.
By the way, this is also just completely winning, but.
Yeah, maybe just even start with A2. So it's transposed. If I go A2, maintaining that guy, and then let you take the knight, say rook D7, you can capture my knight. And I'll capture with the rook on D7, and I keep the pawn on A2. That should be winning.
Yeah, And it is. And by the way, one more move for Nazi before she hits move 40. One more move. She's spending her minute and 23 seconds right now just making sure that she plays the right move. But this had to just come as a complete shock to Jennifer Yu. An unbelievable one-move blunder. We don't see that very often. As Nazi's feeling a bit nervous right now, trying to figure out precisely the right way to play. I mean,
we have a result.
And this one is over as Sam is just disgusted. He's running out of there.
So disgusted.
He doesn't even want to do anything. Just go. Bye. I got to go. As Levon with a win.
Wow.
Surges to right behind the leaders. And we're back to this one, as this could be the same thing if Nazi just doesn't even have to play like fantastic moves here. Just keep the A-pawn is the key. She's moved her knight away.
Knight G6.
She's moved her knight away. This one,
winning.
She's still winning, but that one, how much time did she have? Wait, but Jennifer moved instantly also?
I think Jennifer had to play D6.
No, Jennifer did not move just yet, it looks like.
She did not?
Yes. So Nazi played the move and ran from the board. One of those things. But she didn't want to give up her piece of all things. She's still winning, though. She's still winning. She's up a piece. But keeping the A-pawn was a more accurate try.
Right.
But being up a piece ain't bad.
No.
It's a piece.
Piece is a piece.
The only thing I'd be worried about here, and I'm completely wrong to worry about it, is takes, and there's two pass pawns. If I can take this thing.
But they're blockaded.
They're fully blockaded by the piece. It is if I win the pawn, though, like, so for example, this position. So they're blockaded. What's the strategy for winning? I guess.
Put the rook back for a moment, Maurice, because I was thinking that black should go king f7, king e6. So put the rook, I don't care, on b7 perhaps?
b7, okay, I'll take the
And
pawn.
then king f7, king e6. And that's my strategy for winning.
Like put the king here and then just bring the piece around.
Exactly.
That's
Should be enough. I'm seeing a draw coming up really, really fast in the game between Wesley So and Awonder Liang. I think we're about to see a handshake after the move f6 check.
f6 is on the board.
King has to take on f6. Rook will go to a6 with check. And we're going to see king g5.
And we are starting the repetition. Rook a6 check. Yep. King going there. We're going to give check again.
And Wesley's going to say, what happened in Fabi's game? And he's going to say, well, Ray Robson decided to commit suicide. What? Wesley will say, Ray had a fortress.
And this is a repetition. They're not even waiting for Chris Bird to confirm it. They shook hands, paused the clock, and they're about to sign the score sheet.
I think sometimes I should just play 4 times repetition so you make sure there's no question. So Wesley So goes into the locker room with a +3 score after 8 rounds of play. Very impressive.
And Anastasiya is with Levon. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Levon, Aronian, who just managed to win his game against Sam. But the round started with sad news. Levon, and if you would like to say something, please.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, I knew Danya quite well. I can say he was always a good friend and a nice guy, and yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I have not really words to describe the grieving that I'm going through, and I hope his family stays strong, and he was loved by everybody. I mean, it's really worst possible news.
Yeah, we all go through this shocking news, of course, and for you it was also very hard to play this round, I guess, because we learned just a few minutes before it started.
Honestly, if there was a possibility not to play, I would take it. During the game, I was even thinking if I could go to the arbiter. But, you know, it's US Championship and the rules are the same. So I just thought, I don't care about the result. I'll just play whatever.
Yeah, I think Danya, we all know how much he loved chess, and
Yes.
I think he can understand, and he was chess player until the end. And yeah, it's still very shocking news for us. But coming back to this game, we didn't see you for a long time, and there were many draws. Today you managed to win. How do you think about the tournament situation now?
It's okay. I'm playing. I'm enjoying chess. So, it's such a luxury just to play chess and not to think about things and be away from real life where all kinds of things can happen. So, it's So we should cherish what we have.
Absolutely, Levon. Thank you so much for coming here and sharing the thoughts with us. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Go back to the studio.
Anastasiya, thank you. I think Levon is speaking for everybody here in our production at the St. Louis Chess Club as we're all grieving the passing of a brilliant young man, Daniel Naroditsky, and really feeling very, very, very somber mood here in studio. Nonetheless, he did get and achieve a very, very important win to put himself right behind the leaders at +2. Maurice.
Yes. Again, Daniel Naroditsky, there's not anything you can say about his genius that everyone didn't see. One of those amazing personalities. And one of the great things he would do is he would have those impressions
he was great.
of players. And he could do a Gary Kasparov, just the drop of a hat. And you just name it.
Nakamura, he was good.
Yes, he was just amazing. It had you laughing, but also so erudite, so knowledgeable on so many different subjects. Watching him as a commentator, we've been commentating for decades, Yaz.
Yeah.
And watching him as a commentator, looking forward to him growing more and more into the role because he was already brilliant. And so how could he get better at this? Because he was able to have all these references. I love the way he would say some word and somebody sitting next to him would say, "What does that word mean? Like, what, is that English?" And yeah, go look it up in the dictionary because he was just so knowledgeable about so much at such a young age. He wrote a book when he was like 14 or years old. An extraordinary,
very well received
talent, young man, the intelligence level.
And he was always so funny. I mean, you cannot, he would play a game with you, chess game, and he would always just crack jokes and...
Yeah. I'll never forget the moment he played against Ivanchuk in the World Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
And Ivanchuk lost on time.
In a crazy
game where Ivanchuk was just better or whatever the situation, he lost on time. And as Ivanchuk sat there moaning, literally, I mean, you can see the video, Danya sat there with him. I mean, just to show the compassion of this young man. He could have gotten up from the board, say, the guy, I won the game, the guy has to suffer by himself. He sat there and commiserated with the pain of his opponent. That's the kind of young man he was. And so a serious loss for the chess world.
Yes, indeed. We're going to take a break. But before we do, we want to inform everybody
that in an effort to get more people included in chess, Dr. Ginny Karen Sinkfield has written a book called Read and Write Chess. It is written in 17 different languages and is a quick way to become literate in the language of chess. It is free for download online at stlouischessclub.org. Learn to read and write chess today. And Yasser, as we go to break, you had a chance to sit down with the women and ask them how the US Championship differs from other major tournaments. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
When you think about the U.S. Championships, the competition, the atmosphere, how do they differ from other competitions that you play?
So first of all, we are like very welcome here. We're really feeling very important, and I love like very strict rules. We have like great anti-cheating rules. So it's really because I'm like in general very suspicious person, and here I feel like really safe. I know that like everyone is playing like really fairly here. So this is great, and being much older than other participants make me feel younger, make me feel that I still can compete, and I'm very grateful that I'm playing the US Championship for so many years. I was asked, I think in interview, where I'm gonna be in 5 years. I said like, I want to be able to qualify for US Championship. I still want to play US Championships.
First, it's like a really long tournament, so it's 2.5 weeks, round robin, and 11 rounds, so it's the most intensive tournament here. The US Championship is just like a marathon, but I always do enjoy it because I remember I usually I've had bad starts in the past, but it's allowed me to come back because of how long the tournament is.
I think US Championships are always my favorite event. You know, so many friends are around. I usually do pretty well too. I think this year, you know, I'm gonna try to do a little better than last year. Last year was maybe my best run yet. You know, I think I kind of showed myself what I was capable of, and now I'm like 50 points higher rate than I was last year too. So I'm really hoping to kind of do well.
It's just really familiar but really nice feeling being able to play here in St. Louis, and I believe this is my 5th US Women's Championship, so I've already gotten a little bit used to it, but it's still my favorite tournament of the year. Nothing really compares to it.
I've been living in St. Louis already 3 years and watch the US Championship every year. I'm not gonna lie, as a chess player, it is not easy to see such a strong, prestigious tournament happening right here and not being able to play in it. Like, you know, I was watching it, like, I want to play. Yeah, I want to play there.
Right.
So it feels very special to finally be part of this tournament. But at the same time, I had to make a difficult decision, you know, transfer the federation. But I feel like it's part of my growth, and I'm ready to embrace this new chapter in my life.
As soon as I got the invitation, I was like, yay, I'm playing in this, because at such a young age, like for
How
me,
old are you?
I'm 12.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm turning 13 in December. So for me to be able to reach this level at such a young age and playing this like prestigious tournament, I'm really, really grateful. It's like a milestone, like the key steps into the bigger stage.
Yeah, obviously it's very prestigious, and I'm very happy and grateful to be here and to play with some of the top players in the country.
Right.
Yeah, the atmosphere is very nice. Everyone at the chess club is very jovial, very honest, very wholehearted. It's very wholesome.
Actually, the first time that I played here, I was just surprised because everyone wanted to win against you. And even though, like, let's say, even if you're a, you know, a high-rated player, every player wants to like beat you at the board. So everyone is so competitive. So I think that's the thing that is different than the other tournaments, because okay, when you play in open tournaments or other tournaments, if you're a high-rated player, people would, you know, scare you most of the time, and they agree on a draw even if you're slightly worse. But here the situation is different, so everyone wants to play their best. Yeah,
absolutely. It's my favorite event. It has been for the last 10 years. It's the strongest event I play in, and every year it gets stronger and stronger.
I think it's mainly just because I've been playing here. I don't know how many times like I play here. This is probably like my 8th or 9th US Championship.
You're a veteran.
I need to count. And I've been here since I was 13. So it's like some of these players like you've gotten to know really well over the past few years. And every single year it's a new kind of challenge. But it's also a space I'm really comfortable in, just because I feel like I've somewhat grown up here. Like this year, I had this realization that I almost wasn't gonna qualify because the past few years I've just been like messing around too much, lost all my rating. So I was like, there's no way I can't after like being here every single year. So that was kind of like a very sobering realization that I was like, I need to come back and get this back together.
Yeah, the US Championship is for sure special, right? It's like a chance to add more titles. Yeah, I mean, I would say it is the most special tournament of the year for me, and we'll see, you know, what kind of form I'm going to be in here.
I mean, I don't think I can compare a US Championship to any other tournament.
because most tournaments I play in are open tournaments, and it's just a lot of players of different rating categories. The conditions are different. Maybe you're playing in some big hall or you're playing in a hotel. So of course the US Championship is very professional, well organized. You're in an atmosphere where you feel like chess is welcome here, chess is respected, so you feel very welcome and very appreciated as a chess player, which in an open tournament, you just feel like you're one of many. You don't really get the same feeling. And of course, we're also surrounded by these great players. I think as American players, we're very spoiled because we just have such direct access to constantly interacting with so many top players. Of course, we're very lucky so many top players live in the US. And I think just playing in the same playing hall is also very exciting.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to four, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome back to round 8 at the US Championships, and let's take a look at the results.
In the ladies.
We are getting there. So let's start in the open section.
Let's do it that way.
Levon Aronian won against Sam Shankland, and Awonder Liang drew against Wesley So.
And in the ladies, no results.
In the ladies, we are expecting results, but so far no results. Alice Lee, it seems like she is going to win soon, but so far no results.
Andy Woodward is definitely winning. Maurice and I were looking at his decision, and I think a lot of players would have hesitated about the queen exchange. Andy understood that, in fact, this ending is absolutely simple. After takes, there's nothing that Hans can do. Pawn is going to c7, king is going via g1 all the way over to support it, and there's just these 2 pawns.
And we have a result. Alice Lee won her game against Tatev Abrahamyan.
That's huge.
It was a very nice victory for Alice, and a crucial victory. She knocks down one of her rivals in the tournament. When we left it, we thought that Alice was doing very, very well right here. 2 pawns to the good. And just how was her technique? She just chased Tatev's rook about the board. And yeah, this nice. Bring h2, h3. She's about to play the move bishop to g4, breaking the blockade of the c7 pawn. And Tatev said, well done, and congratulated.
Big time victory for her. And let's take a look at a game that's of real import, is the game with Anna Sargsyan versus Atusa Porkosyan. This one, obviously Anna wants to stay in striking distance.
Clear.
But the lady just won. The young lady just won. You were half a point behind. So now you're a point and a half behind. So you need something. I got to stay in some kind. But you're suddenly down a pawn and about to lose the other pawn. You're going to lose this pawn. But we know this endgame is drawn with correct play. But you're 2 pawns down, and you better play accurately because you're going to lose the endgame if you don't. So this position is technically a draw. It's not one of those, I'm just going to just do it like this. So we're going to see what knowledge Anna has of this endgame, 2 pawns down, but versus the F and H pawn. Very famous ending that you should study, you should know. if you are serious about becoming a top player. But this position is major danger for her. And I'll point out another game, another chaser, is Anna Zatonsky. And Anna is going to survive or look, well, it's not over yet, but there was a moment here where the youngster, these rook and pawn endings, we see another one here, the youngster Rose Atwell could have won the game in a forcing manner from this position. She had to play rook g6, give up this one, say, I don't have a problem. You take this one, go after this one. Now, you could do whatever you like. You can play h5, you can play rook e5, so you can take the pawn. Let's play rook e5. We'll trade this one for this one. And the key move is this move. Now we're going to play rook f4. And your king cannot do anything. We're going to march our king around and then pick off that pawn. And once we get a rook and 2, this is not the rook and f and h. These are two connected passers. And you'll just lose straight. After king h4, unfortunately, she went after this pawn instead, allowed rook to b1, took immediately, and this endgame is a very different kettle of fish. And it's still losable, for sure, but it's a much easier defense. The other one was just lost. So now we have a game again. This one, we had the tale of the two Annas. Anna Zatonsky trying to save this position. She was going to be gone. Was anyone going to be within a point of Alice? If there were two losses, they would, well, by the way, they could both draw now.
Maybe Rose would be a point and a half behind Alice.
If Rose had won, she should be only a point behind Alice.
She's a point behind.
A point behind Alice.
Right now, it's 2 points behind.
Right.
Yeah. So Alice Lee with a victory, boy, she's just
burning the road.
Yeah. and right now, the leader of our tournament in the women's section is with Anastasiya.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I'm here with Alice Lee, who managed to win one more game. I mean, what a surprise. So, Alice, first of all, I want to give you this present. You are the first one to win today in the women's event. This is the book from Susan Polgar. It's called Rebel Queen. Please, let's show it in the camera, maybe. Yes, next to your face, yes, so everybody can see it. Okay.
Thank you.
And I hope this book will inspire you to for more and more great results. What do you think actually about Susan Polgar? Have you ever had any kind of connection with her or training?
Yeah, actually, Susan Polgar, I think, has a tournament every year, the Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational, and it's held here in St. Louis. So I played in there in 2019 and 2023, and I had the opportunity to actually meet her. So that was really great for me.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it was so long time ago, even though you're so young. It's unbelievable to even think about it. But for now, you're leading the tournament with +4. What do you think about today's game and the result?
Yeah, I don't think today's game was particularly great, but I think at some point when she got into time pressure, I started to get a good position. I kind of misplayed, but once I got into the end game, I was pretty happy.
So which maybe like one critical point you can tell us about, like very quickly, like which moment you think?
There was a moment where she could have played c5, I think. And that was after rook c4 in the middle game.
After rook c4?
Oh, no, after knight e2 here.
Knight e2. Okay.
Yeah, knight e2. She took on e4, but if she played c5, I would have actually been quite unhappy because she's going to take on e4 next, and actually I can't take on c6 because bishop takes f2.
So if you take on c6, yes, well, en passant, bishop takes f2.
Yes. King takes, and queen takes d1. And actually she's taking on e4 next, and I think my king is in a huge bit of trouble.
It doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so c5 was, you think, this critical move for her?
Yeah, I think c5 was critical, but after that, I think my position was very good. And maybe I could have converted cleaner, but I don't think she had any chances.
You just came from the tournament hall. Like, how does it feel, the situation on the other board? Where are you checking what's happening with the rivals?
Yeah, so there's two people before this round who are half a point behind me, the two Annas actually, and both of them look like they're in either a draw or losing, so I guess I'll be 1 point ahead of the field. but I think I'll be playing a few people who are like 1 point behind me, so it will be difficult.
Yeah, exactly. Still so many rounds, 3 rounds to go, and tomorrow is the rest day. What are the plans?
I'll probably prepare a bit and also maybe do some schoolwork.
Yeah, it was also good opportunity, yes, to do some other work. Thank you so much, Alice.
Thank you.
And all the best of luck for the next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our congratulations, Alice Lee, 16 years young, but a point in the lead nonetheless, and hunting down her first U.S. Women's Championship title, Maurice.
And one of her chasers is about to go down because, as we mentioned, this endgame is technically drawn, but you've got to know some basics. One is don't let your king be driven to the back rank without a fight. In this position here, rook g6 was necessary, 100% necessary, in order to try to get a position like this one where you're able to stay within range and keep your king within the orbit of these pawns and not be driven backwards. What did she do instead? She played rook a6, just played a waste move, said, okay, I'm prepared to play a move like rook to a4. The problem is this one, rook c2 with check. Your king is now driven to the back rank, and you're not going to survive this position. I'll just so the way the game went, she just took on f4, and now it's just king in, pawns in, and it's not a drawn endgame like you would be if it was only one pawn that you had to face off against. She played rook a4, king g3, rook a3, king g4, rook a4, f4. She's going to use one as shelter and the other she's going to promote. And that's it. You're just busted. There's not even a chance to win or survive this position now. Rook a3 on the board, but this position is now winning for Atusa. She played rook to e2, so just waiting for moves to come. But Anna is looking now, hoping she has a chance, somehow, some way of tricking her opponent, who has lost a number of games in a row after winning her first one, but is ready to collect this point. You can see the difference in the scores between the two of them. 4.5 points. A draw would keep her in range of Alice. Is Alice sitting on 6 now, yes? So a draw would keep her in range with 3 rounds to go, maybe have a chance. But if she loses this game, 1.5 points back, it'll be an absolute disaster for her chances to win the tournament. She is a first-timer, so yeah, I'm saying that, but you know, she had aspirations when she started off strong. Did Anna? She was leading the tournament at one point, but now in dire straits against one of the players who's not doing so well. But hey, in this championship, anybody can beat anybody on any given day.
Exactly what Irina said. No easy games in this ladies championship. I'm looking at the game of Nasi versus Jennifer, and it's 2 minor pieces versus the rook, and it should be easy, but I thought, to my way of thinking, the most compelling way of winning is to play king f7 to e6, which requires me to move the pawn to f6 so I can get my king to e6. And the moment I was thinking that's where the king has to land on e6, Nasi plays the move bishop e6, and I got tasered. Like, no. Is Nasi going to go king h7 to g6 to f5?
I think she's going to take this route with the king.
Okay.
So with the bishop e6, she just made sure this knight is defended.
Right.
And now is the time to bring the king to the center.
All right. Because otherwise, it was just sort of like, you know, put the king on e6, let's go. We still think Nasi is the big favorite to win that game.
We have one more interesting game that's becoming decided, but we have a handshake and draw between Sevian and Dariusz Swiercz.
Sam said he was looking for the Finish Strong prize. Not the result he wanted in this game, for sure.
No. The white pieces. Just looking at this position of Rosa Atwell and Anna Zatansky, now that we know Atusa is going to win and kick Anna backwards, is it that easy to make a draw? First of all, it's Anna to play, because I'm thinking if I get to play king f4, f3, that king is actually in a kind of a weird mating net. And with the move rook e4, I could force a king and pawn endgame where I have an e-pawn.
But if I start with rook g5 now,
you stop me from
I don't allow the king to go anywhere. Otherwise, I take your pawn.
Okay, so rook to f4.
Now, okay, rook g6.
Again, is it so easy to make a draw here?
Now rook g5 back.
All right.
You know, another rook endgame that's more decisive is between Megan Paragua and Carissa. Maybe we can jump into this game. Because Carissa has a runner on a3.
Oh my goodness. We let this game slip under our radar because when we looked at it last, we thought Megan was doing fine. In fact, with the move knight d8, we kind of thought White was actually for choice in this game. But Carissa, 2 versus 2, rook ending, but she's got by far the most deadly pawn.
And she has a king to support it.
King b3, a2, and she's going to force Megan to give up her rook for the pawn, and that's an easy win. And for Carissa, whoa, boy, was that a needed win. And to maintain some kind of vigilance with Alice.
With that win, she may tie for second place.
Right.
Big time score
Maurice.
there. Just looking at this game with Atusa, she did bring her rook back to e3 so she could get her king in. It's not throwing away the win. She could have just advanced, but making her way slowly but surely. She has a big threat of rook check and rook check. So that's in the position. Her opponent will not leave the rook here now. But with this check, she's basically forced to go back. So it's not a real gain
Success.
of time.
It's not the big success.
So we'll see as this goes. It's one of those now that the king has been forced backwards that the win is pretty straightforward, but it looks like she's not clear on it. So we'll see. Can Anna survive this one? And the check has taken place as we see there. We'll see whether or not Atusa figures this out, but we'll be watching this because it's so huge for the standings.
Absolutely. Rook f2 check on the board. And I'm suspecting that Atusa's plan is to play king to e4,
and it is on the board.
Where she's thinking, okay, rook check, and you'll have to go to h2 and then push the pawn to f3, bring the rook back to the g8 square, go essentially pushing the pawn with king e3. But it's strange. I thought she was actually just going to play h3 here a moment ago, somehow engineer a rook check and a rook g2. You know, get one of those king and pawn endgames where the black king.
But also king g3 is a big threat here.
Oh, sorry.
Since you had the h3,
yeah.
Now I just want to go king g3 and checkmate on the back rank.
Well, the weird one is there's this one stalemate idea that after king g3, I do here's my chess. Please take my rook. Please do me a solid. I mean, take my rook, and that would be a stalemate. But yeah, this is winning now that White's king is on g1.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Oh, by the way, Anna Zatansky, getting worried about her king being ensnared, had just played the move h5, and I think that was a very good decision.
You know, another game we didn't take a look at is Irina Krush against Talia Cervantes. We saw only the opening, but now Irina Krush is winning.
Whoa, she got her king. White. Okay, just a second. Why is this super winning?
Because I think we're just going to pick up the pawn on f6. We want to go here. We want to block and just take it.
Okay, but, pardon me. So, do you start with bishop f5? Because I'm seeing knight e6 check as troublesome.
Yes, let's start with bishop there.
Okay, bishop f5. So just going on the proverb that all rook and pawn endgames are drawn, are you going to do this?
No.
No, doesn't feel like the right way.
No,
right?
I like the bishop on f5 since it's blocking that
okay.
file.
Check.
So
King.
let's go to maybe king g6. Allow, if you want to go to f8, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm running out of squares, aren't I?
Now I go to h6. Oh no, am I gonna get checkmated?
Maybe
but
not.
my idea is now, when I get chance to bring this
definitely.
Rook here.
That's
and now
winning.
I'm forcing the king to go away, and then I come back and take that pawn.
That's a nice one. Rook, I can go rook h check, but king g7.
Yeah, it looks like it's close to some checkmating ideas, but actually you
not.
don't even have rook h7.
No.
Yeah. But I had, just in case, if the rook wasn't for capture here, I would have moved my king away.
Exactly. So we think Irina is on her way to victory here. I'm going to check in on Jennifer versus Nasi. I'm still not seeing Nasi making progress. I've been expecting Nasi to put her king on the f6 square. She has not done that. I'm confused.
So now we have pawn f6. So
Okay.
the king is getting this way
Okay.
to the center.
King f7 and knight back to d7, perhaps.
So maybe bishop d7 also is a possibility.
I like that. So again, I think the king belongs on the e6 square. So bishop to d7 as my vote.
Yeah, and this is still gonna require some technique to win the game afterwards, after black captures the pawn, but it's just a technical win.
Let's check in the open section and see how, excuse me, my voice is failing, how...
Andy Woodward is playing Hans Niemann.
Yes.
It looks like it's one-sided, but Hans just, I think, spent 20 minutes and he's still thinking on his move.
After takes on f5. I was going to check in on Fabi.
Yes, and on Fabi, actually, you know, it's not that straightforward anymore.
Fabi did win the h6 pawn. Let's go back a few moves. Takes just as we expected. He won the h6 pawn. Huh. Okay, so the idea is if we go pawn hunting,
d4.
d4.
I'm uncovering the light square bishop so I can attack the pawn on b3.
Exactly. So d4. Let's say king here. So you're, for the moment, you're stuck. This bishop can't move.
So I need to bring up my king, king e7.
Okay. So bishop goes back.
King f6.
King goes back. And now you can put your bishop on e4, and that might be a great idea. Or you could even play the move c4, and that might be a great idea too. It's not as... I thought it was smooth sailing at the time we left. Maybe it still is?
I also thought, Yasser, by the way, that
Please.
once you bring your king to c2, I may be thinking about bishop e2 and just to target this pawn on
Bishop
g3.
e1.
Bishop
absolutely.
e1, pardon me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Still, a lot of work to be done here for Fabi. Maurice, Hans is staring down a lost position, but he's taking a lot of time reconciling, coming to that realization, I mean.
Yes, you've got the bishop of opposite color position, and you're hoping that somehow it's a draw some way, somehow. The magic to these bishop of opposite color positions is the separation of the pawns by 2 files. It means that the king can't deal with all of this that's going on with the bishop. He's just too far apart. It makes it worse when there are additional pawns on the board. You have to defend those as well. But Hans does have a moment here. If he plays king takes f5, his opponent must now find the move king h3. Everything else is a draw. So it's one of those where you're in a critical moment. It's not a hard move to see, but he must find it. Why do I say that? Because if we go back one move, and let's say you put your pawn on c7, which is
very nice,
actually
natural.
a very good square. He suddenly plays the move king to g4. and you find yourself in Zugzwang. Like, what just happened? I'm going to lose my pawn. No matter what you do next, your bishop is hanging, your king is defending that.
So we would play bishop e1.
But bishop e1, giving away this pawn.
And then we check and take the other guy.
And then you take this one. The problem, wait, I messed that up, sorry.
No worries.
In this check, we play this move.
Okay.
And now we play this move.
Check.
And now we play this move.
And the pawns are so far apart, you automatically would think this is winning.
Not if you lose this pawn, though, because then I have an A pawn that's going. So how do you want to play? King G3?
Sure.
King G3, the bishop goes here.
King H4.
King H4. A5. G4.
Sure.
King B7.
I see. G5, bishop
G5 takes.
And this is how you get G6, bishop B3.
B3.
And you use your A pawn as a decoy.
This sacks for this. This bishop will be pulled by this pawn.
Exactly.
That's a very deep ending to realize that you are, okay, but he has to just realize something simple. And king takes was played, and the simple thing is, why give you a chance? By playing king H3, said we're shutting down that, you're not getting anything. No thank you.
No king G4
No, we're not for you. Beautifully found by the youngster. It was a long think by his opponent, but it didn't matter because he had already worked it all out. I'm trying to get to the board position. Here it is. King H3, the only move that is
king G4.
That just stops king G4. You don't get that. And now the plan is going to be simple.
King H4.
We're going to put the pawn here. We're going to put the king here. At some point, you're going to defend this pawn because you're going to have to. Once you defend this pawn, we're going to bring the bishop around and guard this one, guard both of them. And then we're going to march our king all the way up to your bishop.
B6, yeah.
Once the king gets over here, your bishop is going to be stuck on C8. We get the king here. This king will have to come defend, and the F pawn will be the star. And that's the end game. As long as we can get you to back up, so we can play any series of moves here. You can wait. We're going to play this. You're going to have to, you cannot give us this pawn. Now we're going to bring this one around. If you play here, we'll just push. So let's say you play, you just keep waiting for us. You keep waiting for us. You keep waiting for us. You keep waiting for us. Now we just start bringing, well, in this position, I can play G4.
G4, F5, makes sense.
So maybe I'll give you even H5 so that I can't do that. And now we keep doing this. We start doing this. And again, like I said, the plan is, and we could even put the pawn on A5 at some point. You keep waiting for us. We'll do something like this. You keep waiting. And this is the plan. Here we go. And at some point, you can't let us just get in this way, but we're going to come in this way. And that's going to be the end.
A small interruption. Carissa, she won against Megan Paragua.
Yeah, that one we suspected would happen. Big win for Carissa.
Now she's tied for second place.
Yeah, but a big favorite to win the strong finish prize. Finish strong prize, pardon me. As she wins her second, she scored 2.5 out of 3 since round 6.
But Alice is keeping up with her. Alice also won 2.5 out of 3 so far. So these two young friends, very good friends, as a matter of fact, are making their way. And we are seeing this position unfold. Pawns on C7, the king's up. Just as we prescribed. Here comes the bishop, headed to the E5 square, and he's worked out the math. He's going to bring his king establish this setup, put the bishop on E5, bring the king around, and this king is sitting on H4, is headed to A7. And when he hits A7 to B8, the game is over. It's going to take a number of moves. But this position that I have on the board here, you can take a look at that board there and see that it's very similar. This is the plan. You got the pawn on H5, you got your bishop here. But once I get the king here, you cannot defend. There's no way to defend. You can wait another tempo. Actually, even here, you're in Zugzwang almost. Here, I can play king here. And you are just in Zugzwang.
F5 is your next move as well.
You could play this. And I didn't even care if you were in Zugzwang, by the way, because now we just play this. And now you're completely tied down with nothing at all to do. And there was nothing to do about this anyway. This is the position he's aiming for. And Hans could look all he wants as now he begins the process of defending with his bishop. But as soon as the bishop lands on e5, the king will begin its march. And there we have it. And the youngster has worked out the math. This is just over.
About to play a5, king g3, and cinch.
And then just
the game.
You can just imagine the king teleporting itself to that square as you see Hans try to hold the diagonal. Vain hopes of holding this one as the young man is going to beat a top 15 player.
Yeah, I mean, Hans, before he ran into Fabi yesterday, he had come up to maybe 13th in the world.
13th in the world.
Wow. So that's quite the fall from grace.
Yeah, lose 2 games and you're out of the top 20 even? That's kind of brutal.
Very, very cruel. Bishop f5, and we're expecting that a5 is just one of those moves that shuts down the queen side. And just as Maurice said, the white king is going to make a beeline towards the b6 square. In the meanwhile, the bishop is more or less stuck to babysitting the pawn on c7 as well as the pawn on f5. And let's just refresh our outlook of the results. Katja.
So the ladies section, let's take a look. Here we see Megan Paraguay lost to Carissa and Annalise Lee won an important game against Tatev Abrahamyan to increase her lead in the tournament.
Yeah, 2 opportunities was missed by Tatev. The first one when she retreated her knight, the second when she played c5.
And in the open sections, we have a lot of results. Grigoriy Oparin drew against Abhimanyu Mishra, Sevian drew with Dariusz Swiercz, Levon Aronian won a really complicated game against Shankland, and Awonder Liang drew with Wesley.
And Maurice, if I can get you to give us a gander at the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano. I wrongly thought that Fabi was winning the pawn on h6 and maybe winning the pawn on f5 as well. Is it a simple? I mean, Fabi's much better, but is it simply winning or
not even
simply
any winning?
No
whatsoever.
winning.
No winning. Never was winning.
Never was winning.
No, this counterplay with d4 was just too strong.
Wow.
I don't think there was a point. He was better after this f4 idea.
Right.
And king e3 and c5 was very well prescribed. Rook h1, bishop to c3, rook h6, bishop to e6, king e2 he played. And as you see, the bar is not moving, but this move, rook h5, d4. This is the key.
Crucial.
Keep the eye on this pawn. And here Fabi spent quite some time and decided to play the move g4, which the Indian does not think is keeps the tension alive, but it's okay still. He's looking for some kind of imbalance in the force, if you will, to get some opportunity to maybe be able to push this, maybe be able to win this, but this position is too stable. This bishop is a monster, and he's not winning, but maybe, we'll see, it's some imbalance again, maybe some chances. But right now we have Anastasiya with Carissa, who won yet again.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I'm here with Carissa, and my congratulations on yet another victory. You're now on the 2nd place, just next to Alice. How does it feel, first of all, to win today?
Yeah, it feels good, as always, to win. I think it's important that I win today, just to keep my spirits up for the rest day.
Exactly, yes. And what I noticed that in many events you are like neck and neck with Alice, especially at the end of the tournament, like remembering Karen's Cup. Like, do you feel that it kind of motivates you?
No, not really in particular. I don't think so. But adversity is always good.
Yeah, but I mean, this rivalry already is like, it's a tradition for some events. Like you always try to figure out who is going to be first, who is going to be second. Is it something special that you have in the tournament, or you just concentrate only on your games?
I mean, I don't really think of Alice as a rival. She's more like a friend. So, yeah.
Even during the tournament like this, when everything is so close till the end.
You're really fishing for
yes,
something.
I do. I'm tried, yes.
I mean, I don't know. After our game, we went out for ice cream, stuff like that. So, at the board, I think things can get a little intense, but off of it, it's completely fine.
This is great, actually. This is what I really like about this relationship you have with her. And speaking about the last 3 games and the free day, what are your plans for tomorrow and for the rest of the tournament?
No plans for tomorrow, really. Probably just rest. And hopefully keep winning for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. Great plan. Thank you so much, Carissa. And let's go back to the studio. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and congratulations, Carissa. Very, very important win again for the standings, Maurice.
I would say, if you said to Carissa, who do you want to win the tournament if not you? She's going to say, Alice. And you say to Alice, who do you want to win the tournament if not you? And she's going to say, Carissa.
Yeah, right.
Those are friends. And like she said, they went out for ice cream after their game. They're chatting every day. They're texting each other all the time. If Alice wins, Carissa will be very happy. She wants to win, of course. But if Alice wins, she's going to say, yeah, the right person won. If not me, who else?
I don't think Larry Christensen, John Fedora, Joel Benjamin, none of us went out for ice cream. I'm like, really, congratulations. I'm so happy for you.
Right.
You didn't have a buddy like that, Yasser?
No,
we'd be moping like, oh, geez.
Why did we let that idiot win?
Now he's going to be bragging all the time, nonstop. I can't take it. I got to listen to this.
I got to deal with that for a whole year. Yeah, no. That was not our approach, I must say. Speaking of which, is Tusa still winning? She's. Oh yeah. Okay, good.
Oh yeah, you got this nailed to the back rank.
That's the difference.
We're getting to the territory now, by the way, where this F pawn will win by itself.
Right.
Check, and king down, push the pawn, and you're going to be in trouble. So you have to be really mindful in this position. But it's taken a while. When is the? And by the way, she did get a chance. Oh no, she did play this position. And king g3, rook g8, king f3. So we're here right now, rook a8, playing the best defense for now because this check actually allows this position, which is drawn.
Whoa.
Yeah, already. This position is actually...
not do the check.
Yes, don't do that to yourself.
So what if we push the pawn? Because that seems a little risky too.
This move.
Yes.
h2 check
king
is
h1.
Also a draw.
Because now... Maybe rook g8 back.
Well, which move are you making
now? It's a mad rook situation.
Yeah, because it's a stalemate.
Yeah, that's what I want to think. That white can even place the rook on g2, like take the rook, and that's a stalemate.
Yes.
Yes. So best move here is actually king to e4, which means
counterintuitive. But
this king is headed to e1. If you keep checking this way.
Right.
Right? We'll get it to e1. So how do you defend this position? If you play this check, it turns out that best is just to go back, which is definitely not intuitive at all. But now there's this move.
f3.
And again, if you keep checking, this king is headed to e1. You can't just check. And this king will hide right here.
But also we are just threatening h2, f2.
And now h2 is a threat. So this is a big problem because this pushes, and you can't deal with both of them. Now some specifics, rook to e5, you can't play that move, but after this, you have to check. After this, you have to check. After this, we give check. After that, and one more check loses, so this move is necessary.
h2.
And here, this check, you have to go here because here loses to h2. So it means you have to go here.
And king e2.
And now king e2. And now when you take, we have this move. And one more pawn push is going to end the game. Still some technicalities. Oh, no. Did she play?
But now we have rook e2.
Which move did she play? Rook E8, Rook E1, she played the check. King F2, and she blundered the check, and her opportunity to take on H3 would have drawn the game. King takes H3. Instead, she has played Rook to A2 with check, and this loses her the endgame. These Rook and Pawn endings are so nefarious. Like, this Rook A2 is a straight blunder, and now she just has to find, and I'm not even going to guess that she necessarily finds it, but if she can play King F1.
She already played Rook E2.
Or Rook E2. Rook E2 is also getting the job done. She will win the game, or let me just say, should win the game. Because this is just one of those back and forth.
Yeah.
She played Rook E2.
Rook A4.
And now Rook A4 on the board. Now she must not play F3. She must play King F1. If she is, oh no, she played F3. Okay. So F3 has happened. King F1 was the only move to win. And now King takes H3.
Has been played.
Is drawing. This game is going back and forth, back and forth. You can't get the position you want with the King and Rook.
Because now if I go King F1, you go King G3.
King F1, King G3.
F2. And now check on A1.
No.
No?
No. This one.
Oh, this one.
And now you can't get out of this lock.
So why Rook A? So if I try Rook A1, just bear with me. Rook A1, Rook E1,
Rook
and
A1
Rook
in this
A2.
position.
You have to go Rook E1. I go Rook A2. Oh, you have check Rook
just
E3.
check you and
right.
King is
Okay, no, that's lost. Mm-hmm.
No, it's sorry, King H3. No moves yet. King H3. She has thrown away the win. And this is now only a draw, and Anna is going to thank her lucky stars that she is saving this game, because the end game is just drawn now. If she still finds all the moves she needs to find, but she is on her way, well on her way now, as Anna had this one, and as we see, this one is over as Hans goes down to young Andy Woodward, who's at 50% in the championships after 8 rounds.
Wow.
Remarkable results so far from this young man.
3 wins in the last 4 rounds for Andy Woodward.
Finished strong, prize. That's what I've got to say. He's a contender.
I wouldn't want to play him the next few rounds. The longer it goes, the stronger he gets.
By the way, there was a little bit of a finish here in this game.
You see how polite he is. He sets up the pieces for himself, for his opponent.
Well trained. That's how you're supposed to behave.
So this is the game between Andy Woodward and Hans Niemann, but this is the end for chances for Hans.
Yeah, there was just a nice finish. I don't know if you got a chance to see the very end of this game. Hans went after the H3 pawn in this position. Hans is hoping that Andy would play the move F7 so that he could play king here and capture this pawn. But Andy said,
let's make a forcing move.
Queen, check. King takes C8. This is where Hans resigned, by the way. But after F7, there's no way of stopping this one. So congratulations, Andy Woodward, really playing some great chess.
Wow, in the last 4 rounds, winning against Sevian, Dariusz Swiercz, and now Hans Niemann.
Wow. But he lost in between all of those.
He lost, yes, 3 out of 4. So let's review the results. Grigoriy Oparin drew with Abhimanyu Mishra. Sevian drew with Dariusz Swiercz. Then we have 2 winners. Andy Woodward against Hans Niemann. Levon Aronian against Shankland. And a draw between Awonder, Liang and Wesley. So
we think Fabi and Ray are fighting their way to a draw, but definitely it's Fabi is the one who's pushing, as he has the better side of an equal position in this one.
And Rook it's the last G5. Game in the open section for this round.
Open section.
Andy's in a 3-way tie for 4th.
Because Levon is in clear.
Only behind Fabi, Wesley, and Levon.
Yeah, those are the top 3 right there.
That's a good place to be. That's a good result for the first time for a 15-year-old. That's and he's played all of them. They're all out of his way. Right.
By the way, Anastasiya, she played that move King F3, and that game against Atusa Purkashian is coming to a draw. What a disappointing ending to such a nicely played rook endgame.
Look at Anna is like, I think I got this.
How did she survive losing a pawn in the opening, then being completely lost, then lost endgame? But chess is tricky.
Tusa had to really help her. How is Irina doing?
Irina just won a piece straight.
Dang.
Okay, things were bad after this position. King E8, Rook A7. She knows she's winning the pawn no matter what. Knight C6, lines on the board.
Let's take it.
That looks like a piece. Whoop. King D8 played, and now she just has to collect the piece, which she did. And now she played bishop to E4. This is the kind of position, even if you didn't have this pawn, you might try to, mess around. But you have the pawn. You're going to take this pawn. The king is dead. So Irina with a big comeback win for her.
She has been on a roller.
She's been on a roller coaster, like
more
insane
or less
roller coaster.
From the very start of this competition.
And we will pause because Anastasiya is with the 2025 U.S. Junior Champion, Andy Woodward.
Yes, here I'm with Andy Woodward, and my congratulations on your victory. All commentators are praising you for playing very exciting chess in this event. How does it feel from your side?
Yeah, I mean, I came into this tournament trying to get as many fighting games as possible. So I'm glad I have so many decisive results in a way. But yeah, I guess I'm just trying to put some fire on the bowl and see what happens.
And you do it really well. Like, how can you describe today's game?
Yeah, today's game was, I don't know, I feel like at some pots I played quite poorly, but overall it was good.
Which moment you would like to mention in this one, like critical point or something which you were really happy about?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get there.
Yeah, so around here, knight e4, queen c1.
Mm-hmm. It seemed like very complicated position,
yeah.
and like you had to find all these moves.
Yeah, I was happy about finding rook b7, rook b2, rook b3 this maneuver because it kind of forces him to push his pawn so that it's a target. He never has knight d2 because of rook c3. So yeah, I guess after I won the pawn, it felt quite pleasant. I was worried a bit more about rook c4 than rook c6, but
yeah, so instead of rook c6, rook c4. Yes, here.
Rook c4, because if the same thing with bishop e4, de rook c3.
So if you take the knight on e4, de rook c3.
Rook c3, rook c8. This. Oh wait, maybe not. I have queen f1. Actually, I thought he had rook c8. Okay, but I have queen f1. But yeah, I guess it was just fine the whole time. But I felt kind of some pressure around move 40. I feel like maybe it might have been simpler to just play not take the pawn on e4.
So like around move 40, yes.
Yeah, I think it was exactly move 40.
Yeah, somehow computer really liked your move f4 here at this moment.
Yeah.
So any moment you would like to show here, or did it felt
probably move 40, I
40,
think
yes.
exactly. I mean, when I took the pawn on e4, I felt like maybe it's better to just play c7, because when I took on e4, I allowed so much counterplay with bishop f5, queen e6.
So
but
c7
if I go c7 instead, I put my queen on d8 as an outpost, and then I reroute the bishop to c3, and I feel like it's just much simpler. Or bishop h4, yeah.
Bishop h4, yes, or
yeah.
You just bring the bishop into the game, and he doesn't have, let's say, any chances for counterplay.
Yeah.
Here.
But what happened, I feel like, was still winning with the opposite color bishop I think so.
Yeah, and you converted it later, and for the moment you are on the 4th place, if I'm not mistaken, with 50%. Going into the last 3 rounds and the free day, what is the plan?
Yeah, of course I'm probably going to try to get some rest before the next few rounds. Maybe, I don't know, just take some walks, relax,
Not
prepare a little
no
bit.
chess, no.
I mean, I'll prepare a little bit, but I feel like a rest day is meant to be a rest day, so I'll just take a day off, I guess.
Yeah, I think we should let you go to have some rest. Thank you so much, Andy, for all your comments.
Thank you,
and all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Our congratulations, Andy Woodward. Really, really impressive victories against these gangsters. I mean, what can you say? Hat tip, and good to have you in the championships, Maurice.
We're in a funny situation right now in these championships. Alice has a few people chasing her.
16 years young.
She has a few people chasing her. Right now, critically, she has Carissa, Anna, and Anna. Pick your Annas, which one I'm talking about.
Nasi in there?
Nasi may end up in this mix in a second. Too. But Alice has to play both Annas still. Mm-hmm. Both Annas have to play each other
as well as
Alice.
Right.
So we have some magnificent finishing pairings, as the top will be decided by people playing each other. The thing is, out of the next 3 rounds, Anna Zatonsky has to play both Anna Sargsyan and Alice Lee and one Irina Crush. So
the perpetual opponent.
Talk about crazy final schedules. It gets more and more interesting as we go along in that tournament. Alice will have to hold her own because those two will be going after her 100%. Sure. There's no question. They need to beat her. Somebody has to pull her back a point to join them. So she's going to be up against it in the next 3 rounds. But so will they as they try to maintain their second place standing. So this tournament just gets more and more interesting going into the rest day.
Fantastic. And
this game is also over. Irina Crush won against Talia Cervantes.
She just picked up the piece and was about to take over the F6 pawn. We have a game remaining that could decide the outcome of the Open Championship, as Ray Robson has 6 minutes to defend. Well, materially speaking, he's barely down, but it's this F-pawn that is a very dangerous pawn, and he has to be careful that, well, the rook will get behind, and if you ever can play bishop to c4, pawn to f7, that will be the winning setup for white.
I agree with you, Yasser, but on the other hand, black also can move the bishop here and then this passer.
Exactly.
That's a red carpet with these 2 bishops just guarding every square.
Exactly. So those are the challenges for the players.
Surprisingly, the engine says it's equal. White does not have an advantage.
And king c5 by Ray. I guess one of the things that Ray also has in his pocket, he's got opportunities in the near future, should he ever need it. If the white pawn races its way to f6, you could sometimes, throw out d3 check and take the pawn, provided, of course, the a pawn is also flying up the board. So, as you said, put the bishop on b3, put the pawn on a4, and let's have a race.
Yeah, I don't think this is easy for white to figure out how to stop that. You have to be careful about not, for example, blundering with the rook immediately here, because then that's bishop b5 and that's a double attack.
Exactly. So let's just see, if we try to put the bishop on the right diagonal.
Now I have bishop c2 because maybe the pawn on d3 is going to become a runner.
Yeah, I fear that I have to stop it and give up my rook. So that's one miscue. If you got a double threat, if you will. You got the threat of playing bishop b3, and if I prevent that threat, you have the threat of playing bishop to c2, and that's why I think the game is simply
And be
drawn.
careful, because your king could be driven back. Bishop b5 check, if your bishop leaves
Also-
the diagonal.
Also,
If your bishop were to, let's say bishop e6, bishop b5 check, d3 right away, and suddenly you better make sure this pawn doesn't get rambunctious and start pushing. So there's just, black has a ton of play, and the f pawn hasn't budged yet.
yeah, it's don't really see ways for Fabi to make it difficult for Ray.
So maybe we can check in with Rose Atwell against Anna Zatonsky. That's a rook endgame with extra pawn for Rose. But the engine is saying it's equal. You cannot win this.
Why not?
Says Yasser.
E5? Oh, sorry, it's Anna to move. I wanted to play e5, e6.
So maybe I start with rook e2.
Yep, that's a good starting move. Okay, pause.
Okay, rook e1.
And let's see if I can't do a little dancing with my king.
Rook b1.
And let's go back. So I
you
don't
want to
know what my goal is other than to play king e3, king d4, and escort my e-pawn up the board.
But at some moment, I will want to push for g4. But
Yeah.
maybe first I give a check, rook b2.
Up the board, yay. And this is my setup.
The
King.
problem is I cannot play g4 immediately because you have, I guess, this check, and then if I go even more, then you pin me. Yeah.
Why is that a
Okay.
draw? Because after rook b3
Then maybe
check,
I just need to keep the rook here. Can I keep the rook here? No, I don't have a move.
she played rook to d6 in the game. I played rook to b6, and Anna's just played rook a2. Yeah, I think that's a good move because if you allow me to kind of, White's king is is in a box. So is Black's actually. It's kind of a funny situation, right? The Black king can't move, but neither can the White king. The White king go to h3 and g3, but not. You want to play e5, and with your king, coronation. But okay,
This is fantastic defense.
So let's see, e5, rook here, yes? Rook
Yes.
e6. Now,
Probably back, rook a2.
okay, rook here. And if you play rook e2, notice that the king is unable to move, right? Your
But I
king-
have rook e5 now.
Yes. Now pause for just a moment. After rook e5, you're still trapped, right? You can't play king h4. That's mate in 1. And my king is released at last.
Oh, but Yasser, I have an idea.
Please.
Here, I'm gonna go, wait. Oh no, what did I do?
You trying to play g4
I
somehow?
want to play
You can
g4.
get your stalemate?
Okay. So let's say I go for Rose, rook here.
I go rook e2.
And how did I get that position a moment ago?
I think we went like,
Here, here. Oops, sorry. Here. This mouse. E5.
so I go back to rook e2.
Correct. I go rook to e6.
And now,
By the way,
if I go g4,
what?
no, I was trying for some stalemate, but I don't know how I saw that. This
Rose,
is just not working.
Rose has gone way, 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 way down on the clock, and she
She
allowed.
plays on 30-second increment only.
Yeah, she allowed Anna's king to drop back, and that's going to be a very easy draw now for Anna. Oh dear. Why didn't? How were you drawing this? Was this so incredibly simple?
Definitely not simple.
E6. Pardon me. E5. If you had played rook e2, rook e6, what was your mechanism? It wasn't that obvious for me.
No, for me neither. I thought somewhere I'm going to push g4, but I couldn't make it work.
Also, I did have f4. So, in any case, our current situation, and this is a huge game for both ladies. Obviously, Anna Zatansky wants to stay in striking range of Alice, and Rose wants to knock Anna out of the way and give herself chances.
So analyzing this position, as you mentioned,
yes,
you wanted this position, right?
Yes.
And then the rook moves.
Rook f6, I think I tried.
Rook moves.
e6, I think I tried.
Rook e5.
And I think I tried king f2.
Right, now your king has left the critical g4 square.
Okay.
So now you play g4.
Wow.
We're trying to...
f4, let's go.
Has to be played because if we take and we play king g5, your rook can't stay on this pawn.
Right.
And now rook e4.
And now you cannot play king g3 because rook takes e6.
And you get your
That was the stalemate I was looking for.
Oh, that's sweet.
And that's
stalemate. Sweet. And if f5 after rook e4?
Then you're going to lose all your pawns.
Because king g5.
King g5.
Rook f7.
And critically, actually, this starts to happen. And now there's heavy counterplay in this position as black is also getting some play.
I see. So once again, e7, g3 check. And I don't have some wonderful trickies.
Well, this pawn is a traitor.
I know.
So which one are you going to do? You can play this one.
You still have that.
And now
I have to play rook g7 to avoid losing.
Yeah, but now we can check.
Yep.
And then take this one.
Right.
Whoop, not that move.
Yep.
Okay.
You wanted to take on e7.
I wanted to take on e7 here.
And that would be a draw.
And then that one draws. But it's a fine line in that. Like, she'd have to find all the moves to get to the position at one point.
And that was a beautiful stalemate with rook takes e6.
Yeah, but Rose letting the king come back.
That's not...
Well, she could play check right now and test her. It's another test. And the king goes back, so...
No harm, no foul.
We'll see. Will she find this critical path as they play this position? I mean, you just give it a shot. See if she finds all the moves. Those moves are not
easy.
Intuitive anyway. They're good moves. They're moves that she's capable of finding, but they're not intuitive moves. They're not like automatic. You find this move, and this move, and this move. So we'll see if the youngster tortures her elder, which is what these youngsters do these days.
By the way, if you think about Alice and Megan, and Carissa, and Rose, Andy, Hans, Mishra, they're supposed to be learning lessons, not teaching them.
She's not finding that path, though.
Rook a3, she's dropping with the rook to go maybe behind the pawn. Rook e3, the plan.
Not a bad idea. I mean, rooks belong behind passed pawns and all that good stuff.
The problem is, once you put the rook behind the pawns, let's say I go here.
Yeah.
A lot has happened in the game with Fabi, though. We need to jump to that.
You can really push, right? Because then you are helping the king maybe to come closer.
Is that true? E6.
Oh, you want to go? Okay, Maurice wants to go to the game of Fabi, so let's
look
jump
at the
there.
position. Look, it's way advanced compared to what we saw earlier. And Fabi's looking pretty confident. He's also put a position where he sacrificed a rook, so to speak. Advances pawn, and now he played the move bishop to b1. And you can go take the rook if you like. Bishop to b1 check. It's all yours.
Oh, you're too sweet. I think we start with d3 check, don't we?
Yes.
And then the bishop gets to come back to g7. That's a nice one.
No, I thought we even take the pawn and then push a2. That's a bishop against rook.
Yeah, no. d3 check, I think, is a drawing move.
Because now you kind of have to take with the king.
And now we'll take the rook.
Oh, now I can take the rook. That's true. But we will pause because Anastasiya is with the guest. Anastasiya, over to you.
Yes, I'm here with Arena Crush. The game just finished with the victory. So many decisive games today. Arena, share your feelings with us.
Yeah, well, I managed to win. Kind of an interesting game. You know, it was like a battle of two bishops versus two knights. You know, and I feel pretty lucky that I managed to win because, like, for the first half of the game, I was just, you know, thinking about the news that we received like a minute before starting to play. So
yes, absolutely heartbreaking and shocking news for everyone.
Yeah.
And yeah, cannot imagine how players could actually proceed with playing the games. And like Arena, if you can share a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's not neutral news, so it's like it's very shocking. It's very it was shocking, disturbing. I mean, you know, because like all of us know Daniel, and you know, I would say like you know, I was like friendly acquaintances with him, right? Like our paths didn't cross so much, but whenever they did, it was always very friendly.
You were commentating with him many times, right?
Not so many, but we have commentated before. I enjoyed watching him commentate. You know, I've played him before. I played Blitz with him before. I would see him at these nationals events because I think once he started working as a coach more at the Charlotte Chess Center, I would run into him at those events where sometimes I'd be working too, and sometimes in the bookshop we would talk. So, yeah, I mean, it's just shocking.
Yeah, and everybody had to deal with it his own way. And yeah, I mean, cannot imagine what was going through. But if we come back a little bit to the tournament situation, let's just change the focus for the moment and try to think like what happened after this round.
Yeah, you know, well, the tournament situation, actually, I think my goal is like not to look at the standings at all.
Okay.
Because I know that someone else is leading the tournament and it's not me. So I really just want to focus on trying to play some decent games. And, you know, maybe I will take a look at the standings when the tournament is over.
Ah, really? That sounds like an interesting plan.
I mean, I know that I have to win, right? So I have to win games, like if I want to kind of move up. So, yeah, today was it was nice. I mean, I got a bit lucky. I have to say, like I feel like it was a complicated game, and Talia definitely held the balance for most of this game, and it was really just like in the time trouble, which is probably her, you know, weakest area. You know, where she kind of messed up something and she lost a pawn, and then yeah, she really didn't have to let that happen.
Exactly. Yes, tomorrow is a free day. What's the plan?
The plan. Well, I mean, yeah, do my usual thing. Maybe I get a massage as well. I'll think about that.
Yes, everybody needs to find the way to relax before this last decisive rounds. Yes. Now that we know that you're not going to check the tables, I'm not going to tell you also
anything. Don't tell me how I'm doing here. I know it could be better.
Exactly. I mean, thank you so much, Arina, for coming here and sharing with us all your thoughts. Like, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Arina. Don't forget, we have a walk in the park tomorrow scheduled. Rook D6 check by Fabi, and it was that D3 move by Raid that I think will secure a draw for him now.
And you know, it feels a little bit like a double-edged position. Just if I move it back for a second, this move, King E5, as black, we are threatening to actually checkmate if you play some move, random move, bad move.
Okay.
Check, only move.
Right.
And checkmate.
Oops.
So black is also looking for some tricks with these two bishops and that pawn.
Nicely coordinated.
Which means Fabi gave a check to make sure the king goes away and there is not bishop c3.
So I think certainly he's already done it. In fact, he goes away to c5, attacking the rook. Simultaneously, the pawn on f6 is under pressure.
And looks like they are repeating moves.
And it does indeed look like. And I think Fabi has made the decision to allow the repetition.
And here we have it, handshake. It's a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Ray Robson.
Ray will wonder what possessed him to sacrifice an exchange. But
it worked out.
He held on. Maybe Fabi missed a chance or two along the way. But nonetheless, it means that Wesley and Fabi go into the rest day tied for
with
first.
5.5 points.
With +3, yeah.
We have all the games in the open section completed, but we still have 2 more games in the women's section.
When we left it, Nasi was winning against Jennifer because the 2 minor pieces were going to overwhelm the rook. Is that still the case?
That's still the case.
Let's take a look. We're going to pick up this situation. Oh, Nasi has made enormous progress. She's already won. There was a white pawn on d6. That's gone. That meant 3 versus 2, and she's already advanced their king all the way to f4. We can see that knight to g4 check. King f3 is on Nasi's dance card, and she'll end up actually picking off yet another pawn on h4.
And then the 2 pawns are just gonna march down the board, and this is game over.
Easily.
Okay, you guys have made it sound super easy.
Yes.
It's not that easy.
It's not?
No,
Really?
no.
Okay.
I'm going to defend the position. I'm going to play rook g1.
Okay, check.
Knight check, play king.
Well, I would go knight e3.
Knight e3 check.
Then I want bishop g4, and I want to flip the pieces, so my knight is on f5.
Right.
Okay, well, if you're going to say all that.
All that.
Then
g4. Let's defend.
Flip the pieces, she said.
Okay,
knight
knight
f5.
Knight f5. 4. And I guess you're going to go hide.
King to h6.
Hide your king all the way around.
Yes.
King here.
Check.
And another check in here. Okay, that flip was definitely a good plan, and you will pick up the pawn. So
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
a good plan to find. I guess I was saying nothing.
I want him
then.
to say it again.
If you're gonna find the right plan.
Well, if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna say that, like
what am I supposed
guess
to
it
do?
is easy.
We'll see. She's taking rook g1. She's played knight to d5.
Okay.
And it's 27 seconds for Jennifer Yu.
As Jennifer's won, she's not happy unless she only has 3 seconds on her clock.
I think we can expect bishop g4 or knight e3.
How do we get the knight to f3? We could go knight f3 check and just pick up the pawn on h4. We'd be incredibly happy, delirious.
From this moment, it'll take you 4 moves of some kind, but
right. So we'll start with knight e3. That's a tempo. Rook g1.
But we don't need the knight on f3. So we have knight e3 on the board. Rook g1.
Well, I liked your idea of knight e3, bishop g4, and knight f5. I think you get that construction.
Well, it's not a thing. She just plays it right now. Bishop g4 and
knight f5.
Knight f5 wins.
Yep.
But she has plenty of time on her clock. She just has to note that plan and the harmony of bishop and knight when they're on the same color. You see that with the bishop and knight mate.
Is it possible that she can play for checkmate with king f3?
I mean,
But
she
she's
just
played
made king f3.
King f3 instead.
That looks like a really good plan, too.
She's trying to win the rook. But she would win it. Would it be a
Well,
stalemate?
what she wants to do is go king f2, knight f1 check, king h1, bishop e4. So king f2 and knight f1 is Nasi's plan.
Yeah.
That looks really good.
Just wait, there are no stalemating options, right? King f1. I mean,
And if we move our rook, for example, rook to a1, now we go knight g4, and we want to go king to g3. Looks really, really, really good.
But the Yasser, okay.
Yes.
So if I
do
want to
have
go
rook
with the
A1.
plan that you wanted to show. So
Go
if
back?
we move back here, so
Yes.
if you what were we looking at? King, it's white's turn. So if I go here.
King F2. And if you go King H2, my idea is to play Knight
check.
F1
I would
check.
like you now to have a move because you cannot make this move.
Well, you wouldn't. I will go Bishop E4.
Oh, Bishop E4 is the check. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then it Knight F2 once again.
No. That's a trick, isn't it?
No.
Could we see that position again, please?
Sure. So we were looking at King H1. I think we were looking at King F2. And it's this...
No, but you were saying
it
was Asan move.
Okay, so how do we do it, Maurice?
I don't know how you guys lost the tempo.
So
you guys
we were very tricky.
So let's lose the tempo.
Okay. And Bishop E4 check. And Knight G1 check. Knight F1 check.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So Knight F1, King H3 is. This was the last of the tricks.
Then it's mate.
But Bishop F5.
Yeah.
Bishop F5 is the
You
right
do not take the rook. That's a stalemate. But you play Bishop F5.
Exactly.
Can you imagine how angry you would be if you took the rook instead of playing Bishop F5
But you would deserve
mate?
to be angry if you don't check that after
Good
you
point.
take it. It's a stalemate.
She has gone after the pawn on H4, and she is whipping away because she understands that this is now over. So if we could just catch up with the position.
We're waiting for the moves to get here.
We're expecting...
Is this the current position?
I think so.
Then how did they get this position? Knight E3, Rook G1, King F3, Rook A1.
No, I think we are missing a few moves. Actually, only, yeah,
I haven't
a few
been
moves.
updated.
Because I see knight on F6 and king on
There's
G4.
a knight on F6. So we must have knight G4 check, King H3, knight F6 check, King H2,
and
King G4. And in case Jennifer plays rook to A4 check, Nasi is prepped knight E4 as a response, and she's picking off the H4 pawn.
And now we have the moves here.
And they've updated the score. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are also getting the pawn here. And I think we're going to see resignation because those two pawns, that's an easy win. The difficult part was to get the white pawns from the board.
Right.
And Nazi managed to do that.
Huge victory, by the way, with the black pieces. Goes to show, like playing white doesn't, no safety ensured in this event. Rook A4, last cheapo, knight E4. Nasi did not hesitate with that one. King G2, munch, king takes. And
you can have the knight. And
yes. Yes.
It's so nice. We'll give them both to you.
Yeah, King G5, and then it's about these pawns racing up the board. Jennifer knows she's busted. She's just playing for cheapos. Maybe your opponent will mess up by advancing the pawns too soon or too rapidly without proper care.
Well, we can expect Nazi to maybe play knight F6, just reroute the knight and
Love
push the
that.
bishop here and push the pawn.
Love it. Just slowly nurse the pawns up the board.
Knight F6
As
on
you
the
said,
board.
knight F6, an excellent move.
You've got to give Nazi credit. She drew her first game, won her next two, lost her next two, and then she won, drew, and is going to win again.
Wow.
So talk about a reset. After being on top of the world, crashing down to earth, and now starting to rise again.
Are we discussing Nasi, Anna Sargsyan? Who else is in the tournament that's been having just a crazy...
Hers was pretty straightforward, though. It was up, down, and up again.
Carissa has been down.
Carissa started out by drawing her first three games.
No, Carissa lost first round against Atusa.
No, she lost and then drew, right?
Yeah, and drew again and drew again. I thought she was -1 after 4 rounds of play. We were all shocked, as this is a lady, Carissa, that's defending a championship she won by winning 8 in a row.
Right, she lost, drew 3,
Right.
And then since then, it's gone 3.5 half.
Fantastic. Like, just remarkable.
So basically, she was just down,
resilience.
down in the dumps, and now she's rising.
Yeah, basically.
Nazi was up, then down,
the dumps,
and now up again.
Right.
So maybe let's check in with Anna Zatonsky and Rose Atwell. How is that
do it.
Rook endgame? How is it unfolding?
Well, as we know, Rose.
Wow, by the way, it looks like Anna just made a mistake.
What?
The engine does not like this move at all.
King
G3, and
I
the
saw
bar
the
you can see.
Orange bubble. And I'm
These
guessing,
rook and pawn endgames, they're brutal.
I'm guessing it's rook f8, threatening rook f5. Rose has 10 seconds on her clock. She's played the move. Rook f8.
That was
and
not the correct move.
The correct move. But it's the most natural move in the position.
Yeah,
Defending the pawn on f3.
I was
Prepping
thinking
e6.
about rook d3. No, but that's...
Rook d3.
The move was rook to d4. Was winning on the spot.
Wow, that's actually beautiful to show. So let's just come back for a second. Because here, after king g3, you cannot take this pawn.
Because of rook d3.
Because rook d3, we force a trade.
And then it's off to the races.
And you're faster.
Yeah. And white is promoting.
Yep.
White promotes first, and we know that ending is just lost.
Let me just refresh the board because, again, Rose is playing literally with seconds on her clock. She makes her move, then gets the 30-second reset, but she's currently at 40 seconds.
But now g4, very important move by Anna Zatonsky, and this is just a draw now because you have to be careful about playing f4 when I can give a check, then move the king and start pushing my own pawn.
Let's have a look-see because
it's on the board. Wow.
That's a move I want to play if I'm trying to win the game, and Rose did play f4.
So I think we can expect rook a2 check.
Okay, let's have a look. Rook a2 check. King to e3. Up
And
the
I
board
think
we
it's
go.
on the board. Yes, it's on the board. King e3.
Just made it. What would you like?
Now rook a3 check again.
Yep. King goes up to e4. And eventually is waddling its way up the board. And hopefully e6 is on Rose's agenda. Still, Anna has some problems she has to solve.
No, she
Okay,
just,
so I go king
she could
f2?
just check and move her king. What's the problem?
So I go king f2 now.
Or king f3 is just as good.
Welcome, welcome.
Well,
what has happened? Sorry.
King f3 is illegal.
No, check and king f3.
Well stated.
Check first, then king f3.
Well stated. Check first,
yes,
then king f3. So king d5, now king f3, and then the idea is you can't, or can you? Why can't you play e6?
Well, now you kind of disconnect the pawns, right? Because after...
No, well, you're going to
there's
take
rook
the
a4, rook a5.
No.
Ooh, tricky.
It's a little bit weird.
But I take and...
No, you have to check. King e5, rook takes f4.
And you give check again.
If you go king d7, I win with this one. Wow.
That's good.
Tricky ending.
But,
those tricky
there
rook
are other
endings.
ways to draw too, though.
King d3.
D3, not forward.
Sideways, backwards, something. Go backwards.
But wait, can I just now take the pawn on f4?
No. What? Rook takes f4, e6. G3.
Oh, on king e2.
I'm in the square.
Tricky.
For sure.
So check on a3.
Rose has a tricky move still. This move king d2. Maybe that will provoke rook a2 check. again, Anna is answering all of the questions being posed to her.
Well, she failed one test already.
Well, that was earlier, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she could fail the test again.
Okay.
Right?
Of
So we're
course.
waiting to see if there are any other tricks. We saw the other Anna Sargsyan, have a dead loss position and survive.
Right.
Now we're seeing this Anna. She had a dead loss position. Will she survive?
Exactly.
And it was, again, a rook and pawn ending. So we know these are torturous, and well, if you don't know all the nuances, and even when you know a lot of the nuances, it doesn't matter. Rook and pawn endings cause us all grief. And this one here is problematic, and we'll see whether or not she can survive this position. As Rose at least is trying, but she's doing it there on move 80, so it's been a monstrous warrior game. Rook A4 check on the board.
On the board.
And also, by the way, I believe King D5, we can just capture.
Yeah, now we can take because you don't have that King E2 as you wanted to play before
this
to
is a whole
stop my
different
pawn.
position, and just queens, and there are no tricks. So she's very aware, it seems, that she can draw this position now. Matter of fact, the pawn's just hanging now.
Yeah. That's why King D3.
But King D3 is necessary, right?
Yes.
So King D3 and...
So it was the move Rook D4 that was winning for Rose.
Yes, she had a moment, and she missed her moment.
Okay.
She just played King
And
D5,
King D5
and
on the
now
board.
Rook
the
takes F4.
simplest move is just Rook takes on F4.
And Anna
and
will
there'll
draw
be
the
no
game
chance.
with Rook takes F4.
And she's aware.
Yeah.
She captured that pawn quickly.
That woman's not a four-time champion for no reason. Somehow the game between Jennifer and Nazi is still going on. But
What?
yeah.
Really?
Jennifer refuses to resign.
Remarkable. So just 2 games remaining, and Rose and Anna, I think, are about to queen pawns. And then...
We have a rook trade. Now both pawns are going to start rushing down the board.
And unfortunately, you don't have one of those situations where you can force the king in such a way that
to skewer.
Yeah.
Oh, please play King G5.
No.
Or King E3.
Yes. And here we go. We've got a queen on the board. We have a queen on the board.
Properly promoting, by the way.
Shout out to Rex Singfield. This is the way it's done.
I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't say anything. Yasser had to say it. I just remember who didn't say it and who did.
I didn't say it either. Yasser, this is your last time calling the action here. How is it going?
Look, Rex is very proud of getting forfeited and thrown out of his own tournament.
Oh my goodness, he's continuing.
For an illegal move, Rex.
Just remember, Rex.
Illegal moves.
This guy here, having fun at your expense.
Oh man, I love it. Okay, one last trick. Check. Don't go to G5. Don't go to G4.
Don't go to E3.
And don't go to E3. So it's a 60%er? No, it's a 75%.
There's only one move.
There's only one move.
It happens to be the most natural move possible.
Okay, well, I mean, beyond that, your king wants to walk towards the queen to protect her.
I love the way Rose is looking at it. It's like it's a study.
Yeah, like, can I play a move like Queen F8 and win the game?
Well, Queen F7 is the same answer, right?
Yes.
She's chosen your Queen F8?
Yes.
Well, Queen F8 is better because it doesn't allow Queen E3. After Queen F7, there's Queen A7.
See,
that's 75%. That's still 75%.
Here we go.
Then maybe Queen F7 is trickier.
Yes, because
you need to see the long diagonal.
Correct. So after either King F2 or King H2, a trade of queens, and we could play to naked kings, and they do it.
And that's it. So this is a draw between Rose Atwell and Anna Zatonsky.
Very, very relieved Anna Zatonsky as she survives a grueling Rukkampanani. Back to Nasi.
I'm really impressed by these two, though. I'm really impressed by them. I love Anna's fighting spirit that she's shown
always
over the years. And Rose has emerged as such a devotee of chess. She plays all these tournaments back to back to back. And I expect her to have some wonderful results in years to come. Not quite there yet, but it's not going to be long.
No.
Not more than 2 years before she's one of those youngsters knocking at the door at the top.
Reverse that game she lost to Anna Sargsyan earlier in the tournament, where she actually had an advantage coming out of the opening. And there's Nasi.
And then win this one, and then...
Woo.
No, she's dangerous.
True there. And Nasi seems to have a... Have I memorized the dinner menu? What's for dinner tonight? Oh, you're still...
Oh, it's your turn. Okay.
okay. It is your turn. Okay, Nasi's saying, why are we playing? And it's a really legit question. Why are they playing? I mean, G3
But
check?
Nasi's going to start pushing those pawns. So Rook D8 is on the board, and I think we can start. Let's go. G3.
Absolutely. Where am I
H3 is next. And G3 is on the board. And after Nasi wins this game, she ties for the second place.
Bravo, Nasi. King F3. And I'm expecting just Bishop G4 to try to push the white king a little bit away from the pawn. So King F3, Bishop
Unless
G4.
you want to play G2 immediately.
No. I'm frightened that I'll blow it. The Bishop G4.
Forcing the king away.
H3, H3, H2 starts to really be exciting. Okay.
You know what I like in that
What's
position?
that?
Is
this current position.
Just from geometrically. So Bishop G4 check is good.
Yes.
What about after King E3 is what you played?
Yes.
Knight G2 check.
Knight G2. King has to go up the board, I suppose.
Now H3.
Are you allowing me?
I'll give you your check. You can have both.
I'm
a nice guy.
G2 on the board. Yasser,
H5.
Nasi is brave.
And the way the knight and bishop hold the king.
I know. It's pretty. Did she play G2?
Of course, there are different ways to handle this position, but she did play G2.
Okay. A little surprised for me. I would have definitely pushed. I don't like giving my opponent options. After Bishop G4, king moves. I don't want to see a King F2.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So what was wrong with my way?
No, yours was perfectly good. Knight on G2 was really nice.
Yeah, so if Maurice asks you for this question, you have to find something that's wrong.
He's right. What can you do when the guy's right?
The hostility. Jeez.
I mean, it's tough. You thought it was going to be welcome back to St. Louis.
Man, guy can't even suggest a pretty idea without being shot down.
Look, you're the study, the artist in you, Maurice.
It was a nice line.
No. We're results oriented here. You know.
But okay, what is the move here for so if white plays rook check.
Then Bishop G6.
Yep. You're gonna have to play king.
King F2.
King
F2. Actually, Jennifer decided to
do it immediately.
To pick it right away.
Yeah.
And now we go
I'm
H3.
Sure Nasi's saying H3. And by the way,
Knight E2.
Yes.
Yeah. Here comes
your Knight G2 is suddenly going to be met with a Knight E2. Yeah.
Actually, the threat is just H2.
And H2. Ouch.
You have to stop H2. And you can't play King G1 to do it.
I mean, the worst is that we even have a good bishop. So we can play, Knight E2 after Rook D1 promote, trade it. And
exactly.
we are still winning.
And it's one of those sad realizations.
Oh.
Oops. Well, it was fun while it lasted.
All right, this is no fun at all. What are you talking about?
Nope, no fun at all. Knight E2, H2. Jennifer down to 3 minutes, but it's lost.
So what's going to be the score? How many people are going to be tied?
Hey, man.
Nazi?
Well, you got to watch the show.
Four players tied for the second place. Anna Zatonsky, Anna Sargsyan, Carissa, and now Nazi Paikidze.
Everybody
but
will be at 5
1 point
points
behind
yes.
the leader, Alice Lee.
One whole point.
But both Annas will be playing Alice.
Correct. So in the sprint to the finish, those rounds will feature all the ladies playing one another. Ooh, and this is where I think we're looking at 92 here.
Nice quiet move, preparing G1.
There's some quiet moves that are so loud.
Yeah, they could be heard all across the tournament hall. Whoa, 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 whoa.
She didn't play it.
King G4. King G4. How about that move?
That's a little bit of a Zugi Zhang.
Looks
she probably wants to give check and then just bring the king even closer.
Be careful.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Rook G8. So we're about to see Bishop G6. Big threat, massive threat of H2.
And then go back?
But now one thing how we can go wrong is after King G1, you cannot go King G3 because then this is a problem and that could be a stalemate.
By the way, she did play Rook H8 after Bishop G6.
And why aren't we playing 92?
No,
like,
92 is a dead win.
And it is on the board.
Stop! Be still.
Knight D3.
Oh, it's Knight D3.
If she plays King G3 now, Rook takes is a draw.
I told you a long time ago, get the knight to
Okay, she
F3.
figured another way to do it.
She's
putting her knight on
to
F3.
the F3, and that's
She doesn't want to
win.
give up the knight for free. She just wants to reroute it to that
These
square.
are the heart attack variations.
I know. This is where as a trainer, you just like hold your breath.
And she's thinking, come on, I saw this already. What are you worried about?
Yeah.
And you're thinking, why did you make it look like you were doing something crazy?
Aviv Friedman tells tall tales. He's the coach for those World Youth Championships under 8, under 10, under 12, under 14. He's buying life insurance on himself every last round. Gold medals get lost in the shuffle. And
as a coach of youngsters for years, you know quite well that
the pain.
You never know what's going to happen on those boards.
No. And here we go. Jennifer says, okay, last. King F2, you show me knight G1, knight F3, and I will resign.
If knight F3 does not land on the board, okay.
You show me knight F3, and I will resign.
And Queens is next.
There you go.
And resignation. Nazi Paikidze wins against Jennifer Yu.
By the way, deep breath at the end by Nazi. She says, thank goodness that's over, and I didn't have to win knight and bishop versus king. That would have been fun to watch too. Whew. Okay, now tell me about who's in first and who's in second.
A lot of decisive games today, by the way, again.
No kidding. Wow.
Still Alice Lee, who is the first, running away with 1 point advantage. So let's take a look at standings. Alice Lee clear first, 1 point ahead of this pack. Carissa, Anna Zatonsky, Anna Sargsyan, and Nazi Paikidze, who are all with 5 points.
And that can change because the next few rounds, all of these leaders are going to be playing Alice Lee for the title. And in the open.
In the open section, we have 2 leaders, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley, so they both managed only to make a draw today, so they are at 5.5 points. Half a point behind, yes, is Levon Aronian with 5 points. But let's take a look at the 3 players tied for 4th place. Sam Sevian, Hans Niemann, and Andy Woodward, who won an important game today against Hans Niemann.
I hear you, but with the last only 3 rounds left, seeing that score 5.5, 5.5, and 5, there are only 3 players playing for the championship right now.
Those are the players playing.
They have
for
separated
the title.
themselves.
Yeah.
So
Levon's saying, look, guys, I just need to win. Let's have a tie break.
let's talk about picks. Who picked Wesley?
No one.
Nobody picked Wesley to win?
Yeah, because he drawn all of our games.
Let's take a look. So
he drew all of his games last year.
In the ladies section, it doesn't look good for me and Maurice and Nastya. Yasser is still in the game with VAR.
One. This isn't you get to go first. It's a no-brainer.
Carissa won 8 games.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Guess what? It doesn't look that great for you.
Don't blame me. Don't be getting jealous. I mean, and in the open.
Fabiano, and then we have Levon.
And for the finish strong.
Did you pick anyone that was challenging?
Yeah, look.
You went with 2 favorites from last year.
Look at you. You did good. You did good, man.
Finish strong, yeah.
I mean,
this is not looking good for me.
Way to go, though, with your finish strong.
And how about the finish strong award for the? Hey, Levon, look at this.
Yikes! What was I thinking?
You're wearing a beautiful smile in this one.
That's a very old picture, by the way. To upgrade my pay.
I don't know. You're looking pretty. That looks pretty good to me.
That's like 10 years ago.
Are we closing? This is what. Woo! We've got an interview coming. As we can't go without interviewing Nasi.
Of course.
On such a wonderful day for her.
And ask her about yesterday because she was losing and then she was winning against Irina Crash, but she didn't take that opportunity and she had 2 chances.
96 check.
96 and.
Oh, let's berate her for that.
Incredible.
Absolutely.
And she is with Anastasiya. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, we are with Nazi, the hero of the day who managed to win this game. Wasn't easy, but you managed to convert it. What do you think was the main moment of this one, the key moment?
The key moment was definitely in time trouble right before move 40. She blundered. I got very lucky. Position looks bad for me. I don't know if it's completely lost, but I'm worse. And after the blunder, it's still complicated, but I think I found the best way to continue. And then we got this endgame with 2 bishops against rook, but it should be winning.
Yes, it took some time, of course, but yes, for the moment we can see this, the game. I think it was move when she played bishop before. I think this was the moment,
yeah,
right?
She missed before, yeah.
She simply missed before. Did you speak to her after the game?
I mean, I saw her reaction.
Ah, I see. So she
just blundered in one move.
Yes. And after that, you just have material advantage in this game.
She still has compensation because she gets some material back, but this endgame should be completely winning. I found a good setup with the knight on e5, pawn on f6, and it takes time, but it's winning.
Yeah, it's winning. So how can we speak about the situation in the tournament for you? It's been like shaky event, but still, where we are right now?
I'm at +2. I have no idea how others did today. I think Alice won.
Yes, Alice won and Carissa won.
So
it seems like you're tied for third at the moment.
You know, I'm just focusing on my games. There's still 3 more rounds to go. I still have Carissa to play. So anything can still happen.
Alice told me the other day she prefers to play against her rivals because it gives some chances and destinies in her hand. How do you feel about it? Do you have the same approach or a bit different?
For sure, it's nice to still have a chance to play the leader so you can catch them or even surpass them.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Nazi. Tomorrow is a rest day. Any plans?
No plans. I needed rest.
Exactly. Like everyone, thank you and all the best of luck.
Thank you.
No.
We have a question.
We're not letting Anastasiya and Nasi escape.
Some questions.
We're not letting Nasi escape.
I want to talk to you.
Only Nasi, because it's a free day tomorrow and you get a chance to recover from my question. We all want to know
only because we
what
have
was
free
your
day tomorrow and you will have
when
chance
you
to recover.
discovered knight e6 check and king f4 could have won you the game yesterday.
So Yasser is asking about yesterday's game. And
I knew that question was coming.
I'm not going to let you get
so
out
many
of
people
it.
asked me about that today, right before the game.
Who asked you?
Like a lot of people.
A lot of people, yes.
Like a lot of chess fans, you know. I was walking to the playing hall and they came up to me and like, do you feel bad that you missed the win yesterday? I was like, I'm not thinking about that anymore. To be honest, no, I don't feel so bad. I mean, I was defending for 3 hours. And I did see that I had chances to win. I couldn't calculate clearly that it was winning. And I was thinking, if I mess this fortress up and lose, I'm never going to recover. So it's better to just
make the draw. I just didn't have enough time.
Yeah, sometimes it's even psychologically hard to change your mood, right? When you were defending for so long, is it the case?
Yeah, that definitely was the case.
Yeah, got it. Yasser, are you happy with the answer?
Beautiful answer. She had defended very hard
Beautiful
for 3
answer.
hours, so we get it. But we had to rib you nonetheless. Yes. Thank you, Nasi. Good luck in the sprint to the finish.
Yasser always likes to make people cry. That is his MO. Just be reminded.
Look, we've got championship rounds coming up, dude.
But tomorrow, no championship round. Tomorrow is a rest day. Players get to recharge, go to a massage, just...
Tea, honey, throat lozenges. That's what I'm doing.
And get ready for the last 3 rounds of the championships.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We hope you enjoyed the show. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Don't join us tomorrow. But wow, we've got the U.S. Championships live broadcast. Thank you both. It was really a lot of fun. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Wow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.